You are now listening to the Old Head, New Head podcast with your hosts, Eric Iberg and Ethan Schaefer.
Goddamn kids.
Shut up, old man!
Got it.
What up?
Fucking like 90 degrees in this garage today. Woo!
Brutal. What you already smoking, dude? You picked up the call smoking.
1 o'clock. This is awesome. Day before 4th of July, man, you know.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, I know. July 3rd. Okay, we'll start it off with this. Big shout out to my buddy David Mackins. I'm at his apartment at Palisades right now. This is probably the most secure location I've ever recorded from, and it's great. Got it all to myself.
Meaning, like, guaranteed internet or like safety if someone tries to kill you?
No, guaranteed internet. Hopefully his roommates don't come home, but we got a private spot for once, and it's great. And it's free. So big shout out my buddy David Mackins. We hit the town hard last night, and it was a good time.
I'm in the ladder of success in this podcast.
Yep, we're coming up. We're coming up. Where are you coming from?
Excelsior, Minnesota.
From the bachelor pad. No kids, no wife home.
No wife, no kids, all in Denmark. Enjoying that carefree lifestyle. They do say, though, Minnesota is known as the happiest people in America, and Danish are the happiest in the world. So,
whoa,
energy.
And what you're smoking on there?
Fuck yeah. We're giving thanks to Ross Jacob over at Dark Horse Farms today for all my THC and CBD needs. He'll hook you up as well. We got information of that in the fucking thing. And then, as always, I get to wrap my Dark Horse Farms weed. Some Blazy Susan. Rolling papers. Big up Trey Blazy, man. As always. I'm stoked for today, bud.
Dude, I feel like I've said this before, but I really mean it for this one. This is the most excited I've been for an interview in a long time. Joss is doing so much cool shit that I can't wait to get into it, man.
He's an icon. First ever to win a gold medal in our sport.
It's insane. All the slush stuff, all the new stuff with Jib League. I was talking to him, so I ran into him, reached out over Instagram, then I ran into him at Mount Hood afterwards, and I gave him the whole rundown, and we chatted for like an hour already. So we got
awesome. And I've never talked to him ever. So
yeah.
Like the fact, like, I don't know, I think my personal opinion, not knowing him, I'm the most impressed with him of, even though we put him in this old head category, he's kind of like the only young guy that's really created for others.
Mm.
And so, like, when I really look at that, it's like I haven't seen anyone take their success or fame of this like young mid generation, we'll call Joss, but like, and then all of a sudden just be like, yo, what can I do with it? And then create shit for others. Because, I mean, even Slush is more popular, the name Slush is more popular in our sport than Josh Christensen. And He created that. So that's dope as fuck to me.
Yeah, he's so tight, dude. I can't wait for this. He also told me that he was saying no to podcasts for a long time. So this is a special treat getting him on the mic for a while.
Yeah, super nice. Yeah, it's not so fun, man. Those guys that don't talk on podcasts are the people that we want to talk to, because it's not a podcast. It's a conversation of awesomeness of our sport, you know? Like, I'm not sitting here being like, hey, can I ask you questions? This is how awesome this shit is and what you get to fucking do in it.
Yeah, it's so good. I'm gonna throw him the invite. Let's get him in here, bro.
Yeah,
beautiful.
We got time.
Yeah, we got a little time. We got a couple minutes. But he saw it immediately. This man is ready. Let's get it, dude. This is gonna be so good. Can't wait, man. I gotta say, I heard all the hype for years about Squaw Valley, and it's worth the hype. Like, I was here this winter. It's such a great place year round.
You think?
I think so. Obviously don't live here, so I don't know what like the community is like or the people living here, but just like the actual physical environment, it's just beautiful.
Yeah. No, I got to live in Olympic Valley. like for a while, like 6 months, and then I lived in Truckee.
You've lived everywhere.
Wherever I could create something awesome. My first studio, my first movie was in Olympic Valley. So I made royalty like right down the road, probably from where you're at.
Yeah.
Awesome. There's an Eric Road like right up the block in Olympic Valley, from where I made the movie.
I'll have to find it. Damn, dude. Yeah. I slept in my van outside of his apartment last night. It's so great, dude. If you got a van and you're going out to the bars, you literally just park your whip, stumble out of the bar, and just stumble right into bed, and you're good. Oh.
Hey.
How are you, Joss?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Phenomenal.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Thanks for doing this, bud. Appreciate it so much.
Thanks for having me.
Dude, we're so stoked. We just did a little intro just before you joined us, and Iberg and I are both so excited for this. This is going to be great.
It's been fun. So to give you kind of a background, I know you got to talk to Ethan a little bit, but the point of doing this show is I got to be on Ethan's Two Plank podcast earlier this year in the winter, and like I really realized like I love this shit. This is 24 hours of my day. Even when I wasn't doing it, like I was still in my head, still doing it. And so I realized like Ethan's 26 and I'm like, wow, man, like I don't know what these kids really younger are thinking. And I go, man, it'd be pretty fun because you're like 26 and I'm 44. Like, let's create a podcast together where we can talk to the old guys, the old heads, see what their successes were, what lanes they chose, how they chose them, how it came about, hills and valleys, and what they wanted to create. And then I want to talk to the young kids to see what their goals are, if they even have any, or what their dreams are, or what they want to create with opportunity. So it's mostly learning for me, and at the same time, if you're listening to these, you could use it as a tutorial of what to do. You know, maybe learn, I like what that guy does. Oh, that guy missed out on this opportunity. I'm going to do that or whatever. So it's mostly just a conversation because you've killed it, man. Like in all elements, you're like, as I was saying in the intro, like you are, I'm almost calling you a mid-head because you ain't like an old head and you ain't a new head, but you're this like kind of guy in between. But I put you in the old head category because, I mean, shit, you've been around a solid decade plus of high performance.
Totally.
And so when I look at it, you might be the only person in your generation or younger that has made an accomplishment and then figured out how to create opportunities for other with a platform that in which you created. So like my hat goes off to you that, and you're the only one that I've really seen that really was like, well, I'm a boss. Let me use that for others in the sport. So I'll start it off by saying big up yourself on what you've done in your career and what you've created and continue to do.
Really appreciate that. It's all for the love.
Yeah.
No, that's why I'm kind of stoked to just talk because I've never talked to you in my life. And, you know, I pretty much probably know so much shit about you and maybe vice versa, where it can be fun kind of conversation where we go.
Totally.
Yeah. So what was your entrance to the sport? Do you have older sibling, parents super into skiing?
Let's start at the beginning, man. I want to know it because I don't know shit. So where are you from, Josh? Where were you born?
Born and raised in Park City. So I'm definitely a product of my environment in that sense.
And how old are you?
I'm 32 right now.
Fuck, 92, baby?
And in 91, December of 91. Yeah.
All right. That just helps me get a perspective of all the fun things.
I watched a lot here, for sure.
Park City, man. When do you, like, epicenter of everything? It was fun because we did Colby Stevenson.
Yeah,
right?
which will come out after this, but
he's a lot younger than you, right? Like, kind of as far as generational. Like,
yeah, he was like a baby when I was getting into it.
Yeah. So what was your path like growing up in Park City in a super ski resort town? Like, do you get into racing right away, or are you hanging out with family, or what's your introduction to skiing?
Yeah, I mean, both my parents were ski bums. They came to Park City on vacations. They were both in university. My dad was in Oregon, or actually he's going to school in California. My mom was in New York. And they both came to Park City in the 60s and just kind of never left.
So they were one of the last generations that actually could be a ski bum in a ski town and create a family.
Totally. Yeah, so right when Park City was booming, my dad was a painting contractor. My mom, they worked at restaurants, bars, and then my mom became a travel agent. And then, pretty much my intro to skiing was on the weekends. My parents wanted to go ski, so they would put me in programs. I just remember enjoying it. I think like my earliest memories, I used to eat shit a lot, and I think that was
You're talking about like being like 2 years old or something, right?
like 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And then once I got big enough to start kind of hitting jumps and getting more of an adrenaline rush, then I really started to have fun. I mean, I remember coming home with like cracked goggle lenses. My parents would be so bummed because they have to get new goggles now, but I just couldn't stay on the run. I had to go do stuff and jump off things. But yeah, I mean, that was more of a weekend thing growing up. And then once I got into middle school is when I'd say like 6th grade is really when it started.
So 6th grade, 2002, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
So that has to be pretty fucking big, because like you have a Winter Olympics, you have like everything that's going. I mean, even I don't know. Like I'm just trying. So at this point, before then, are you on it? Do you have any siblings?
I have an older brother who's 4 years older, and he was a huge part of it.
Okay, so are you guys joining any teams, like the Park City Freeride team or anything by this time?
Not at the time. I mean, it was more or less just kind of go out on the mountain and ski. Season passes were like $100 at a time, so parents were stoked just to know where we were at and get us on the mountain. But yeah, speaking of 2002, unfortunately, my mom she worked out for like a timeshare property in Mexico, so we actually rented our house out for the entirety of the Olympics and chilled in Mexico.
That worked out great for your mom and dad.
Yeah, so that was good. We got to go sit in the sun. We had a month off of school because they were using the schools for the like wax techs and all. Yeah. For all the racing. But yeah, I mean, skiing obviously has always been around. And once I got into middle school, my brother was actually really good friends with the Peters brothers and Stephen Thomas.
So are they the same age kind of then, your brother and those guys?
Yeah, I think my brother and Stefan are the same age. Tosh was more a year old between the two of us, and I think Max is my brother's age as well. Okay. But yeah, I mean, my brother kind of got into that scene a bit, hanging out with those guys, and then with my parents forcing my brother to take me skiing, since I didn't really.
Was your brother a big stoner?
Yeah,
I had to have been. That's true, man.
The Park City squad.
I think of Stephen Thomas always smoking, and Max and Tosh as little guys smoking. I was like, and those were the smokers of Park City as youth.
Oh yeah, and the Battersbys and McRae.
Forgot about Adam Battersby, right?
Adam, yeah, and Ty was involved a bit too. I never really skied with him too much. He was a bit.
Quick question: who was the kid from Park City that went for the world record in height in a half pipe? Probably around. He'd set up balloons to try to make a height-o-meter.
Would that have been Johnny Marks?
Huh?
Would that have been Johnny Marks?
I don't know. It was some kid that was
not JP Solberg.
No, not so. It was some like guy that was like super energized, more than we ever knew, and we'd run into him in Park City, and it's like, I'm going for the world record. I bought 100 balloons today. Woo!
Oh, I gotta think who that is, because the pipe scene here was pretty awesome too.
Yeah, like, so sorry to tangent, but I couldn't ask Colby that question because I knew he was too young. But I know like that circle that you just named would know this kid maybe when we remember his name.
I gotta think about that, because yeah, I mean, there were some wild dudes back then. It wouldn't have been Alex Dillard, would it?
We'll figure out his name.
Yeah. Okay.
Olympics, you're like 10 and stuff, you're out. So you're super into skiing. Like, what's your path at this age now? Are you getting into anything yet, or are you still just having fun with your brother?
I'd say around like 6th, 7th grade. Once I was able to find a group of friends, more my age, and once I actually kind of started skiing with the Peters or mostly skiing with like Adam Battersby, McCrae Williams, and like that whole squad. Then I realized I was pretty into it. And that,
who was the best at that time out of all those awesome names?
I mean, Tosh obviously had a lot of hype around him.
I know he had the hype, but I mean, like McCrae was next level, right? Like,
yeah,
he was
McCrae
like
was
a silent killer.
McCrae was probably, he was definitely the silent killer. I mean, I wasn't too close to him at that age, I'd say, so maybe I had more focus on like the Peters brothers. We had a homie, Harrison Bevins, who I actually thought was one of the best, but he kind of he loved it, but maybe not as much as the rest of us, so he kind of let it fade away. But shit,
Is
yeah.
your whole crew going to public school?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We were in public school till all of us pretty much until 8th grade, and then we can get into it later. But yeah, the winter sports school here in Park City, if you've remember that.
Yeah, no, I know it well, but I never knew of Park City people going really to the winter sports school. Mostly it's transplants, right?
Yeah.
So it's just kind of fun to know someone. But I think going to that $100 season pass and public school and parents being able to have jobs that can actually allow these things to exist, like, I don't know. I don't think that is an opportunity that could be had in Park City in 2024. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Not. I mean, I don't, definitely not nowadays, because I mean, the cool thing was, I was in middle school, we had early release, a bunch of us, so I can't remember what classes we didn't end up taking. It was like no PE. There's one other class, I believe. So every day at like 1:30 or 2, a group of us, our parents would take turns picking us all up and taking us to the hill. So we got really good at skiing in that kind of shitty time when the shadows were hitting the train park.
Fuck yeah, good time to train.
30 to 4.
I know exactly what you're saying. That was a normal time to go home, but I think who said it? That's when they went to the winter school. That's when they Alex.
Yeah,
he was like, yeah, and everyone would go home at 3:00. When I was like the only guy still skiing after 3, and I'm like, that sounds about Park City.
I mean, that was Alex Schlopey too. He would show up at 3 on weekends, even if we didn't have school, and he would just go crush for 1 hour while we were all gone.
Schlopey's a local too, right?
Yep. So he was actually, at that time, I met him in 6th grade at the skate park back when rollerblading was like the hot shit in Park City.
And is he older than you or your age?
He's a couple months younger. We're the same age. So we were actually like very competitive with each other, yet we were very close.
Yeah, because he blew up first, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were
You're the illest crew ever, and you're not on a team. I'm trying to understand this age right now, young teens.
There was one point where, did you ever meet Mick Berry in Park City? He ran the Mogul squad.
He is one of my favorite human beings in the whole entire world. I'm the best. Yeah, Mick. He always talks like this. I can see, yeah, Mick is the fucking dopest person in the whole entire world.
Yeah, Mick was the man. So he actually, all of us would join, I think it was Park City Freestyle, just to get, because once we were in middle school, season passes were more expensive, so we could get the team pass at a discounted rate, and we had access to maybe going to Black Diamond and jumping on the trampolines for cheaper. It was all the benefits we got, but we actually never skied with.
Crazy.
We just joined the team to get the cheaper pass and kind of be on Mick's list, but yeah, we never had. I can't remember really skiing with anyone. I mean, there was one point where I skied with Chris Biolo and I actually fucked up my hand pretty bad. And it was like super funny. I didn't really know much of the guy, and I don't know if he really understood what he was doing. He just kind of had to roll with us one day.
He doesn't.
Then I cut my hand open pretty bad, and then he was just like, oh, fuck. But
have you ever seen the videos that he was in previous to that?
After.
Okay, so yeah, you'll understand when they jump off rooftops into glass lit on fire and then have it go through their bodies. You probably had like Flesh
I've seen that clip.
blow low.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, that was the cool thing in Park City back in the day. I mean, we had in that middle school era, like it wasn't not cool to have a coach, but it wasn't cool to have a coach. I mean, we didn't really see a benefit in having like being part of the team because in our minds, the sport was still progressing, and then we could just go out and watch and just ski with each other.
The team just facilitated. Like Mick's not teaching people shit other than giving people an opportunity.
No,
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like he's the dopest guy, but like that's what a team was back then. It wasn't you skiing to the bottom and going, "Hey, coach, what did I do wrong?" And then the
exactly.
You're my skier, let me tell you.
Yeah, I mean, he was never even in the park, so.
Yeah.
And actually, now that you said that, one of the main reasons we would join was so we could go to the water ramps in the summer.
Yeah.
You had to be on a team.
How much was a team, just out of curiosity? Like, because I know like costs around the country. Like, how much did a freestyle team cost to join to get those opportunities?
I think since we didn't do anything with actual employees, I believe it was like $300 to $500 a year. And that was allowing us to get access and the cheap pass, and
that's so awesome and unrealistic. Like to think like, I mean, because that's a realistic. We're talking 2005.
Yeah,
I mean, make that kind of money is totally easy as a youth growing up in the summer.
Totally,
like
it was very manageable. And you could go to like the local.
I'm just always curious now because like I'm seeing like teams start freestyle teams nowadays, and they're like coaching 3 nights a week. $3,500, and you're like, coaching from who? And then why are they going to make that kid worse and teach them something that might not be natural to them?
And you're paying for all their travel and lodging and food, and
it's crazy. But continue, man. So you got this dope crew. You join a team because you figure out the dope loopholes to continue with your friends. Are you competing yet?
I was doing some like local events around Park City and Brighton. Mostly at the time we had, actually I'm trying to think of when I did my first US Open. So input Kerry Miller at some point here.
Almost, right?
What?
It almost had to be the last US Open ever, your first US Open.
No, maybe the last one in Vail.
Okay, sick. You got a Vail one.
Yeah, I went to, I wish I had better memory of the year, but it was the year that Yoon had the all pink. There's a huge Truth rainbow rail because I remember I fucked up the rainbow rail both my runs in the qualifier because it was obviously way too long. And there's like a flat down box, and I think Tanner did a 6 onto that one, maybe
04 or 05.
Yeah, and I mean that year was.
So just so you guys know, the pink fucking thing, it was leather rabbit and rabbit fur outfit by Jay Lindbergh. It was the most retarded shit in history, but we still talk about it yesterday, so his retardedness is still cool.
I mean, it made a memory.
It's on hand. Sorry to interrupt. It's just funny.
Yeah, good. All good. But yeah, I mean, I got introduced to Kerry Miller. I'm sure you've talked about him before.
Yep.
Because of the squad I was involved in with like McRae, the Battersbys, obviously getting to watch Tanner and Pep and everyone ski at Park City, that was a huge motivation and inspiration for me. I used to hide in the trees during park shoots at Park City and watch because you never knew where the hell you'd see the footage. It was mostly just photos. So
did you go to our night shoot for dub ski?
I wanted to because
like
I could see guys light it up.
The wall ride and stuff.
Yeah, the wall ride flat down.
Yeah.
And like the nice stair set. I never actually made it up to that, but there was like a half pipe gap one year, if you remember that.
At Park City?
Yeah, it was like super late season. It was just Tanner, and I think he was just ripping like switch 7 Japans and double Japans.
Fuck, I want to see that. Do you know what movie that was in?
I never saw the footage.
I haven't either. I feel like you're lying to me about my best friend that I've known my whole life. He has gapped the Park City half pipe?
Yeah, they built. It was like a pretty big step down. So towards the bottom, they built. Pretty much took that last jump and pick and shovel and
Yeah.
pushed it over.
God damn, that photographer must have sucked.
Yeah, I think.
That's not an iconic memory.
Yeah, right. I think something didn't really work out there. It was one of those seasons where there was just a bunch of snow there, and they closed the park and kind of just pushed stuff around. But yeah, I mean, getting to watch those, like, that was firsthand for me because obviously it was ski movies, which played every night on Park City Television. So that was a huge inspiration. At 9 o'clock, I had one of those shitty little VHS
Real Thrills with Glenn Plake.
things. Yeah, that. And yeah, just the local TV, like Park City Television would just throw on like Happy Days, 1242, RFA, just on repeat. And a lot of the TGR movies. So I just, every night at 9, I would just spend a half hour watching a ski movie.
So Ethan, back in the day, they had this thing called our Resort Sports Network.
Mhm.
And it was like a way they could create local community television in resort towns. And so it was like this, they're kind of like a franchise, but not because they ran independently. So like Plake's Real Thrills, right? So if you go to the ski hill in Colorado or whatever, they had this awesome channel that nowhere else had. And then you just get to watch ski stuff. So to me, that was the dopest shit too growing up because I was like, to watch ski movies on a television channel, never before. It was like VHSs that you used to have to buy. Now you just watch them in order, and then Plake's talking. Real spills. Sorry, you're getting me.
No, yeah, everyone's so kids are so spoiled these days. Like what, 6 issues of Freeze, the occasional DVD and VHS if I get my hands on it. If I could watch through the window while my brother and his friends were watching, and then the nightly 5 movies I watched on repeat on Park City Television were like all I had. So being able to see the pros come to Park City, I think that really changed my perspective of ski. I mean, it really allowed me to see it. Like seeing it firsthand was so different, and like seeing how. It's crazy to think how young everyone was at the time because I thought Tanner was like this god, like this full-grown adult who little did I know he's probably like 19 years old, 20.
Did you go to World Superbike Championships and stuff and watch that stuff?
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, most epic shit ever. Like if you got to see Crichton versus like Tanner and shit in like 2004, that was like better than Simon and Tanner.
Dude, and we were the 22-foot pipe back then. So that's when people were just going huge.
Yeah.
Speaking of World Superpipe Championships, there was one moment there that really allowed me to pursue being a skier. Because my dad picked up Stephen Thomas that year. He got second when he did the down the pipe 720 to switch alley-oop 7, which was like the first time anyone had done that.
Yeah.
And my dad picked him up and he had $8,000 in cash in his hand. And that's when my parents were like, wait, what the fuck? He just has $8,000 cash.
More than us fucking waiting tables?
Yeah. He's like, he just made that in one day, in half a day. And then my parents were like, all right, well, there is opportunity here. Like there, you can make money and you can pay.
It's not how much first place got. They know he had that much in cash going home too, right?
Yeah. It was, yeah. My dad was like, that's second place, $8,000.
Yeah. I think first place was 20.
Yeah. I think it was
Tanner winning 20 and getting that belt or whatever.
Belt, yeah. That
The craziest Park City thing I ever saw. So, have you ever seen my first movie, Royalty?
Oh yeah.
So, watch this shot of Candide skiing the pipe, and it's a full run, and everyone's like hiking on the sides, like everyone does. But when Candide rides the pipe, not one person is hiking. They are all skiers and snowboarders are just standing because it was 22 feet in 2001 too, right?
Yeah.
And you watch from the top to bottom, even when he passes them, they don't keep hiking them. Every single person on both things. So I'm just imagining being 11-year-old and even like every experience that was happening, like at your local hill, was magical shit.
I mean, it was nuts. I honestly, you can really tell like Park City has such a deep bag of I mean, nowadays it's everywhere. Kids are good, but like it's just pretty crazy how lucky all of us were to be in this place. I mean, I thought Mammoth was the place to be, obviously, but I
moved to Park City. Like,
yeah,
it moved
way got more
before,
yeah.
you know.
Park City was definitely the place for me. I mean, just the community here. There's so much stoke around skiing. Yeah, it was great, and just the fact that my brother and just the people around me in my age group were like the guys, the upcoming guys, while we got to watch the big dogs. And the ski resort is 10 minutes from my house. Like, I could take the bus there every day.
So you're getting into all this, you're doing US Open, you're watching the dopest shit that you've ever seen, but it's still minimum competition because of whatever opportunities at this time and whatever. But like, what do you have? Like, I want to be in a movie, because you see Tanner win an event, you see Tanner be in 3 movies, you know, like, so you see every opportunity that exists in twin tip skiing in real life. So like, do you have like, oh, I need to make, because it's not a big deal to make the US team. Doesn't exist at this age. So it's not even a theory in your head. What's your theory as a youth to get involved in the sport? Is it to go win the US Open or X Games, or is it, I want to go film a closer segment? Or how do you view it as a little kid?
For me, and for a long time, it was, I wanted to be in the movies and I wanted to be on the cover of a magazine. I wanted to be, because I saw the pro skiers at the time as like this epic group of dope skiers, male and female, who just traveled the world and did sick shit, partied, had a great time, and just skied in really cool places. And I've always, like, traveling was a huge goal back then, but mostly it was you win a contest to get in the movie, and when you're filming for the movie, the photographers are taking the pictures of you. So the one way to make your name, especially back then, there's no Instagram, obviously, or like Facebook or anything. So the only way to get known and to get the sponsors to get in the movies was to win a contest. I never thought of the money aspect of it until 18, 19, once I realized you need to support yourself a lot better than winning a rail jam, getting $200-300 here and there. But
because there was that easy formula. You know, if you won the X Games, you get to go film with someone. Someone calls you that night. It was proven fact, like, for the previous 5 years.
And promos and gear and everything. It was just like the package.
So you're like, if I'm looking at 2005 and this era, like, what I thought, I did a lot of interviews that year, and they're like, oh, what do you think of like ski films? I'm like, so fucking awesome. So in like 2004, I think I remember there was 130 ski movies produced on DVD with a box cover, soundtrack, editing, marketing. I go, what? When I got into it in 1999, you had to have a 16 millimeter and compete against Poor Boys, MSP, TGR, and Level 1. That was it. So did you have a point where, like, when you're such a youth and you saw it, because I think even was homie fucking from Utah started making movies in 05 or 06. First Light
Off Trail Productions.
Off Trail. So Off Trail. So like, are you looking at it like, I got to get down with some local guys and film, or you're like, yo, I got to win this shit and then film with MSP?
Yeah, so the goal was, I didn't really watch MSP. I liked TGR, mostly Poor Boys back then. But yeah, it was win and try and get in as like a young kid. Like Sean Pettit, obviously, I'd watch him, and Kai Peterson. I'm like, okay, these kids are my age.
Okay, so all right, now
they're the kids in the movie. I'm like, it's possible. I tried to get in with like Off Trail. Can't remember his name, but
Justin Loloff.
Yeah, because the Peters brothers and McRae, they all filmed with him every year, and I was like just a little under them, and didn't really know the guy. And then there was always the funny like filmer skier drama, and
he was a funny guy with his crews. Yeah, he definitely wasn't part of his crew, and yeah, but still, you had a guy locally that made 3 movies, or I think 4 movies or something. So yeah, I just love the idea that at that time kids could actually go film shit.
Totally.
Because that didn't exist. There was no way, like how now you take an Instagram clip with your friend. But this was as big as that for our sport because you could get a write-up. We had enough websites now between new schoolers and like freeride.se even exist and a bunch of these Euro spots. So fucking wicked. So where are you at this point? Are you good at contests as when you get into it? Are you starting to film with anyone or where are you now mid 2000s?
So yeah, but I'd say about mid 2000s, it got to a point, I think around 8th grade when I kind of separated from skiing with the Peters brothers and that crew in a little bit and more or less started skiing with Slopey. I mean, obviously Slopey was like my dude. We were there to push each other and pretty much.
What year do you think this is now when you guys start to give me an idea? Because I know when Slopey comes on the scene.
We met in 6th, 7th grade, probably 6th grade, and then became really good friends. But then we really started. He wasn't really into skiing at first. He was more into rollerblading. And then, yeah, I'd say, excuse me, 7th, 8th grade is when we started to kind of grind for it a bit more. And then, yeah, speaking of, like, once we started competing more, this is when we met Kerry Miller, who at the time was like, this guy is the dude who made Tanner. That's what we thought. And this guy,
and Speedy.
And Speedy.
Yeah, that was a valuable name for him as Tanner.
Definitely. I had a bunch of Speedy hats back in the day. But yeah, like he was our in a sense. And he was very welcoming to the Park City squad. I think
So you get sponsored by Scott and Line right away?
Yeah. Well, Scott, I got the flow from Johnny Atencio, but I actually used to ride Armadas. I was obsessed with Armadas.
So, because I was just wondering, because that was Kerry's link. He had like his 2 people that he would hook most of his kids that when he'd first bring them on and be like, I got you.
I mean, I got a couple pairs of Scotts and you thought you were sponsored. You're like, sick, which was dope because honestly.
It is being sponsored when you're a kid, man. You don't have to
100%.
spend $60 on goggles, dude. Like, I can't imagine. If you buy a discount from a rep, you're like, I'm sponsored.
Free shit, free ski poles, and that back when the Scott poles were fresh. But yeah, I mean, so Kerry was the reason I got into US Open the first year because he drank scotch with the right people at the right times. And like, obviously at that age, I don't sit on my parents' computer and wait for the registration to open and click right away. He was able to get us in, which was it was a cheat code for a lot of us.
So I get US Open, Ethan, so you know. Like, imagine right now you have a big event. It's the biggest event in the world. And registration opens at 9 tomorrow, and there's only 100 spots available. Every kid in the world knows you can compete against the best guys right now. Like, can you imagine? Like, I don't even sign my kids up for summer sports because the moms do this shit, let alone the biggest event in our sport. So, yes, I see what you're saying.
And so Kerry would just have like a dozen spots or however many spots just locked down for his kids?
Honestly, I think they just added spots. Because there was an open qualifier and that there was like so many rounds in the US Open back then that maybe it's just the organizers like, this will be cool. This kid's not going to make it to the next round anyway. So what's the...
Is Kerry still alive?
I saw him pretty recently. I've talked to him pretty recently. He's around Park City a bit.
That's an old head, Iberg. That's a true old head. If you're trying to
I can't do Kerry. It would be like an expose of lies. It would be the most possible interview you could ever have.
Yeah, there's a lot of ups and downs there, but at the beginning he was. Without him, I believe a lot of us Park City kids would have never had the foot in the door to get where we got.
And I agree. And I will say after I follow up, like, no matter what, all we can say is everyone has a weird vibe. But when said and done, every personal person that we know or deal with, he is assisted in a positive way, but it still confuses. So we have to give Carrie his props because there's been nothing negative, but shit don't add up, Carrie.
It definitely don't. But he got some assist points, that's for sure.
Give thanks, Carrie. So I just want to make sure it's not a negative or like getting down. It's just like, yo, Carrie, what's up?
Totally. But yeah, so I kept my distance, which is good. My parents were smart enough in that sense. But yeah, Slopey and I started to kind of grind. Adam Battersby and McCrae as well. The Peters brothers had their stuff going on that we kind of stayed away from. Everyone kind of split. But there was one point where Tosh Peters beat TJ Schiller at the Big Bear Open. And that was when our entire squad was like, we fucking got this shit.
Yeah, I totally thought you were going to be like, beat his ass. And I was like, yeah, it's the best story in our podcast.
Supposedly there was like a behind the scenes bet the night before that TJ couldn't spin over 720.
What? He did it in 2004. He did the Switch 14.
Yeah, well, because they were like beefing, and TJ, I think something happened where TJ's like, I can beat you without spinning more than a 7, and Tosh was like, fuck it, let's see.
Okay. All right, that's not good.
And then Tosh won, which was huge. But yeah, this is, I'd say when I was about 15, 16, I started competing. Because more contests started popping up left and right. And the more contests you enter, the more opportunities you're going to have to be a big dog.
Did you do the American Free Ski Tour? Or was that before you?
I did not do that. That was half pipe, right?
No, we did slopestyle and pipe. It was like a 3-stop tour that I think went from 04 and 05 only. So
I did not.
Ridge and Big Bear.
I did the next snow surge. Did you ever remember that?
Yep.
That was kind of like when things got a little weird.
What was that tour to kind of explain next snow surge? Because I kind of forgot. I'd like to know.
So yeah, so they had a bunch of like local qualifiers. It was really cool. I think John Turner or Jack Turner created it. So pretty much we all drove out to Breckenridge for like one night. And they had a qualifier. So you skied like one run of Big Mountain at Breckenridge, so like moguls, and then you did, I think you skied through the park. It was very loose, as in they just kind of looked at overall skiers. Okay. And I won the Breckenridge. You had to win to get in, because I think there's only 50 spots in the actual next snow surge. So I won that, which was epic. And then Slopey won one in Keystone like the next day. So we were both in, which was sick, because we went out with a goal, and the Park City dudes went to Colorado and shit on them.
How old are you guys at this time?
14, 15.
Okay.
Probably 14. Maybe even 13. Fuck. Yeah, young. I couldn't drive yet. But
no, that's kind of the point, to see if you were driving or not.
Yeah, no, we were, that was the thing that Kerry had on lock, was he had his van, and there was a group of like 6 of us who would just jump in there, and he would drive all night, take us wherever we needed to go, sign us up, be a great chaperone. But yeah, that was cool, because next snow search was like the first time I met Duncan Adams and a bunch of these kids who ended up being pretty sick in the sport. But yeah, it was, the real event was you went to Keystone, and they had, I think NBC televised it. I mean, would recap it. But okay, so actually there was 100 kids, and then the goal was to be number 1. But there was also like other milestones you could do. They would cut it to 50, cut it to 25, then cut it to the winner. And yeah, you'd have to go like ski down a groom run, ski down moguls. There was a half pipe at Keystone. They did a big air at night under the lights. I mean, it was really cool. It made us feel like you're actually a part of a big event.
So what do you win? When you won the event, what did you win?
Oh, well, I won the local qualifier. I got like some hats and stuff.
Dope.
But then when I went to the real event, I only made the top 50.
What would the real event, what would you have won if you won the real event?
Tosh Peters won one year. I don't know. what they
Damn,
want.
Tosh, man, rocking pro model skis at this time, winning shit, beating TJ Schiller. He was the boss.
Yeah, Tosh was the shit, dude. That's why I was like, eyes on him, see what he's doing. But yeah,
So put this in perspective, Ethan, too. At this time, Tosh and Max Peters both had pro model skis with Ninth Ward. Ninth Ward's like the most, and that's why it's kind of fun when you say you went your other way. So this is the time when they're like up their flex of fucking thinking they're tough. And they're like, yo, we're from the Ninth Ward, Louisiana, the ghetto. And you're like, yo, this is what you put. It was fun because I had Mikel's angle, like with Ninth Ward when he started this shit. So like, and then Rory too, right? Dude, they're running full page ads in magazines. And it's Rory like naked with like a hand puppet over his dick, passed out on a couch. And then you could rip the page out, and then you could have little pieces that perforated so you could make filters. It was like the dopest, most hardcore thing that skiing's never seen in the history of skiing before or after. But I can understand it as a youth where we see where your long term went and the rest of their long terms went. So it was a good call as a youth, my friend.
Yeah, there was some stories with them getting kicked off Obermeyer, and there's a lot of things that they didn't do correct where I was like, fuck, maybe I need to like watch my shit.
No, you did a great job is what I'm saying. It's like even with Mikel, like it was like it's fun to watch that when you're entertaining.
Totally.
But entertaining is a destructive lifestyle for yourself personally unless you're control fully of it.
Totally. So. I mean, that shit was awesome to watch and talk about. But yeah, I mean, getting back to just the contest stuff, Next Snow Search was kind of a cool thing, but obviously it didn't really lead to much because a lot of the kids who won the years there, obviously it was cool to be on TV and it was like a good brag, but it didn't really lead to US Open. It didn't lead to like the X Games qualifiers. It didn't like really get you open more doors than being like a poster child for that event.
Yep.
Next year. But yeah, then where things really kicked off for us was when Line used to do an event. What was it called?
Young Guns Open.
Exactly, the Young Guns Open. That was when like Slopey got a podium at one of the Young Gun Opens, was on New Score's front page for the event recap, and that's when I
big up Line, man, because it's almost like what the new generation starting to create. Because that was I forgot about that, but Young Guns Open, I think that was Mike Nick's brainchild back then with the Rajan line.
And it was so sick. Like that really that's when Slopey made it. That, in my opinion, like that moment he got second, I think behind Matt Walker. That's when I was really like kind of broken in a sense. I was like, fuck. That was like an opportunity, and my best friend / biggest competition just made it.
And you were skiing before Slopey. He was just a rollerblader when you were skiing.
Totally. He just had so much natural talent and was never affected by contests, by nerves. But yeah, so that was a huge start for him. Really got his name on the board. And then we can get into the, like moving forward, once I was like 16, 17 is when the Opens really popped off in the US. We had like the Big Bear Open, the Vermont Open, the US Open. Those are the three. And then there was like the Mount Snow Open, possibly.
This is like 2008, right?
2008. Yeah. 2007 through 2009 is when these Opens really popped off.
Yeah.
And at that time, I started skiing. I mean, back then as well, there was no like, oh, he's a half pipe skier. Oh, he's a slope skier. It was skiers did everything. A lot of kids didn't like half pipe, but being in Park City, it was, if the pipe was firing, everyone was in the half pipe.
Yeah. And the spring, it was soft.
Totally. So at that point, I just started taking every chance I could get. So I would go, I mean, luckily everything was pretty local. Convince a squad someone's parents to drive us all out to Big Bear, drive us out to Winter Park, do all these events. And that's when I started to kind of pop off a bit because the pros were completely in a different category. So this was true amateur skiers trying to make a name for themselves. And there was so many of us. I felt like it was just such a good time in skiing. There's so many kids who were stoked on skiing, had individual style, but everyone was kind of looking in the same direction in a sense. And then when things really kind of started to heat up for me, I got second at the Big Bear Open in slopestyle behind Bobby Brown, who did a double backflip.
Damn.
So that's when I was like, well, I guess double backflips are sick. But and then in the half pipe, at that same week was when I got my first real sponsor, which was I was skiing well in the half pipe. I didn't get in the podium, but Erin Sullivan, this girl who used to work for POC,
Okay.
approached me and actually, and this was I didn't really know much about POC. I mean, they were just getting the free ski game, and this girl was awesome. She was super rad. She got my parents' number from me. Like, it was all this. It was the first time that Carrie Miller and all this up, like the crew, I was separated.
Oh, you did it.
Someone just noticed me for my skiing. This is what needs to actually happen. But POC was only helmets back then too, so I was still ripping ska goggles, which was dope. And then I mean, things just I just kept grinding away in that sense, and in contests. After that, I started getting a bunch of podiums on the open events, thirds, seconds. I don't think I ever actually won any like amateur event necessarily. And then Dew Tour came in the picture, and that's what changed the game, in my opinion.
So are you filming it all at this time period?
All the time.
And what do you film?
Edits on New Schoolers. I'm filmed like, I had a buddy in high school who loved skiing, but he wasn't good. Like, he could
So
ski.
what's your dopest edit? Because I only can use Google to research New Schoolers or to search New School edits. What's your dopest edit as a youth, or shots that I could like type in a title and then New Schoolers on my Google search? Do you have a favorite video you made in this time period of stacking clips?
I don't know what it's called. I made one when I was...
If I go to Josh's account and scroll your videos to your low, did you upload it or did someone else?
Let me check real quick.
All right.
One of the cooler edits I think that we made was like Schlopey and I had the same pair of spider pants back in the day. Our buddy made an edit called like Battle of the Pants. But yeah, I mean, I pretty much, we were filming everything we could and just going into iMovie and uploading as much content to New Schoolers as we could.
You were a big New Schoolers kid.
Oh my God, dude. I check it 20 times a day. I still check it every day just to see what the...
What did you think of the cyber bully as a youth in our industry?
Like the jackasses on here?
No, I'm talking about Tanner. They gave him that nickname cyber bully because Tanner used to go on there, and I'm guessing there's so many kids.
Oh,
And like he used to be the like best New Schoolers person. If I was a kid, man, if the God came on and started yelling at other kids in capital letters, it had to be fun as a kid. Well, like, how does it go as a kid that like looks up to someone?
For me, that was a bit, I will say, luckily for me, when he went through that psycho all caps period on New Schoolers,
That was his whole first 10 years.
I'd already met him, and I had already... He didn't stain the image of my childhood of him at that point.
Yeah. All right. Because if you meet him, it's totally different. Like, but I was seeing if you only judged him, but for sure you didn't, because you got his bride met you. He's like, oh, dude, that was the dopest 360. And you're like, no.
I was always super... He dated my cousin, so his name was always around. Which was funny, but I never really like chatted with him, but he would see me and I'd see him around town. He'd recognize me, which for me was like, word, that's all I needed. Tight. But there was, before I continue on, but there was one moment in 2000, 12 or 13. It would have been 12 when the U.S. team was actually a thing. I'd made the team and I had a pretty big cartilage repair done in my knee
Okay.
that I'd been skiing with just because I'd never seen a doctor. And Tanner was coming to the COE at the time, the ski team gym, and this was when he was going to that phase. I'm like,
I was living with him, so I know exactly what you're talking about, whatever your story is.
I'm a skinny little kid, fucking crutching through, my knees all messed up, and Tanner rolls up to me. He's like spitting in my face, screaming, "Are you training, bro? You training, bro? You trying to go to the Olympics, bro?" And saying all this shit. And in my mind, I'm like, I'm just trying to be a skier, and this was the best access I had to fix this fucked up knee. And aren't you training too? Like, we're both in the gym. Like, this is pretty he's kind of a hypocrite right
So,
here.
this is drugs and alcohol.
Yeah. Well, because
Kids.
he was actually working out, and I was just in PD. So I was like, what the
But I'm
fuck?
just saying, like, to even have that mentality, I totally see it, like, where it's just like, yeah. It was,
That was when that interview came out on his TV interview. If you remember that, when he was out front of the ski team gym. Or no, that was when Walter Wood said some shit about him, if you remember.
Yeah, I remember he hated Walter for some reason. What did Walter say? I forgot. This was crazy, man. The North Face made that documentary. Devin said some shit about him. It was bad times that year.
So that was crazy. But yeah, getting to where I got to that point.
Sorry.
No. It's that's funny because that memory sticks strong in my head. But luckily, I was able to wash that era, that small sliver of time of Tanner in my brain. I luckily forget about it mostly because of his recent awesomeness and my childhood hero.
It's drugs and alcohol, I'm telling you. And it's like, and I mean, even prescription drugs at that time.
Yeah.
Just like it was such a, like, even now, I mean, it's just a thing of like built-in anger where certain things poke the bear, and then the bear has been poked so much, and then it gets yelled at as someone who doesn't have any reason to be yelled at. You're like, I just was walking out the door.
Yeah, I'm just on crutches, dog. But yeah, with the contest scene, I mean, this is when, like, I feel like skiing was kind of at its peak in the sense of opportunity and obviously cash flow with contests. And that's when...
Yeah, when Bobby Brown, dude, like 2010, to put this in perspective for any listeners, Tanner and Simon and these guys set the bar. And I think Bobby was the last guy where it was just like, yo, is this real? Are we all going to like superstardom with the opportunity for sponsor dollars? Like, I mean, I think Bobby was signing like $1 million contract from Under Armour, was the rumor.
Well, he signed with the football under the NFL budget, not the ski budget.
I didn't even hear that. We just heard numbers. And so, like, but just so the listeners that are fans of Joss or people that are into skiing in 2010, like, when you really do look when it was kind of over, and I always say the Olympics was kind of the end, but like the skier that I think was the biggest skier before it all ended was Bobby Brown. Like, I never seen no one reach that. Like, even the legends weren't making that. When I was being like, back in the day, guys were making low six figures. Bobby like came in and was like, woo! So that's where Joss is skiing against and living in his lifestyle as a youth right now.
And exactly, like watching Bobby do what he did, I mean, it was obvious the formula still worked, right?
I've gotten the movies, was in Poor Boys, MSP, won X Games, succeeded. You didn't even know Olympics still.
Magazine covers, the Olympics wasn't even a thought. It was like, this dude just double gold at X Games. He's inventing new tricks without airbags, maybe a little bit of water ramps, but back then water ramps were so sketch it didn't even matter.
You got Free Skier Magazine, like, titling him Team Heartthrob Bobby Brown. So even as a teenager, you're like, what? I can be a boss more than the old kids.
And it was just so cool watching someone from my generation break into the older generation, like the big dogs scene, and kind of fuck shit up. And like,
And he might be the last guy to do that to the older generation too, which is crazy to think about, right? Like who's been able to beat the old guys since Bobby?
I mean, until those guys, he was the guy, and then those guys all left. Everyone got the guard changed. But yeah, I mean that's where Dew Tour was really like gave everyone a lot of really good opportunities. I mean,
So how did you qualify for something like Dew Tour? Where were your results, or is it like knowing someone, or how do you even get into Dew Tour when it begins?
I can't remember how they really invited people at the start, but they had an open qualifier at the first stop every year.
Okay.
So I would roll up. Obviously, I'm doing all the amateur opens all across the U.S. No, not really traveling to Europe or anything, because in my mind, the free ski scene was West Coast America, USA. That was ski. And yeah, it took me a while to get into the actual Dew Tour for slopestyle, but I would weasel my way in through half pipe every year. And so I'd go to all 3 stops and get like bottom 15, but you got enough points to stay in it. And even if you got last, Dew Tour paid like $750. So if I got last, I had enough money to buy my plane ticket or pay for hotel at the next stop.
Dew Tour paid out down to that in like golf.
Yeah, to 35th place got $500 or $750.
And take notes, anyone that wants to have professionals compete at their events.
It was unreal. I was like self-sustaining my career just by showing up.
Yep. That should be the minimum if you're not paying appearance fees, like to host, have athletes come, like, and use their kind of like talents and names.
And Dew Tour did a really good job at setting up like, okay, so we do have wild cards at each event. Bottom 5 in the rankings lose their spot for the next. So you needed to motivate to get in. So if you got bottom 5 in Breckenridge, you could probably get wild carded back in. But if you got bottom 5 in Killington, it's a lot harder to get into North Star or the Utah stop, the final stop. But usually it was pretty easy. If you made it past the first event, then the guys who just jumped into the second event are already points behind you. So you kind of just had to get like beat 10 people. But my eyes are always on. Huh?
Are you qualifying your first year in Dew Tour to compete against the best of the best in the world?
I qualified into half pipe. I was competing against Dumont and all these guys, but I mean, no one was really paying attention to me because I'm that kid who's like dropping first and not making finals. But
you're competing against the best in the world. Do you feel like you're one of the best in the world?
I didn't feel
like think about how small a number of people you are. There's no Olympics.
Totally.
You're one out of 16 people that are the top in the world. But you only have a helmet sponsor. So do you feel like you're even an equal?
Well, actually, I was sponsored by Line in a real sense of J-Lab. Actually, I was able to get through the carry program and actually be on like direct terms.
A line pipe skier. Big up yourself.
It was nuts. Skiing on full tilts and lines that were soft as anything else, and everyone else is on 2x4s. But yeah, I mean, I just had
5 feet higher.
But yeah, I mean, I just had my eyes were on slopestyle the whole time. And then at one point, things really changed for me. 2011, I got the trophy actually just outside. I was doing all the half pipe events. I mean, I was getting like best result was maybe like 16th or 15th, but they did a last chance qualifier at the Snow Basin Dew Tour in 2011 slopestyle. And I got invited to that because I was so close to qualifying that year in Breck for slope, but I didn't make it. I came in so focused on being like, I love half pipe, it's fun, but I'm only doing this because I'm keeping myself in the scene so I can get the fuck over to the slopestyle course and like really try and shine.
You're getting AFP overall point to it, those as well.
Yeah, well, I went for that every year too. But yeah, like my real breakthrough in my whole career, I mean, there was the small stepping stones but they did the last chance qualifier at Snow Basin Dew Tour, which is like would be the closest to being a local stop for me. Won the last chance qualifier. Then I'm in the real event. This is my first Dew Tour. This is my first big slopestyle event where I'm with the pros.
This is 2012?
2011.
Okay.
I won the prelims of the qualifying, or the semifinals, whatever they called it. And the only people who I didn't beat that day were already in the finals because they were in the top 3 ranking, which I think was Wallish, maybe Russ Henshaw, someone else, maybe Bobby. Yeah, and at that point, I'm like, holy shit, I just made finals. Like, I finally got my opportunity to be in a slopestyle Dew Tour, and I won everything up to this point. I could probably win the final. And I ended up getting second in the final to Alex Schlopey.
No way. So your first major podium of your career in life is beside your friend?
Yeah.
That's
and he was a big dog at this point. Like, I think this is when he either won X Games Big Air that year, or I think he did win X Games Big Air that year. He was
Bobby won 2010 Big Air, and then I think he won the next year.
Like, at this point, that's what was the hardest for me. Was Schlopey had made it. He was on Oakley, Nordica, Monster, Paul Mitchell, winning events. Like,
how much do you think Slopey? So, just for fun in my head, like you and your friend who are the most equals in your head growing up, how much do you think Slopey's making at that time period, the year after his X Games win?
He was making 6 figures for sure.
Oh, and you probably making how much?
I don't think I had any paying sponsors.
Okay, I just wanted to put it in perspective, 2000, because I think that part's amazing too. For when we talk long term, for when we talk like the slow building, whatever. But
that was when
Slopey was big. Slopey was on the, like, kind of how we said Bobby Brown was the last huge. Slopey was living off that hype, but he didn't have the follow through of the hype as much, I would say, from outside.
And he was like 1 year after Bobby, which is more of like the guard had changed at that point. Like, Bobby fucked shit up. Bobby switched it up with the doubles and
triples.
Exactly. But what was crazy is when Schlopey beat me. This is kind of cool because now I look back at him like, this is awesome. He did an unnatural 9 to a switch 14 upright, so he didn't really even cork. I did a switch right 10 with 2 grabs and a switch double 10. And I remember being like, what the fuck? How did I not win? Like, my run was on paper in my mind. I was like,
Your degree of difficulty was higher.
But that was what was kind of cool back then, was there wasn't many rules still. Like, to be honest,
Iberg could be on the podium that year at Dew Tour, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think he had 1 podium or a 4th place or something, but it was like, and you watch his run and you're like, whoa, it's nothing like 5th place or 3rd place, or, you know, and yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. It was one of the last years.
And like, so the craziest thing about that was Russ Henshaw got 3rd, and he did a right double 10 to a left double 12. So like, I was in the middle of doubles and unnatural, and Schlopey was more just like his overall impression, I guess. I mean, it's subjective, but he had.
To put in perspective too, on this time, Russ was like the guy you didn't want the sport to become, because he was just pushing double. Oh, my degree of difficulty is higher, I should win. And you still had people that were doing unique, fun stuff where it wasn't double, where it was justifiable because it was perfect, right? If you're doing something flawless, like as a 9.
And I think it was technique. Technique had a lot to do with it.
In the sport, because everyone was still. I think even that year was the year the Olympics were announced. You know, in 2012.
It was the summer of 2012, I believe. But yeah, that was my moment right there. Was when I got second at that Dew Tour. I got invited to X Games in team.
Well, how old are you and Alex?
At this point? 18.
So as 18-year-olds that just got 1st and 2nd in a major contest that pays out, do you guys party?
I partied with my homies back at home.
Yeah, you didn't go out with Alex and be like, we're the bosses. We're going to buy this house because we can't go to a bar.
No, I can't remember. I was like not really in that crew. Once Slopey kind of stepped up, he was like with Jossie Wells and all these guys. They were kind of like spending money on nice jeans and like doing cool shit. And I was still going to Walmart and just not buying new clothes. All I needed to do was like, I got to get to this event. I got to do this. I got to ski. And I was just, and these guys are making the money.
Yeah.
And it was awesome. But I was like, I need to do whatever I can do to get there.
Yeah.
To step up.
So you win this event. What's next then? Well, I'm sorry I cut you off again, but I just thought that was pretty fun if you like grow up with someone and then you are side by side.
Dude, I mean, it was insane. Honestly, like he is such a pivotal person in my life, and like so, it was so crucial for me getting where I was at because I was able to learn a lot from him from the outside. We had a lot of ups and downs through our childhood with each other. There was a lot of not necessarily hatred, but we were just very competitive. I mean, we were close friends, but things got very competitive. And like, just because we started at the same time, I guess we both had the same dream. I never understood if his was the same dream as mine exactly, but we both wanted to be skiers. And yeah, I was kind of ahead of him when we were younger, when I was skiing with Tosh and all them, and he wasn't really in that crew. And then he surpassed me, and then it was like roles were reversed. Yeah. And I learned a lot in my mind. I'm like, well, we've got to be nicer to people and treat people better because this shit sucks. It's crazy how quick it can flip.
Well, that's what the biggest thing you would say you learned from your relationship with Alex was how to treat people better.
100%.
Oh, big up Alex.
Yeah. And just, yeah. And it just like seeing how competitive and how quick he could turn it on. And how maybe a lot of the ways we treated him when we were younger for skiing got him to the results.
So you excluded him. That's kind of what I'm taking from your group.
I didn't necessarily, but I was like the cool kid because I smoked some weed with the crew.
Yeah, I get the dynamic.
Alex wasn't really feeling it, and then they didn't really like him. So in turn, I did not like him, but I wanted to ski with these guys, so I would just ski with these guys. But then I would still hang out with Alex after skiing. But it was kind of like a not cool thing on my side.
Friend.
It was the one thing of my childhood that I really was like, that wasn't cool.
Yeah.
Like
it's what I teach it, like going through teaching kids how to include people in certain situations. So it's kind of fun to think about that, for whatever reasons. Because like whatever, everyone comes back around in your life somehow.
100%. And like that's what was crazy with him and I. I mean, I think it's hard for us to really sit back and think about it, but if we didn't meet at the skate park in like 6th grade, I mean, I think that would have been, I don't know if either of us would have done what we did.
Yeah. You guys killed it.
Yeah. I mean, Slopey was like the guy. He was doing, there's a lot of times where I'm watching him ski. I'm like, I don't really know if he's thinking about too much of what he's going to try right now, but he was so still is naturally talented and gifted and focused. Like it's kind of like, I think Slopey set the precedence for Colby Stevenson's confidence out of people in Park City. Because Slopey was the first kid I met.
Sentence. Say it again.
I think Alex Slopey set the precedence for Colby Stevenson's confidence in skiing. Because Slopey proved that all you had to do is be confident and you're going to get where you need to be if you know you can do it. And I feel like he was the first person in my life I saw who really just, his confidence spewed out of himself and it worked. And then Colby, as a young kid skiing with us, kind of had like the shithead confidence, but obviously he's a little kid, or he's 6 years younger. But I mean, that's the one thing I always say about Colby nowadays is look at how, like, look what confidence can get you. This kid's doing everything and he's continuing to blow up and do because he knows, in his mind, he's like, I can do that. I can go to Alaska and ski with these big dogs. I can go win a rail gym the next week and then go win X Games slopestyle. Like versus people who are nervous. Like I dealt with a lot of, I don't know, like tentative thoughts. But
Confidence just wins everything, right? And it's like, so I had an awesome baseball coach growing up that played in the majors, and he's like, the only thing, his biggest thing he taught me was he's like, there's a fine line of confidence and cockiness. And, you have to stay on the confidence side, because once you go to the cocky side, it's whatever. So, because I'm an overly confident person. I believe I'm the shit. Well, why wouldn't I? Do I want to think anything less of myself?
totally.
Like, I believe my movie's the shit. Why? Like, whose is better? I didn't make that one. And it's not because I don't like them or whatever. It's just, it's a confidence, and it's a very, very fine line. And so it's fun to hear that. That's why I was so interested on what you said, because I've been trying to understand Kobe a lot since we talked with him. And I think what your sentence was just helped me, because I've actually thought about him way too much, and I never think about anyone after I talk. And I'm like, I don't get why I think this at all. What you said makes sense.
It's just that's why I get back. I'll probably say it a few more times. Park City bred some pretty crazy people. I think just our general crew did some things to people that changed other guys in the crew. It just was the dynamic.
Top three Park City skiers of all time.
Yeah. Wait, say it again.
I want to know your top three Park City fucking twin tippers of all time. Top three have to be raised. Like Tanner, Pep don't count.
Have to be born and raised. Does in no particular order.
No.
Stephen Thomas.
With number one. I want number one best of all time.
You want number one best? Well, okay, so
you can name yourself.
I mean, that's hard, because the hard thing too is like A-Hall claims he's Salt Lake Park City, but he's not.
No, he's not Park City. No, he doesn't count.
No, Park City, I would say. I mean, in my mind, it's
all personal.
Oh God, Alex Slopey in third, or no, Stephen Thomas, Alex Slopey, and Kobe Stevenson.
No, Kobe's best of all time, Park City.
I'd say so.
We talked with him.
I mean, like, just because he's still adding to his rep, like he's.
I hear you. And he's proven he has the track record, and he keeps going.
Dude, he's on such a good track right now. Like, if he does this, like, at the pace he's at for 10 to 20 more years, insane.
He's the only one right now who won X Games and skied Alaska in the same year.
Yeah.
That's what we didn't get to even talk to him about. Like, I want to get in because I haven't seen anyone, maybe since like Tanner's generation, go into directional big mountain skiing. It being at the highest level of twin tip multi-directional skiing. And so it's very interesting for that dynamic. Your brain has to be really fucking special. And we didn't even get to talk about that.
Mm. And just to do a shameless plug here, he's the most, he has the best stats in slush ever. He's only lost 2 games and he's played like 30 games.
Oh, we got a shameless plug slush for like an hour sometime during this conversation.
Those are my Park City heroes. I mean, Stephen Thomas I just feel like he went under the radar a lot, but for me, him and Duncan,
stylish Park City guy of all time.
Yeah,
like you watch the way he skied in a pipe, the clothes that he wore, how he dressed himself, what he was thinking about his character. Yeah, he was so influenced by the character generation, whereas like such a young kid, and he was so hilarious. Who is this other kid that used to dress like Tanner? Austin Romali? No,
Austin Romali was. Yeah, he was. Man.
There was because there in 2004, man, there would be all these people that looked like Tanner, and they had the Oakley outfits, and then they'd have like some bleach hair, and you'd be like, what? Park City was dope as fuck. 2010, 11, you'd ride up the lift, and like everyone was B-Dog in the Raj outfit, and I'd just call up B-Dog, and I'd be like, yo, man, like I didn't know you were here. I'm like, I saw 100 of you fucking today, but Park City, man, it's wild.
Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, once again, I'm obviously a product of my environment and the people around me, but Yeah, I'd say two. While we're talking about Stephen Thomas and Duncan Adams were two of my biggest inspirations in ski style. Those
So
two,
pipe,
because
now you have the two biggest stylish guys. You're doing pipe for whatever reasons, but you just want to do slope styles. 2012. Are you doing pipe and now anymore?
oh yeah, dude, I had some really good luck with pipe. So after that dew tour, I went to X Games in France, partied my ass off. It was the first time I'm like, I fucking did it. Like, I'm here. It's my time. The skiing sucked. The weather was bad. The course sucked. I tried my hardest, had a good time. And then that's when I realized what an agent was. I'm 18 years old and I didn't even know what the hell a sports agent was. I'm seeing this big dude covered in tats and a shaved head with Peter Olenek yelling at the hotel receptionist, like all just random shit. I'm like, what the fuck are these people doing? I used to think two people were useless, coaches and that other guy. But I didn't know it was an agent. I was like, there's a bunch of people here who don't need to be here. I'm like, what? These just like groupies? Like, why are these guys really here? Until I realized, holy smokes, this is for someone like me. I was very reserved, and someone could offer me something. I'm like, cool, yeah, I'll take that. It was hard for me to understand my worth.
Yeah.
And it was hard for me to meet new people. So through Alex Schlopey, that year after I got second at Dew Tour and went to X Games, I called, he was working with Matty Horn and Mike Svenningson.
Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about when you said tattoo guy yelling.
Yeah. And then I called up Matty Horn. I didn't really know much about Jersey. I was like, I still don't know what this guy's fucking doing. But Matty Horn was the guy at the time. Called him up.
You know what Matty Horn's doing? Tell me, man. I saw he had a sea crew fucking tattoo on his arm. Big up
Dude,
Matty.
he's selling weed.
People that knew what Matty Horn was doing.
Yeah, so yeah, it's crazy. I mean, he's got his dispensary and everything now. But
so you call him up. So him and Mike are an agency at this time, and they're representing Alex.
They're representing Alex, and they had Peter Olenek, Coley West. They had a good crew, and this was like this was another pivotal point in my career. Where I'm like, okay, I'm getting to the age where I applied to University of Utah and Slick. I was like, I got to get into school because skiing's been fun, but my parents are sitting back thinking like, yeah, you can do this, but you would be smart for you to not put all your eggs in one basket. And then I called Matty up in the spring of 2011, and they were super hyped. I mean, I didn't realize how much that second place at Dew Tour really meant in like a lot of people's eyes.
Yep.
And then this is when I started to make.
Because you weren't proactive at all.
No.
I was like, I'm going to see if I'm going to do something and someone's going to call me if I win.
Yeah, I just made like, fuck, I think I got 13 or 14 grand for getting second at Dew Tour. At that point, I'm like, hell yeah. I just got some money. I can buy a laptop. I can continue skiing. Like, this shit's dope. Like, I can fly to X Games. I'm in the scene. But I didn't understand. Like, I knew Schlopey was making money. I knew it. And I'm like, how do I get there? Called up Mike and Matty. And then that summer, this is when I really learned at that time, the ski industry was a lot of who you know. I got onto Fisher. I signed a 3-year deal with Fisher. They're trying to bring their park skis back. I signed like a 2-year deal with Oakley, and I got on Rockstar Energy in that year, in that summer.
Fisher. You were on Fisher?
Yeah, I won the Olympics on Fisher.
On Fisher?
Yeah.
Yo, that was the worst contract ever. I don't remember that one bit.
The thing was I was online, and Jay Lev, I had a huge talk with Jay Lev, and he pretty much told me, him and Josh Malchek said, go do what you need to do. We're always here for you. We have nothing but respect and love. There's always a place at line, but we can't support this competition dream.
Yeah.
And that's when I had to make the choice of, okay, I can stick with line, film with Will and Andy, and possibly get into Poor Boys, but it's not for sure.
And Poor Boys is like on the way out, kind of.
And that was towards the end of Poor Boys, and Fisher was trying to bring back their park team. And I remember watching Derek Spong and AJ Burton ski on Fisher's back in the day, and I was like, "Fuck, Fisher was dope. Fisher had it. They were like one of the
Chris Turpin, Mark Abma. Their team in 2000 was epic."
And well, actually, real quick, I have to give a huge shout out to Line before all this. I filmed with Rage Films in their last movie, and that was, can't believe I totally skipped over all this. Before the Do Tour stuff, I was gonna fully quit competing because I got in my foot in the door with Rage Films and did 3 park shoots with them. Had an awesome. I feel like I really crushed it in that movie.
And what was that guy's name? Sky
Darkin, or maybe.
Say that again.
I can't remember his last name, but I worked pretty much directly with Dan Norkunis.
Okay.
But I went to a few park shoots because Slopey put in a good word for me.
And he was shooting with Rage in the past?
And that year he had a full part. He did street, backcountry, everything with them. And at that point, I had my foot in the door, and we had talks of like, yo, let's do this again next year. And that's when I was ready. I'm like, okay, that's it. That's all I need to do. I don't need to compete now. Like I have my foot in the door of the film world. Rage was kind of coming up. They made a bunch of awesome movies.
Rage was big. I want to explain to Ethan quick. So Rage was out of Portland, and they were huge. They were this company that was around for like 10 plus years. Sky made his money. The guy who started it, like from Microsoft or something, left them in the late 90s. It was like, I'm going to make ski movies. None of us knew who this guy with the dopest van and the dopest cameras that was making videos and put out. He was the only guy in skiing that was making movies that cared about distribution and the business model of creation of a movie. So I want to big up fucking Rage Films here, because it was the most unsung ski movie hero of our generation that cared about actually doing business and not being a bro. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. So I get how big a deal it was. The energy that crew put into making those movies was above and beyond, and they've never gotten props in our sport. So,
well, and they had the hot amateurs. That's how I always saw it. It was like, you're not in Poor Boys, you're not in Matchstick, you're not in TGR, but these are like the fun kids to watch because it's exciting, new, and fresh. And Rage had a grip of like, they would grab the kids who were coming up. They did such a good job. And maybe it was because of budgets, to be honest, but they really embraced like, these kids are young and hungry, and they're 6
like
years.
You can peer pressure if you remember Derek Spong's crash for young and up and comers to do things they maybe shouldn't do. If the cameraman says, "You got this, we've been building it for 4 days."
That gets back to never get snowmobile towed into a feature. That's been one rule that I've learned from that and the Simon Dumont crash.
Proven facts right there, kids.
Before we leave Rage, because I actually did know about them, but not like the backstory. But Joss, were you in Pretty Good?
Yeah.
Okay. So Iberg, you'll remember from the Mosley interview, I used to just go to bed with like a DVD on every night just so I didn't have to be in the dark. Pretty Good was the other movie that I would watch. So I've seen Pretty Good probably at like, 300, 500 times.
No
seen
way.
it 500 times, and you just had to ask him if he was in the movie?
No, because I was like a little kid. It was just like I would put it on. Like I wasn't like paying it. I didn't have any context for what it was. I remember the intro was the wildest intro I've ever seen for a ski movie.
Yeah, bro, I'm eating a fucking eclair while the cream comes out and Ian Costco's naked behind me.
Dude, it was 3 minutes of just dick jokes. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But like I didn't know skiing at the time at all. I was probably like, I don't know, I was probably still in elementary school for all I know. And so I was just like, or probably middle school now that I think about it. But I didn't know any of the riders. I was like, this is just so sick. And the soundtrack was good. And like that was that movie was the spark that got me interested in park skiing. And it was, that story continues after that. But
Rage played a big role, I think, in skiing. Never got talked about because they were just such the oddballs.
Yeah.
The ski movie culture.
But yeah, it was that spring was so fun. For me, I was like, this is what I've been working for, to get into crew like this and like still wasn't really thinking of money and like getting rich. It was like, I'm filming at the park shoots this year, and I'm gonna have my first full part or full. I'm gonna be in like one of the main writers in this movie next year. That summer, Rage quit. The whole group split up. The whole company died. Then I was fucked, and that's when I decided to push back into comps because I thought, okay, well, we almost did it, but Rage was my opportunity.
Summer, the same summer you get these sponsors.
This was the summer before. This is the summer before.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have never got. I would have stayed on like Scott Pock in line, which was fine, which was great for me. I loved line. But yeah, then I was like, okay, put your head down, and that's when I really focused on contests. Got the second Edu tour, got into X Games. Then that following summer, signed my first contracts, and I was making like, I don't know, $90,000.
Shut the fuck up. So
like
you're making
out of nowhere.
Like 2012 when these home like big up Matty Horn and fucking Jersey Mike. Yo, like what? So they sign you for this much fucking money for potential of being a pipe skier, or you're just a contest skier, or they think you're in movies now because you just had a segment. Like, how do you get that much money without an X Games gold?
Well, back then that was like, I mean, that was 3 different deals that were, maybe it was more like 8, like it was up there. It was about.
I'm just saying, like, to make.
But yeah, no, it was
winning everything.
I mean, that's when, like, honestly, with Jersey, just called up Rockstar. You had athletes on Rockstar, tossed me on the team.
And you were an early rock star, though, right? Like, I mean, like, Rockstar was just getting in. They were the last energy drink to get into the ski world.
This is when they picked up like 20 skiers.
Like you and Phil Casabon.
Yeah.
And
like,
McCrae.
And McCrae. This is when and Vinny. This is when they picked up a bunch of skiers, half pipe and slopestyle. But when you said AFP, my overall ranking in AFP that year was like 3rd. Behind Jossie and guys.
That's why I brought up AFP, because points were such a big deal.
And since I was in the
day, all those opens, like
totally.
Everything.
So since I was ranked so high in the overall, that had a lot of potential, and I actually earned myself X Games slopestyle invite before the next winter even started because of my ranking. So I was able to work my way up that ranking list real quick. And then these companies, with the smooth talking of Jersey, all of a sudden I have some cash and I'm in X Games. And at that point where I was like, okay, let's fucking go.
Oh, that's got to be so wild, though, because to make 8,000 or whatever you made at Do Tour, something like that's like, all right, I can live. But to know a contract exists where your performance, if you got injured, you're still getting a paycheck, kind of, even though it says if you get injured. But that's got to be wild, man.
It was nuts.
Like your first and it's all in one sitting too. You didn't do it slowly at all there. The way
it happened in 4 months.
Everything.
Yeah, like within 4 months,
making twice the average of an American average salary.
It was nuts. I mean, that was like. And I'm still living with my parents on and off. I bought a really cheap car. I didn't have like really any expensive like overhead besides skiing. So pretty much I could go wherever. Now I had money to fly to Europe, go to the contests everywhere, and like go drink with the big dogs and try and buy like maybe a nicer pair of jeans that weren't from Walmart so I can fit in with the cool crew.
That's so funny because it totally was that, like with the Slopey and the Lennox era. Like it was like this fashion, like that Yoon was leading with them. So
it was like the cool thing to waste your money.
Yeah. Like I get it, everyone wasted their money on booze and partying, but then when you do it on the vanity to impress other people in clothes, that was when it was like, it was kind of funny because you're in skiing, man.
Well, everyone is thinking the same thing.
Everyone's wealthy. My free jacket cost $900.
Yeah.
Good thing.
But yeah, I mean, and that's kind of, that point in time is really where like I transitioned into a whole different mindset of I want to make it. I love this shit so much. I need to make it. Like, I'm putting everything in this to. I pretty much made it. Now it's time to win. Now it's time to become.
Summer 2012, you're getting paid. That's when it all happens. It's what Olympics just got announced. Same fucking time. So that's kind of why, to put it in perspective, why maybe I shouldn't be so amazed there's so much investment. Because everyone has an investment, because there's an actual payout that no one knows what the future payout will be for the first time ever in our sport. So it all makes sense. But
I mean, that was the basis of my Fisher deal was we're getting back into free skiing. You're going to be our dude in the Olympics.
Yeah, and that was how Kobe sold himself, I believe, with he went to a weird company. Who?
Kesley?
Yeah, like he signed this thing, and then they're like, so Olympics did, because I always talk shit on the Olympics, but for that 1 year, summer 2012, I think it probably benefited our sport the most ever.
It pumped a lot.
For those 3 months in the summer of 2012. But that's all the Olympics really did for us, I believe, now that we're talking about it for the first time ever.
Yeah, it changed. I mean, everything kind of changed that year because that's when, I mean, I was still focused on, like, even till today, it's like the X Games gold still is, like, in my opinion, Aspen X Games gold is the highest accomplishment you can get. Not these other X Games, but the Aspen one, because that's like the true, that was it. Like, that was always it. And it still is, in my mind. Maybe the sport has changed a lot, but still, that's like, if you win X Games gold in Aspen, I don't give a shit what you did. That's honorable.
You know who you beat.
Yeah.
You know who wasn't perfect that day, and you know who was. And that's it's like your only way to judge anything, because whoever wins that day, it's not like you're arguing over second and third, because whoever won that day was perfect at what they do on that day.
And that course is not easy.
No.
It's never been good. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's never been like you can do what you want with ease. It's like speed's fucking hard. These rails are sticky and short. There's shit going on everywhere. There's the weather's probably flat light. Like,
So you got paid. How did you do 2012-13 season in competition?
Good. Yeah, I mean, I was hitting podiums, not the top events, but I was hitting podiums in half pipe and slopestyle. Getting top 10s at Dew Tour, getting top. I think I made finals both those years at X Games. I didn't hit any big podiums besides WSI one year. I got second in half pipe when I was still online, which was sick. But 2012, I got third in slopestyle and half pipe, and I got second at the Dumont Cup, which is what put me on the U.S. ski team that season.
So you were on the ski team for the first year in 12-13 or 13-14?
12-13 is when I qualified.
All right. So I guess what was I going to say before? Because then I want to take a pee break before Olympics. So Olympics, you do well. You got paid in the summer. There was no choking on fucking people's investments. You did. Oh, here's what I want to say. So right now, Olympics is announced summer 2012. You're getting paid. You're doing slopestyle and half pipe. Is your goal in the season going out of it, like, I want to go to the Olympics in both half pipe and slopestyle next year?
I mean, it was obviously like a really cool thought. I was probably fifth. I always considered myself like fifth in the U.S. in both. Like, Gus was third or fourth in the U.S. in both, and I traveled everywhere with Gus Kenworthy because we were
you and Gus were kind of like the only two guys that did both at the highest level, right?
It was Gus, Jossie Wells, and myself. So every year the overall
in the U.S.
In the U.S., just Gus and I. We were the only two doing it, so we spent pretty much all winter long together because we would go hit a big air contest, hit a slope contest, hit a slope half pipe contest. We were like point chasing, to be honest. He got really into that, so I just followed his lead.
But he was like 3-time AFP overall champion, I believe.
Oh yeah, my best was I beat Jossie a few times, but I never beat Gus. Like I would get second or third every year. Which
So you have it. So out of 2012-13 season, the year before the Olympics, you were open. Like it wasn't a goal for both. It wasn't like, fuck, I want to focus on one going into next season, or that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, to be honest, it was mostly just try and fucking win X Games in either. But funny enough, 2013, they always have to do a test event at an Olympic venue before they run the Olympics. So we went to Russia in 2013, and I was going for both halfpipe and slopestyle. But slopestyle got canceled because it was all dirt. They didn't have any snow, but they still ran the halfpipe event. And I ended up getting 7th in the Olympic test event in halfpipe, which was huge, I thought. I was like,
you're 7th in the world at the Olympics and in the pre-contest.
And then the next season, the U.S. team, my good buddy who was like one of the halfpipe coaches, they just made the decision for me, and I didn't really complain. When the Olympic qualifying season started, I didn't have any halfpipe starts. I'd earned them. I had the right to compete in halfpipe, but the U.S. team made the executive decision to put someone else in my spot.
Andy Woods didn't think you were a good enough pipe skier?
I don't think so. I mean, I think they thought I was a kid who just maybe capitalized on other people's mistakes a lot more than I had a chance of winning. Like I would land runs when a lot of people wouldn't, and I would benefit by that.
So who were the American four? And then we'll take a quick break. Like I'm just curious on the half pipe guys that they believed in that year.
It was Simon. I think Lyman Courier went that year.
You're the guy who got 420.
Yeah. It was Lyman. It was those three, and then Tucker Perkins was obviously up there, but he didn't go. And Gus. It was Gus. And then I'm actually forgetting someone because Gus didn't get a spot because Torin was hurt. So Torin got the spot. It was Simon, Lyman, Torin. There's someone I'm forgetting, but
think about it. I'm gonna take a pee break.
Okay.
And then we're only at 2014. This is fucking awesome, man. We got a decade to talk about.
All right. Quick break. Yeah, quick break. I'm gonna fill up some water. Joss.
I gotta pee.
Yeah, do whatever you please.
Ethan, how long were you in Hood for?
Dude, I got out of town pretty quick because the reason I was there that night is because I was dropping off my girl at the airport. So, like, I was kind of in the area already, so that's why I just flew up. But next morning, kind of hungover, I was like, that was a good enough night. I think I'm going to head out. And so I just dipped.
Nice. Dude, I got fucked up that night.
Yeah, that was a great party.
That was crazy. I went to bed at like 6.
Yeah, I made it down to Wynn's place because we had to hop on and do the Owen interview the next morning. I think I was down there at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
Owen wanted to do this shit at like 7 in the morning.
Yeah, dude, we had like no sleep. That was an awesome party though, dude. The K2 team and the line team, and
bro, and K2 has the house up the street, and we just did a lot of stuff up there.
Yeah,
all the squad.
Govey. It was just total Govey shutdown. It was awesome.
Yeah.
My highlight Govey story, and then we'll go back to interview, is 4th of July, since tomorrow's 4th of July, when we made Idea. I live down in Welch's, and so we went up there and got fucked up. And so Pep and I would just chase each other with roaming candles. And he was chasing me, and I was just shooting back at him, and I hit him in the fucking eye. And it was so swollen, and like there's just shit in it. And I had to think about it in my life. I'm like, yo, cool. My legacy is Eric Iberg, the guy who fucking ruined the best skier in the world's career and life because we were doing this. I'm like, great legacy after making a bunch. I was so pissed.
While we're making this sick movie.
Yeah. Like I was so bummed on like what, I don't know. That's what killed me on filming stuff. I was like, dude, if I ever get in a car accident and everyone's all fucked up and I'm the one who's like maybe smoking, but they're all on drugs, like that's going to be my legacy. Eric Iberg is the best.
That's all people remember. Yeah.
Okay, for getting back on track, I have a story to prompt Joss that maybe Iberg doesn't know. Could you tell the story 2014 about getting the call that you were going to the Olympics while it's either you're following Slopey or Slopey's following you, and like you get the call and he doesn't? Would you mind telling that story and how that all went down? Because that shit's like out of a
Can we
movie.
get there? Because I think the approach to the Olympics is so awesome.
Yeah.
The qualification to me is like, it's so fun. Like I have so many friends' stories, like how they do it. So I was very interested in the whole process of the first Olympics ever for a sport. Like, because I don't know how it works. And it's probably different today than it was year number one. So year number one going into an Olympic season, like what is your quota that they say you need to perform? So you know that you haven't been invited to start a half pipe, so you know that can't be a goal.
Yeah.
So you know Slopestyle's at. What do they give you to say you have to do to guarantee your spot in the United States of America?
So the crazy fucked up part about all this, the first part was you needed to be top 30 in the world in FIS, and I didn't do the U.S. team. The U.S. team was sick back then. We only did like one World Cup a year because it was in the U.S.
Okay.
Like the U.S. team actually cared more about AFP points than chasing FIS points, which was so dope at the time.
What was the very first year the United States ski team existed?
I believe it was either 2011 or 2000, because I got on in 2012. So it was like 2010 or 2011, and Evan Raps was the coach.
Yeah.
It was right when Wallace
was not coach when we made it, actually in 2010, because when I made Like a Lion, he was living in Park City and he would come over to Tanner. So
that was when it started. But yeah, so the whole thing of the Olympics is they're saying it's the top 30 best athletes in the world, but it's the top 30 minus fifth from each country. So say there's like the year of the Olympics, the US had 7 of the top ranked skiers in the world. Only 4 of them got to represent themselves.
Yep.
So this actually benefited in my favor a bit because of the other countries who had a lot of athletes. If there's 7 in the top 30 who are American, then they go to rank 33 because that's still 30 people who can represent themselves in the Olympics.
Yep.
I had like no FIS points, so that was like goal number 1 was get the FIS points, figure that out. So
the U.S. team who focused on AFP points before and only brought their team to 1 World Cup a year.
It was like maybe 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because that was the thing is I didn't do well in the slope events that were FIS.
Yep.
But I was on the U.S. team because of my rankings of the other platform. But for me, it was all super fucked up time in my life. That summer of 2013 when it was all like time to go. My dad got really sick. He was born with a hole in his heart, like a pretty bad heart defect that he wasn't even supposed to make it past 16 with the technology back then. So he had 2 to 3 open heart surgery. I think it was 2 open heart surgeries. I mean, he had a scar all the way down his chest and another one all the way across, like thick scars, like opened up surgeries. And then he was starting to get sick. So in the spring of 2013, when I was really focusing on a lot of this stuff, like getting, like the Olympics are coming up, competing, I had a lot of back and forth, like family scares, where it's like, I'm traveling, but I got to get home tomorrow because my dad's back in the hospital. So my dad ended up getting an LVAD, I believe it's called. So his heart was just getting weak. So they put a pump in it, but it's a very intense, long surgery. And whenever you go under the knife for more than 5 hours, it takes a huge toll on all your organs in your body, just not being alive necessarily. But he had the surgery, and then almost instantly it went downhill. He went into kind of full organ, like multi-organ failure. So that spring and that summer was really spent. I thought it was going to be spent on me practicing skiing as much as possible, getting my head right, figuring out how the hell I'm going to make this first Olympic team and like win X Games, do all this stuff. But instead, I was pretty much at the hospital every day for 3 months. And then comes in, this is where this whole fist thing kind of leads into an issue for me. I needed to go to New Zealand for the first World Cup of the year because I needed to get fist points. This wasn't an Olympic, like a U.S. team qualifying event. It was just to get the points that I needed. And at this point, my dad had been unconscious for about a month, but I still went to the hospital every day. And it was like a really fucked up, hard decision to make. But I was under the impression from the team, from pretty much everyone, that I needed to go to this World Cup. Like, this is the start of the biggest. At the time, we thought the Olympics was going to be a great thing for the sport, and it was like, it's the unknown. But if you're not there, you'll never.
Opportunity was beyond any concept.
And money's getting tossed around. These kids who are already like the promised children for the teams are getting these 6-figure deals for fucking headphone companies from Visa. Like, money's flowing, and I see it. And then that summer, and I also got dropped by Oakley that summer, which was very unfortunate.
Wait, you got dropped by Oakley before the Olympics?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Wait, what did you? What, okay, we'll get there.
Yeah. So that was a whole kerfuffle. So I was kind of in a weird place. Like, that summer, I lost. Like, Oakley was my biggest paying sponsor at the time. And
wait, quick question. Did you wear Oakley at the Olympics?
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
So they kept me for goggles, but I was head to toe, like the big deals with Oakley. It was like head to toe, your outerwear, your everything. And then I ended up getting dropped. So between that pay cut,
and I want to say something just for listeners. The reason why, when Oakley's looking on black and white on paper, Olympics does not allow you to wear your outerwear. It's a company that sponsors the U.S. team that gets paid that forces Joss or Olympians to wear their clothing during the Olympics. So the guys that invested, like Oakley, tens, hundreds of millions of dollars in the sport previous, got nothing out of sponsoring an Olympic athlete. So this is a great example of the first downfall of invested hundreds of millions into twin tip skiing, where they didn't want to invest anymore. That's an interesting story. I didn't know you were dropped by clothing, because I always assume, I was like, wow, why wouldn't I take a Josh Christensen for $10,000 when I can drop Tanner Hall that was making over 400 after pro model sales?
totally.
You know, so like I just had an opinion that you were full on and they replaced, but they didn't replace, they just eliminated.
Yeah, so I had a lot of goals with them in the sense of, like, I wanted to be with Oakley. They're still one of the coolest in the sport. And Strokes was still giving me out my order of outerwear, like all my samples were already going to come. So he's like, you can still wear these. And at the time, it's like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to wear this shit, hopefully get back on the full team. But I was on goggles, which was great. But yeah, so I had that financial cut, and then with my dad being in the hospital and just a bunch of weird shit it was just a weird time in my life where I'm like, not a lot is really working out, even though it should be. Like, I thought it should be. I took quite a bit of time off because I had a big knee surgery the summer of 2012. That same summer I signed a lot of these deals is when I secretly underwent a cartilage repair, which was what I thought was going to be like a 4-month recovery, turned out to be 12 months of hell. But I still skied on it, which was not smart, but smart because it got me where I was at. But yeah, so
you didn't tell any of your sponsors because you thought you could get something done and not have pain, and then had to go through a season of thinking in your head, no one thinks I should be in pain, so I gotta fucking not be in pain.
Totally. It was like, oh, you didn't tear your ACL? Oh, who cares? I'm like, this shit fucking hurts. Like, I shouldn't have skied for a year, is what I learned in the long run. Because I ended up just re-damaging it, which I still never fully got it fixed. I figured it out. But yeah, so like going into that summer of 2013, going into that fall, like I had a lot of really good years. And then I kind of plateaued. Like, I was on this awesome, like, I'm an amateur. I hit pro level. And then I kind of like couldn't really squeak it out. Like, maybe I was doing too much with the half pipe stuff. Maybe I wasn't doing enough with maybe not fucking around and filming and and just having fun. I should have been training more or focused more. But yeah, so before I went to New Zealand, it was kind of like a do or die situation for the Olympics.
I want to say too, this is the first time in our sport where anyone's having a thought, should I be training more?
Totally.
Because the biggest thing in our sport is skiing is training. And so once your brain start to says what you do for fun is something you don't want to do or you're supposed to do, you're fucked. So you're the first experience in twin tip skiing that had to think, am I training? Because every day is training.
Totally. And that's why we got so good.
Yeah. So it's just really fun that I just wanted to bring it up because I think you're a very interesting point in the history of our sport.
Totally. I mean, no one knew what the hell was going on. So I'm in the hospital with my mom, with one of their really good friends, and my dad, who I was the last person to see him awake. It was just me at the hospital when it happened, when he kind of went into, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a coma, but unconsciousness. But at that point, there was a lot of crap happening in my family. With my dad had 6 other siblings, and then on the other side it was just my mom, my brother, and I. And we were obviously fighting and wanted him to fight, but everyone else thought we were doing the wrong thing he was kept alive by the machines.
Yeah.
He was on a dialysis machine at the end. It was it was a weird place for anyone in my family, especially my mom, because why is she going to give up?
Yeah, that's,
it's like, why give up when there's a chance? And if the doctors say there's a chance, I wouldn't want to give up.
No, not that. Yeah.
So I left, and the doctors and everyone told me that I should go. It'd been a long summer of not leaving the hospital pretty much every day. This is my dream. And I think in the back of their minds, they knew it was over with my dad. And my dad had loved my skiing so much and was a huge supporter that it kind of came down to it would be very dishonorable not to continue this dream, and that he would hate it that he was the reason that I didn't go to this World Cup. True,
he was a ski bum. He moved his whole life to do what you get to do as a profession.
Totally. And it was great times with family skiing. But yeah, so I remember I went to the hospital on my way to the airport to New Zealand, and when I flew down, obviously back then phones still didn't work for shit anywhere in the world. So my dad actually passed away that night, early morning.
When you traveled?
When I left, and a lot of us believe that he was waiting for me to go. And it was my mom and his best friend who were there. And I think it was just crazy how it all kind of worked out. But yeah, I got to New Zealand. I didn't know. I actually had to get told by other people. Like, my mom couldn't get a hold of me. There's no internet where we were staying. And then Carrie Miller and then Byron Wells. The Wells, luckily, since they lived down there, were able to find me. And then I was put in a situation where I pretty much turned around right away. I spent 2 days in New Zealand, turned right back around. At that point, I pretty much gave up on the whole ski thing, because I was like, I need to go be with my family. I need to go hang with my mom. And just this is so fucked.
Yeah.
So then I remember getting home, dealing with all that. My mom was in huge financial struggles. My dad his job definitely brought in the majority of the household income, and being in the hospital for that long is fucked up expensive. Extremely.
How long was he in his situation? How long were you dealing with a dad that wasn't in good health?
I mean, for years, it was constant small things here and there, getting pacemakers fixed, going to the hospital. But it was probably about a year of the doctors told me it's 6 months. They didn't tell me this because I was still skiing the year before. And that spring, it was pretty much 3 to 4 months, I'd say, in the hospital.
Yeah.
So then I came home, and then I watched that World Cup live stream, and I'm sitting there, and no one really did well. The weather sucked, and the US, a lot of people kind of wrote the event off, which gave me a little bit of hope. And then we figured out there still was a chance that if I did, so the way the US team qualified you for the Olympics that year is there's 5 events, one including Dew Tour. There's Dew Tour, a World Cup in Copper, 1 in Breckenridge, and 2 in Park City. And it was, if you hit 2 podiums, you were pretty much guaranteed to go. And then,
so FYI, just to clarify, you could qualify for the Olympics through Dew Tour or X Games in 2014.
no X Games, because X Games was after they named the team.
Okay, so you could qualify through non-World Cup events.
So Dew Tour is one of them, yes. So, yeah, I had my girlfriend at that same fall, like right after my dad passed away, my girlfriend cheated on me with another pro skier who I won't name because I don't like him, but you know him pretty well.
Fuck, man. And I can only guess. I know some guys.
You could say it and we could bleep it.
People take all that shit out.
Okay.
But yeah, so I was dealing with just a lot of shit. Like, my family was torn to bits. Like, everyone hated my mom, which sucked. I broke up with my girlfriend, and it's the fall, and I literally had nothing to do. I didn't want to be in Park City, because I felt like I wasn't welcome in the crew because they were all nicer to my girlfriend than me. And I was like, okay, I kind of am on the outside. It was just a weird situation in life. And then a good buddy of mine, Chris Laker, his aunt has a condo in Frisco, and we would go out there.
Where's Chris from? I remember this name, but
He's from Ohio, Perfect North.
He's the Nick Gepper's nemesis growing up.
Yeah, so Chris was a huge part of my ski career too. I spent a lot of time skiing with him. But yeah, so I just went to Keystone and Breck, and I just smoked a bunch of weed and skied every day by myself pretty much. And then I didn't even go home for Thanksgiving because I had a place to stay. And it wasn't necessarily like
worried about drug testing on an Olympic year.
I knew I wasn't going to compete for a bit.
Okay.
And Dew Tour wasn't drug testing, so I was like, okay, I got time. And I just had a good crew of friends out there, a small crew. There's like 2 or 3 of us. And yeah, I mean, I just kind of wrote everything off. I sat back and thought, I either make this Olympic team or I got to go back to school because I got to figure out a way to get some money, and my mom needs help and like my family needs help. I can't keep fucking around if I'm not going to actually make it through in this sport. And that's kind of a fucked up thing.
How big were these stresses? Were they things where it was like, wow, no way, I get to do something amazing, give thanks for life, life is fragile and special? Or was it like, holy shit, I got to be the man of the family now because my family's struggling?
It was a little bit of both. Like, I knew my brother was working his ass off in school and that he just needed to get through school because he's a computer engineer. But it was like I thought we were going to lose the house. Like, a lot of shit was not going well. I was making decent money still. I was able to help my mom out a bit, but it wasn't like if I kept going that path and if it stayed stagnant, it would have crashed. It wouldn't have worked out well. It would have been pretty rough.
The point being is you were in a situation of life where you could help your mom, your family, because they helped you the first 19, 20, whatever years,
100%.
So I don't know. I think that's pretty awesome.
And I really sat back and I thought, all right, it's now or never. Like, I have some time. Like, we're still figuring all this financial shit out with my dad and everything. I have some time. I really know nothing else in life. I didn't have a girlfriend anymore, so I was living with my mom. I could just go to Colorado and ski and not worry about anything. I kind of just disconnected from the world in a sense. And I was like, all right, I'm just going to ski, make sure I love this, become the best skier I can, give this season like one good shot. And then if it doesn't happen, then I will keep skiing, but I am going to go to school because I need to get a degree or I need to figure out some sort of job while skiing, hopefully. But at this time, skiing was pretty impossible a lot of kids did it. I don't have the mental capacity to do it, to school and ski, because I'm just maybe too ADD where it's like, I want to focus on skiing.
Did you know a lot of kids that did both?
it was like Wallish did it, but he did it like it was if you were able to do it online, and a bunch of the kids who were maybe not completely focused were doing it. The kids who maybe were taking advantage of the scholarships you got through the US ski team to go to school. But I was already almost done with my sophomore year at that point because of summer schooling. But yeah, I was pretty much like sit back and like this. I got to make this shit happen. And I like really wanted it because I wanted to be.
You have a lot of time. Quick question: you got a lot of time in Breckenridge early season while you're just shredding and all this, and you know you have this opportunity at the Olympics, but you also know that you didn't get the first World Cup halfpipe start. Do you ever feel like, while you're going through all your brain games in life, like, do you ever be like, yo, fuck them for not letting me do, I could beat that guy? Or is it just like, all right, my opportunity is slopestyle, so I'm going to murder it? Like, do you go through that?
Yeah, it was rough. I mean, I was definitely mad because halfpipe had always been, maybe halfpipe had started to get a little bit more intense than slopestyle, and a little bit more compy, I guess. I wouldn't say jockey, but more comp driven.
Difference.
But it just sucks because I had spent so much of my career skiing halfpipe, and halfpipe was actually kind of the one thing that got me into the like actual realm of being a top tier competitive skier. Was halfpipe was always there for me when I couldn't fuck with slopestyle.
That's why I wanted to ask you this, because it's like, man, if you're good at pipe, man, you're so special in this world. There's only like 20 of you in the whole world that like it and are good at it. 20.
Totally. But the thing is I was like, it was a little bit of relief because I didn't have to learn the doubles, because I got rocked trying doubles in pipe. Like, I was really good at spinning all four directions, grabbing. But once this is when doubles really started to pop off, and I think the US team was thinking that. So at first I was mad and definitely like had some words, and just I was seeing red for a bit. And then I just remember sitting back thinking, dude, you wanted to be a slopestyle skier anyways. That was like always the goal in the first place, was win slope events. Halfpipe kind of just fed you some reward in skiing, I guess, in the sense of competition. But I was bummed at first, and then I was like, you know what, this is good. I can focus on just these 5 events and then instead of it being 10 events in that short period of time, it's only 5. But yeah, so I just chilled in Breckenridge, didn't go home for Thanksgiving because I had no, like, besides my mom, like, I didn't want to see my extended family. They're all a bunch of dicks at the time. So I just chilled out in Breckenridge until Dew Tour. And I actually ended up learning in one afternoon with Schlopey and Sammy C. I went and learned to switch a natural dub 9 at Breckenridge, at Keystone, which I then used like 3 days later at Dew Tour, made finals, put down a good run. But after the first event in Dew Tour, I was 5th ranked out of the Americans, and Gepper won. And then the next event in Copper, which is a week later, it snowed. I qualified first in my heat. Crazy thing, Candide was in my heat that year, because I think he did the one World Cup.
I forgot he went for it that year.
Which was mind-blowing, because he's one, out of all my idols and pros, he's the only one that I never really got to know.
You know, a lot of people that know him haven't got to know.
Yeah. But yeah, so that event, I ended up getting I got 13th, which I was maybe the 6th American, and Schlopey got 12th. And then...
Did you beat Candide?
What?
Did you beat Candide?
Only because he was doing his quick reverts, which is honestly more difficult, but in a judge's eyes, they don't fuck with that.
Yeah,
so that was his downfall, unfortunately. But I then things got even crazier, because at practice for the 3rd World Cup in Breckenridge, I smacked my knee on a rail really bad, and I thought I split my kneecap in half. So I didn't ski at all. I missed that World Cup. At that point, Bobby and Gepper were qualified for the US team. So 2 spots were taken.
2 out of 4.
2 out of 4. Walsh had a blown knee. He's pretty much, in my mind, guaranteed the coach's discretion spot, which is spot number 4.
And Bobby's kind of like the superstar, right? Like, everyone's kind of like thinking Bobby's the golden child this year.
Yeah, Bobby and Walsh, they were it. And then you have Gus.
Really? Did you think in 2014 Tom Wallish was the golden child like Bobby as a skier? I didn't as an outlooker. Like I looked at him as lucky if he got in because I think he blew his knee in the fall or something.
So I was there when he blew his knee. If he didn't blow his knee, he would have won the Olympics, I think.
Okay.
But unfortunately, he did have a blown knee, so it changed the game up.
Doesn't that make him lose the coach's discretion? Is my point. You knew that he blew his knee in November, so as a competitor in January, you're like, yo, this motherfucker like has to be like bigger than Superman.
So he actually, on the Wallish thing, real quick, because that shit fucked with me pretty hard. He took the honorable route. So Torrin had some shit happen with his lungs and didn't do any of the qualifying events and got the coach's discretion spot. But Wallish, and he couldn't, I don't think Torrin could have skied anyways, but Wallish did the right thing and tried to be like, look, my knees, I don't have an ACL, but I'm going to prove to you guys that I can still fucking do this shit.
Yeah.
Which was very honorable. And I think a lot of people kind of look past that in the sense of like, this guy blew his knee in November and almost made the Olympic team with a blown knee. But so that's what it all came down to, the last two events.
And I think that's right. So, you know, like, and just to give you a couple examples, like I had Evan Didvig, who was in my first movie, blew his knee in November and then went straight in a pool in 2001 and went on a bicycle and then was able to qualify for the Olympics, like in a second place, but then even had to sue the U.S. team the week before the Olympics for his spot that he earned to get on it. So when I do see something like what Wallish did, is I think it's right as an athlete rather than, because discretionary has become such a big part of our sport. Discretionary never existed other than twin tip skiing. I don't know of any other sport discretionary selections happened like, because we've created individual popularity outside of FIS. And so that's why it existed from day one and still to this day. So once again, this shows that our sport and you are cooler than the Olympics. But sorry, I just wanted to give that sidetrack because big up Tom Wallish because I think it was the right way too, especially because he's true to the sport and knows that like, fuck, man, anyone can be better than me any day if the wind's blowing a different way.
Yeah, it was very, I had a lot of respect for him that year. But so I missed the third event. So at this point, I'm like down bad. I'm like, shit just keeps fucking hitting me and I keep fucking up. And like, it just seems a lot of it's out of my control. Like my knee's all messed up. I couldn't ski luckily we had about 2 weeks between the third and then the fourth and fifth, which were back-to-back Olympic qualifiers. And so the last two were here in Park City. And then I remember on one side, this is when weed went legal in Breckenridge. So when I fucked up my knee, I went and bought a bunch of edibles thinking like I'm out. Like there's no way I'm even going to compete again, which was a bad call. Cause then once I'm feeling good, huge ups to Jen Kimball at the US ski team.
At what time in January 2014?
Yeah. And then the Jen Kimball, one of the best physical therapists I've ever met at the US ski team. She just,
yes, Tiswell.
Not Jess, this other girl, Jen.
Okay.
But she just worked with me every day to get my knee. Like I luckily didn't break my knee, but I fucked it up pretty bad. And then just got my motion back. I got my knee like bending again. And then it was game time. So I'm sitting there drinking condensed cranberry juice like a crack addict and drinking as much water as I can because I'm freaking out.
Why? Because that gets rid of THC out of your system?
That's what, I don't know. I guess, right?
I never heard that one. That's awesome. Condensed cranberry juice. All right, kids.
But that was word on the street. So I'm just chugging that every night. And then I'm sitting back thinking, all right, if I podium these last two events here in Park City, I'll make the Olympic team. But I have to beat these motherfuckers. And it was mostly only Americans at this event. It was pretty much only Americans. So you had to win. And
was this the event that Gus Kenworthy laid down the dopest half pipe run in World Cup history?
I think so. Yeah. Okay. But so the first day I got fourth and Slopey won.
Did you get drug tested day one?
No. They actually didn't do any drug tests at all, which was great. But at least there, because it wasn't an actual World Cup, it was just US sanctioned by the US team. It wasn't FIS, but it was like the US qualifying. But so I got fourth. Missed the podium. Bobby and Gus that day pretty much solidified their spot in the team. So then there's one spot left. but Slopey just won. So he won day one. So I'm sitting there thinking, it's Nick, Bobby, Gus, Slopey. Like, that was the team. And then McRae's kind of right there too.
Yeah, he is.
And McRae's kind of just like the silent killer. He's coming in hot. And then that night, I remember sitting in bed being like, kind of losing my marbles a bit. Like, I didn't really sleep the night before the last event because I'm like, well, it's pretty much impossible now. Even if I win, I don't think if Slopey gets on the podium again, and even if I win, I don't make the team. I come out the next day and I win by like 5 points. I got like a 97 or something, and I ended up winning. And unfortunately for Slopey, he got 7. So then we're sitting there, and everyone's all.
And what were Slopey's best results before?
He got 12th at. He didn't get any podiums besides the win, but he had.
But he had a win already under his belt.
He won so at Park City, there's 2 events back to back. He won day 1, and I won day 2.
Yeah, okay, so he had a win. Okay, so he had a win. All right, I'm getting it.
But I had a win in a 4th and a 5th, and then and a 13th, and then he had a win, a 7th, a 6th, and a 7th or something. But his 12th place, or no, I beat him. Sorry, at Copper, I got 12th. He got 13th. It all came down to that event. No one knows, but it came down to that event.
That's fucked up. So, okay. Well, see, this is what we all missed for the last 45 minutes if we went straight to your question.
Oh, no, dude, this is so epic.
Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, to me, it's so wild. Like, all this shit. Like, it's because it's so intense for an individual's brain. Because the mental game, I believe, is bigger than the physical game because all these kids are the best. So when all of a sudden he has to sit in bed the night before thinking about bullshit other than what he has to do, it's a waste of energy. So it's really fun to see how someone performs on bullshit.
Well, I came out that next day being like, well, might as well give it a good shot because, like, don't go down without swinging. I thought it was over. And then I absolutely destroyed everyone, which was amazing. But the stress didn't stop.
What run did you do your best run on?
It was my first run in finals.
Okay.
Yeah. It was like, I was looking at the scores on my phone. I'm like, holy shit. And I'm on the chair with Wallish, and I could tell everyone was like, uh-oh, Josh just got points. Like, Josh just...
And you had to have a number. If you won by 5 points in the first round of scores, it had to be such a ridiculous run. Because there's no way they give you that score when they're doing their calculations for the future rounds.
And I will say, one of the crazy things was, who is the guy... One of the judges, his name was Mike Lubeck.
Yeah.
Lubeck at the time said that was the best slopestyle run he'd ever seen.
Damn. So you had your shit and you had Gus's shit in the same fucking weekend.
And it was like, that was nuts to hear that. But the stress didn't stop there. It just almost got worse because I'm sitting back and there's this huge argument between, okay, you got Joss and Slopey. You also got McCray.
Hey, just quick question. Date.
Yeah.
What's the date? So Olympics starts the first week of February. Where are we at in your life? What date of the year?
This is mid-January, like January 15th.
2.5 weeks before opening ceremonies.
And we still have fucking X Games between the two.
Yeah.
And then, so the stress didn't end there because, for one, it was like, do I get the spot? Do I not? Does Walsh get the spot? Does Slopey get the spot? Do I get the spot? But then it wasn't before they even decided on us getting a 4th spot. We didn't know if Moguls got that spot or Slopestyle got that spot because there's only 32. The quota for freestyle was 32 people,
and it was fucked up. Okay, back then, like right now, they mixed it with in the last 7 years, they put it with snowboard, where originally it was with Moguls, aerials, slope style, half pipe, and skier cross.
Yeah.
So the allocations of spots were by the freestyle, by alpine, by Nordic. And so, like, when I was looking at it back, so just to explain to people, because it's different today, even though it's 10 years later.
So then you couldn't send a full team at all. Like, we sent, that year, it was so tight because of the addition of half pipe and slopestyle that we sent one aerialist, which sucks because the guy who got screwed was one of my really good buddies at the time, Dylan Ferguson, who should have gone for aerials. But
wait, Dylan went out.
But slopestyle and half pipe fucked that because we sent like no skier cross. We sent one aerialist.
No skier cross.
I don't think so because they didn't have the results. But it came down to moguls. So I'm sitting there watching a mogul event on my phone, praying to God this homie doesn't get second place, because if he got second place, he was getting the
How do you know all these numbers? Who's the statistician that
Gus.
tells you? Because this is so dope. We're talking like NFL, ESPN, the shit that Ethan does when they're doing breakdowns, and I've never heard this. So who's telling you these numbers of who needs to do what?
So like my agent, the U.S. team's telling me a little bit. Mostly Gus and his agent. Gus is like a nerd about this shit. So
Okay.
Gus is sitting there being like, "You heard anything? You heard anything? You heard anything?" Like, if you check,
He's already qualified, and he's asking you.
Yeah, well, because it was awesome because he wanted me to get the spot because we were so
I
tight.
get it. I'm
Yeah.
just saying the stress is on you when he asks you, not him.
Yeah. So then I'm sitting there, and then this homie in moguls gets third. So then it's up in the air. Like, where does the U.S. team see?
Got third, and everyone is telling you he can't get second. So then you're borderlining hundreds of points.
So at that point, I'm like, fuck, it's still on the edge. I don't know how this is working. I'm not going to bug the U.S. team. I'm too shy of a human being to do this shit. I just got to put my head down. And like, the dream was still, that was the thing, is the dream was still there. You know, like it was that whole like previous year slowly been building, and it kept feeling like it was out of my reach, but it was still possible. Like, it's still there. And then getting to Ethan, your story here, or like what you asked was, none of us know, but we have X Games. And obviously X Games is like, that's the shit. Like,
A week before opening ceremony?
the week before, like 5 days before we would fly out to Russia. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to X Games. Life is not in shambles. It's just nuts. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on. There's this crazy hope that, yeah, I might get the final spot.
Is Alex in the same position as you?
And Slopey too, and we have the same agent, Jersey. So he's not going to sit there and fight for one. He's just going to sit back and be like, I don't know.
So there's two people that almost have equal right for potential opportunity for a spot that no one knows how it should be allocated.
If it doesn't go to Wallish.
Oh yeah, just coaches discretionary on top of numbers.
If Slopestyle gets 4 spots. There's a lot of ifs. So, and McRae was still in the picture too. Like, McRae had a bunch of really good results. I think he was actually point-wise really damn close. But ultimately, so I'm what I ended up finding out first was that the U.S. team went into all these stats of like, who showed up to camps, who goes to the gym more, yada, 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 trying to like separate Slopey and I from each other. And luckily it came down to that I had like 1 more point than him or something crazy, but I didn't know because I didn't have the list. But
That's the wackest shit I ever heard.
so we're freaking out. I mean, honestly, I think it was the fact that the last 2 events.
You heard about this shit before the selection happened, that they were doing that, or you found that out after?
I found out after. I don't have proof of it really being a thing, but I heard that it was a thing.
All right, I'm just happy you didn't find it out and start thinking like, oh, should I have went to the gym more last summer?
Totally, yeah. Well, that's what people are saying. I'm like, shit, I guess I was lucky I was hurt because I was there like every day.
Well, give thanks for being injured.
Yeah, but so McRae, Slopey, and I all get in our cars and carpool to X Games. None of us know if all we know is that the U.S. team Scogan.
Wait, McRae is in it as well. So you have McRae still potential through points. You, Alex, and McRae, and then Walsh because of discretionary. So there's 4 people 5 days before a plane takes off X Games, not knowing who the fuck gets 1 spot potentially. If it doesn't go to another freestyle sport.
It was like an absolute mind fuck. And then I'm sitting back, I'm like, you know what? You just won the last event. That was like my first win where I beat Gus, I beat Bobby, I beat Wallish, like I beat all.
Was it your first win of your life?
It was my first win of a like tier 1 event. I guess you'd call it.
So your first tier 1 event was mid-January.
Yeah, like first win. And then at that point, we're driving, and when you drive from Park City to Aspen, there's a pretty big zone on the border where we take like a dirt road shortcut, and there's no cell phone service for about
Dinosaur.
Yeah, exactly. The old the Desperado Mine Road. So Gus is starting to call me, being like, "Bro, did you hear? Did you hear?" And I'm like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" And we all knew that Skogan was going to call us no matter what, because they have to do you the honor of, "Hey, you didn't make it," or "Hey, you made it." So I'm driving, and then Skogan tries to call, but it wouldn't work. Like Gus, it wouldn't work. And, dude, what?
So you didn't know every time he called if it was a yes or no.
So I'm getting all these missed calls, but the calls keep dropping, and I'm like, fuck. So then I just take off, and then Slopey's probably like, Slopey and McCrae, I was in the back. I was kind of slowing down.
Are they getting phone calls at the same time?
Probably. But I think they were getting them after me was the thing. So when I finally got back into service, Skogan calls again, and then he says, "You need to pull over." He's like, "Are you driving?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "You should pull over." I'm like, "Oh, damn it." Like, he doesn't want me to be bummed and fucking do some bad, stupid shit because of like the bad news. And then he kind of draws it out because obviously they were recording it. I actually have this recording, which is cool because Mike Jankwit was on the call.
Post it.
And it gets to a point where I'm like, this could go either way. And he goes, "Just wanted to congratulate you on making the first ever Olympic slopestyle team." And that's when I was like, holy fuck. And then I couldn't tell anyone.
You look at your homies. Yo, pull over, guys. I'm gonna find out if I made it or you did. Yo, this is the most awkward scenario I think I could ever put my seat in. Like, you
guys were in separate cars, right? You're not in the same car.
We were all in separate cars.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I thought you were in the same car.
Sorry. That's what I meant. We were all in our own cars, luckily.
All right. Yeah, that would be so weird.
But they took off, and they ended up being like an hour ahead of me because I called my mom, but I wasn't allowed to tell anyone but my mom. But I know the other guys know. Like, and then we get to X Games, and then they release the list, and obviously Slopey and I had to we would be stoked for each other no matter what. But it was awkward, and luckily Oakley roomed us with separate people for the week. I think they kind of knew. Like, they put me with Byron Wells, which is great, and Slopey with someone else. But
who's they? You're at X Games. Who lodges you?
Oakley used to put us up in the hotel rooms, dude. Oakley used to fire it up just because I was luckily still on.
Oakley's in with the team. All right, that's what I didn't understand. I thought the U.S. team was baller enough to put you up at X Games.
But then news hits the internet, and I'm practicing for Slopestyle, and I become public enemy number one because Tom didn't get the spot, and some random kid Joss got the spot.
Yeah, you ain't no one compared to the pretzel, man.
And I couldn't even go on my phone. I'm getting new schoolers. It was the one time where I was like, I can't even go on new schoolers. People are shitting on me left and right.
And that was your spot, man. You were posting, people were liking, they were your friends for the previous 10 years.
Yeah. So I'm getting torn apart. I'm getting so many messages on Instagram saying, you need to give up your spot and give it to Wallish. You can't go.
Let's call an asshole out. Is there anyone with a real name that said this, or were these all pricks, little kids?
There were mostly little kids. There were some random people that I knew on Instagram who said stuff.
But there was no professional athlete that really came at you to hurt your feelings that much. I'm just wondering.
It was no one who respected the sport in the sense of none of my
that you had respect for.
Exactly. It was just a bunch of cult followers.
All right. I'm just wondering if you had anyone that you cared about that had an opinion about you.
Luckily, no. I mean, if they did, they didn't voice it, which was nice of them.
Awesome.
But so then we're at X Games, and I just made the Olympics. I have a lot of crazy shit going on in my mind because I don't want to get hurt. I just got the spot. But I need to beat Slopey and Tom.
Because everyone just said, who the fuck are you?
Exactly. And I'm like, okay, so if both these kids beat me or if either of these kids beat me, this is going to be bad. Like the hate that's already
What is
happened.
your thought process going into practice day one at X Games before the Olympics?
So this ruined my X Games 100%.
Has to. I can't imagine that idea.
All I could think in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, you've got to beat these guys. You have to land a run. You can't get hurt. Like 3 crazy thoughts. I beat them both. Luckily, I qualified like second. Wallish beat me in qualifying.
No way. So Wallace now, it's even like his story has to be epic. Like, I'm going to prove you wrong. What? While I was doing blown ACL, he the man. We'll go on next.
And then in the event, I ended up getting like 5th, I think, in finals. But I beat Slopey. I beat Wallish. McCrae gets fucking second place.
Who won?
Gepper.
Okay.
But at that point, I'm like, holy smokes, this all just happened. Like, I did what I had to do. As much as it sucks to say, I had to beat Wallish. Like, I just had to. Because the hate
It's
I was
so
getting.
easy that you had to be the injured person to prove your ability.
Well, I don't know, man. I was like, fuck, he might just rip a triple out real quick out of
I
like.
get it, dude. He's that dope. He's a legend. He's an icon. Like, you, as a person who's doing the sport, you got the respect towards him. You have the respect for the people that are talking shit on you. I get it.
Totally. So that was nuts. And then I just remember walking away from the athlete lounge, getting in my car to head home, feeling so relieved because it'd been like months and months of pressure of nonstop, even making the team instant hate. I mean, the hate didn't stop, but that was like part one. Like, prove yourself. Beat
So is this a solo mission in your life? Are you driving home alone?
Yeah.
And you're going back to a place where you just lost your dad like last summer.
Yeah.
Just like, I'm just trying to.
Not even last summer, like 4 months before.
Yeah. You know, like I'm just putting it really into perspective for people because like all this shit is such a fucking bullshit drama on top of reality in life.
And like breaking up with my girlfriend and like just all this crazy stuff happened. And I was sad a lot that year. Like it was like
I can't imagine. I'm nothing. If I lost my dad, I'd be sad today at age 44.
Yeah.
So like to have that idea with the biggest opportunity of your life, with the biggest sadness that's possible in your life, maybe other than your mother.
Yeah.
You know, it's an interesting situation that I don't know if anyone else has.
It was crazy. It was definitely a roller coaster. But yeah, so then at that point I'm driving home and then like I was like really happy all of a sudden. But still was like, fuck, I'm going to the Olympics now. Like now this is when I really got to step it up.
3 days.
Yeah. I got to really step it up. And like, I didn't have anything planned. Luckily the US Olympic team pays for your flights. So like, luckily that's all that and that. But then, yeah, then that was it. I was on
so here's the next question that's fun. Just for a random person that loves world. Is it hard within 3 days to get a visa to enter the country of Russia in 2014, right after they invaded Crimea? Because I was living in Denmark, and so I know everything that was happening. So, and also all the shit that was happening. Like, was there any stress? Like, so you have your real life stress, you have your job stress, but now all of a sudden you have this like easy travel where you normally should buy a ticket. Did you have any stress with visas to try to get into Russia?
No, luckily because I went the year before for the test event. It was a 3-year visa. Yeah.
All right. I can't imagine if you didn't do that event the year before, what that would have been like those 3 days. Or if it would have been possible.
Yeah. I mean, there'd be like my mom barely made it.
So she had to figure out a visa in 3 days.
Well, she had a bit more time because our event was on the 13th of February.
Okay.
But she's also a travel agent, so she knows that shit.
Yeah. All right. No, I just thought that was super interesting because I've been blown away the last 3 Olympics where they occur in the world, whether it's Russia or China or South Korea. And I'm always blown away, like what's going on in those parts of the world, and then how we just go and have fun there.
Yeah,
Like, woo!
blast a shit ton of money into it real quick. Bring the world's top athletes. Oh, we're gonna have a vacation, fun time.
Hey, a dope ass fucking place for you guys to hang out in the last 5 months.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, and that was just that's I guess that was just like my crazy story of qualifying and how rough the US qualifying situation was, because yeah, I mean, almost all my best friends who are from other countries, they knew months before. Like a lot of kids didn't have, like a lot of these, which I believe made us the best skiers in the world in the US, because a lot of the other countries were taking time off of contests to stay away from injury.
Yep.
But we had to go. Like we had no other opportunity than compete.
And I love your story because it's just like, man, like that Evan Didvig story, if you don't know it, like imagine he won in Breckenridge the second week in January. The U.S. team said, we're not giving him a spot, even though it's allocated. They had to find a U.S. court in Denver, sue the U.S. team as individual athletes on the team of the U.S., and then go to the Olympics the next week after they sued the coach that said they weren't skilled enough to win.
Yeah.
And so like it's so fun because I believe the politics of the US team it's always been such a next level, and it creates certain things, and it's very fun. Like it's not a negative conversation, it's more of just the bureaucracy of how it exists.
Totally. And it's life.
I've never heard your story before, so that's fun.
Yeah, and then everything changed from there, which was nuts. But one crazy thing, real quick, when we were heading to Sochi, I was so damn hyped that I like made it through. That we spent the night in Munich to do our processing and get all our uniforms and stuff. I got so drunk I blacked out at the hotel. No, in Munich.
Oh.
So we did like we got all our gear in Munich and then would fly a private, like a chartered plane to Sochi. The last thing I remember was like hitting on these Polo Ralph Lauren girls in the hotel. But those girls were there for like 3 weeks, so of course they're just gonna party. And then I come to when the plane is landing in Sochi with an extremely bad hangover, still fucked up, no idea what happened, no idea where any of my stuff is, with the first thought of, well, you already fucked it, you're going home. Like, obviously you fucked up. You don't have your passport or anything on you. And no one said a word to me.
You didn't have your passport?
Well, other people were holding my stuff for me.
So wait. Okay, we'll do this story and then rewind a second. But like, so did your friends, when you added up the story and did the drunk fucking next day, like how did that happen? How did you function? Did people carry you to the plane? Did they check in for you? Or were you subconsciously, how the fuck did that work?
I was non-responsive in the sense of like, luckily Sage Kotzeberg, the snowboarder at the time, was like probably my best friend from Park City. And then between him, Carrie Herman, Bobby a little bit, and Gus and Skogan, like everyone was like, okay, this needs to be kind of contained. Let's just.
So you had like two moms and a dad taking care of you.
Yeah, like getting me through security at the airport, getting me on the plane, and like making sure I don't lose anything. And we had so much gear too. That's the crazy part. We just picked up like 4 bags of shit.
Okay, so that's awesome. That's another great story. So when you qualify for the Olympics and you got an agent, does anything crazy happen to you going into the first Olympics, being selected, opportunities like, oh man, like if you win, like here's a deal for the Wheaties box?
No.
You know, because I know most Americans sign a contract. If they're known like they should be a winner, they can do like all these pre-contracts. Like if you're a winner, you get this automatically. You had nothing?
No, I mean, I was still like, I think across the whole industry, everyone was just dumbfounded that I got the spot. A bunch of people who maybe weren't necessarily paying attention. And then
I didn't know anything about you. You know, like when I saw that, like the whole scenario, everyone else was way above your name. There's no
100%.
disrespect. It's just like it was kind of like, who the fuck is that guy?
Totally. I mean, I was 30. My bib number was 34. Gepper's number was 1. Like, that's how far we were in the FIS rankings from each other.
That's how they do bib numbers at the Olympics?
Yeah, they do by your FIS ranking, I believe.
Yeah, I didn't know.
But yeah, I had one of the lowest bib numbers. Like, the only reason I even got to go, because I was ranked 34th, was that McRae, Wallish, and Schlopey, and maybe someone else, another team, were in the top 30. And since they didn't go, it bumped me up. It was like the stars aligned in the right moment.
So, Ethan, I want you to take over. We're at the Olympics because I think we can go through some fun Olympic stories. I have some great Olympic questions. This is what I've been the most excited for.
Well, the reason I wanted to ask about you pulling over is because if you listen to Simon's podcast with Schlopey, it was straight out of a movie, dude. It was the point that basically changed his life forever, and he's watching it play out in front of him, where it's just like all that build up, and then you pull over, and that's it, and then like that whole dark road that he went down, like that was the moment where everything changed for him. So it's really interesting to hear it from your side, because like for him that was the start of the end, and for you that was like the fucking like the gun that like fired off for the race to start, you know. So it was just so different.
Very polarizing.
Yeah, super interesting. If people haven't heard that, that's probably the best ski podcast that's ever been done. The Simon episode with Schlopey, crazy.
So you're telling me if I listen to a Simon podcast, I can learn more about Simon?
You'll learn a lot about Simon, but you'll learn about Schlopey's whole story. It's so crazy.
Okay, word.
Yeah.
I didn't know if we missed something there, but I heard that like we got to learn about Simon, what happened.
No. Well, I mean, you'll learn about Simon, but it's a great, the Schlopey's perspective of that whole thing going down was just so crazy. Okay, so we're at the Olympics.
I know what your goals
podium
are.
Sweep. Yeah,
You're going in with these guys that are fucking superstars, right? So now I'm putting myself in your shoes. Like, I just made it last minute. I'm the guy who, like, maybe people don't think should make it. I beat out guys that think they should make it. Like, it's a lot to absorb within 5 days. You know? So, like, when you do it, are you there to have fun, or you're like, yo, fuck this, man. I want to win it. Like, what is your mentality once you really get to actually focus on what the purpose of your job is, if that makes sense?
Totally. I mean, I still had huge pressure from the internet to do something.
Still talking shit.
Yeah, 100%. Like
you're reading this in Russia?
No, I stopped. I was just like, fuck it. I'm all good, bro. I'm gonna like, obviously in my mind, I'm like, I need to do well for multiple reasons. Like the craziest, like the coolest thing was making it. You know, I was obsessed with Harry Potter as a kid, and it felt like, oh, I'm at Hogwarts. We're all in our own uniforms in our own dorms. Like, this shit's fucking cool. But I also need to honor everyone who tried to make it. I need to honor my family and myself. I need to have a lot of respect for myself and not give it my all. And yeah, obviously, like, dude, I didn't think I had a chance of winning, but I was like, dude, I could. You know, I've been skiing really well lately. I just got 5th at X Games with the same people. I won an event a week prior to that. I know I can do well, but I got to learn a trick. Like, when I showed up, I was like, I'm 100% unprepared to do well in this event. Triples are now a thing. You're going to have a triple to do well.
And you didn't have one going into the Olympics?
No.
Okay.
No. So then I'm like fully focused at this point. I dodged a bullet by my little drunken mishap. I need to sit the fuck down and focus.
Are you bummed? Do you have any like sadness on your actions of being wasted? Like, do you have any like shit where you're like, I could have fucked this up?
I mean, obviously I thought I was going home, but the only thing that would really bum me out, besides being an idiot, I mean, that's just kind of who I am. Sometimes I just party a little too hard, but like, it's never been, luckily, something dangerous. It's mostly just been like, got a little too drunk
Yeah,
last
it
night.
sounded like you just kind of laughed it off. It wasn't something that you were kind of like, holy shit, I just blew off a big one that could have fucking jeopardized this. You're
That
still
was one.
ignorant enough where it was fun.
It's a funny story now.
Yeah.
The thing I was
But I'm
most
saying back then you were still like, it was kind of fun to you too, because you're young enough. And you're like, I'm still skiing tomorrow. Woo!
yeah,
Glad
I mean,
I'm not
I had a
hungover.
fun time partying, that's for sure. But the only thing I was truly bummed about was just that my physical health got, when you black out like that, you take a huge hit. So I'm like, dude, my innards are destroyed from this.
So are you a normal blackout drinker, or do you was that a rarity?
At that point in my life, like 18 to 22, it was like, it happened. It wasn't like it didn't happen, but it would happen, but not every time. It was like a couple times a year I'd have like, oop, you went a little too far this time. Like, uh-oh, but yeah, that was like, the thing that bummed me out the most was that I maybe put myself at a disadvantage for my athletic performance.
He's still with us, by the way. He's going to the bathroom. He can still hear you.
But yeah, the things really came to at X Games the week before. I really wanted to take that switch right double 9 that I learned before the first Olympic, before Dew Tour that season. And I knew I needed a triple, but my left switch dub 10 was too flippy. And the switch right just kept feeling so good. And at X Games, I almost tried the switch right triple, but it was just super icy and just didn't feel right. Like I was like, I got this at the Olympics. Get to the Olympics, and these jumps are.
So have you ever done a triple going into the Olympics in your whole entire life in a contest?
No.
Or in practice, or like, have you done on even a trampoline or foam pit?
No.
Nothing.
I didn't even try it.
Airbag?
No. I didn't even try
Water
it.
ramp?
No. Fuck hitting a water ramp switch. But I learned that switch right dub 9, and then it just kept going so well. Like the rotation just felt so good to me that it got in my head a bit earlier. I'm like, if I'm going to do a triple, this is the one I'm going to do. And then it was the last practice session we had before the actual contest day. And it's super flat light. I've been thinking about it. The last jump was just so perfect and massive. And then I kept thinking about it, but I didn't tell anyone. I definitely didn't tell the coaches because I didn't want to get in my head or anything. And everyone's gone, and there's all like the other teams doing like intel, so you didn't want to do shit in front of other coaches. So I'm just skiing, and it's flat light, and I'm going to the last jump, and Gus ate shit on the second jump, so he's walking up the knuckle looking at me. I'm like, watch this, Gus.
So what, quick question. That Olympic course looked like a video game.
It was
Never in my life have I seen rails that size. I never seen certain things that size. What was it like for you guys? Like, it had to be crazy, man. Like, rolling up and seeing rails and certain features, like, how did you even, like, so I mean, triple, I can see how it'd be, like, realistic, because you're like, wow, they gave us a video game course.
Totally.
Why couldn't I? I've never seen before in my life where you guys have gotten certain things your whole life, and then someone gave you something so different at such a high level, right? Like, because I got a lot. So, like, what was it like rolling up to the craziest fucking oversized jibs you've ever seen in your life in the slopestyle course?
Honestly, the first day of practice, it fucking sucked. It was pure ice. Everything was huge.
No.
There we go.
Yeah, it was scary. It was like, we knew the renderings of the course, but no one had ever skied it yet because it wasn't ready the year before. There's all this drama about Sean White pulling out of slopestyle for snowboarding and Torstein Horgmo breaking his collarbone. it was just so cold when we first got there that, like, I remember doing a flat 3 on the last jump, and Bobby and everyone was like, "Oh shit! Like, what? You flipped it? Like, that's nuts. That jump is huge." But then, luckily for us, once the weather warmed up and we kind of acclimated to that size of a course, it turns out that, in my opinion, that was one of the safest slopestyle courses I've ever hit in my life. The takeoffs were long and smooth. The landings were long and steep. They were built like houses, but they were definitely a little bit step down jumps. But
it was safe because it had the length that was needed, and you never were scared of being short. So you're not scared of being short, and you have the length to not bottom out on any kind of step down. You're safe.
Totally, it was one of the best built slopestyle courses I think any of us had ever hit. I mean, it was very like stock in the sense of 3 jumps in a row, normal traditional style jumps. The rails were a bit tricky to figure out, but that was cool.
Yeah,
there was like
the rails look so fun. They look like it'd be a dream.
It was like you have some down flat downs, you have some downs, but everything's kind of set up just in a way that you can separate yourself and be a bit unique. And then, yeah, I mean, I figured out my rail run pretty early. Like, I figured out what I wanted to do. And then I knew I couldn't just go in and do dub 12, switch dub 10, switch dub 10. Because that won me contests, did me well that year, but the jumps were half the size.
Yep.
And on the big stage, it's like, oh, he just did. I know people are doing 16s and triples. So you're like, it's now or never. And then, yeah, on the last day of practice with like the last hour, I think if Gus wasn't walking up that knuckle watching me, give me a little bit of that like spontaneous, like, yo, check this shit out. I just went for it, landed it. I think I did one more right after that. And then
you said, yo, try out a triple, or you...
No, he's just watching. I was just like trying to brag to him, you know, and you see sometimes like, oh, there's like when you're in the park and your buddy's on the chair watching, you're like, I got to do something cool.
So your first triple ever was Gus is on the knuckle at the Olympics, and you're like, I got this shit.
Because I've been thinking about it, and like the double was, I could see everything. Like, if I just set this a little harder, it should work. I mean, what's the worst?
Just to put it in perspective, think how many kids go into the Olympics next year, like, and they're like, I've been training this triple fucking 8,000 times. I got the muscle memory. I'm going to be the best. You're so polar opposite from the idea of being the best that they have.
Well, totally, and that's a mental game though, and that's what I think fucks people up nowadays. Is they are too maybe overconfident versus maybe they're not ready to actually try something, but they have the facility to try it. Versus I truly think in that moment I was ready mentally, and like just I'd put my time in with the double. And I've been thinking about it, and I think it was just one of those situations where it was just the right time to try it. And then I remember getting to the top. I couldn't believe I landed it. I'm like, does anyone know? Does anyone know? And then Scogan comes up and goes, did you just do a triple? I'm like, yeah. And then it was just a little weird, and then word kind of spread throughout a bunch of the athletes.
We're like, did you do it dope? Were you like, hell, fuck yeah, you just grabbed it? Like, or was it you landed and you were like, what level do you do your first triple at? Because like with Henrik, right? His first nose butter triple was a contest. Yeah, right? It had to be perfect, had to be all these things. So I'm curious in the practice realm, when you just did it before you have to compete it, like, are you like, yo, I got that locked? Or did you just put your feet down and then you know you can perfect it more?
I laced it. I laced the second one, and then
you even got your grab the whole time. Your first one, like, trying it out, sick.
Yeah, it was. And then luckily, our one of the our ski tech films everything because he's bored during the day. And then I got to watch. I don't know if I actually watched it that night or not, but the whole game switched for me. At that point, I'm like, well, you just landed the first unnatural triple in a run, or like on a slopestyle course, not in a contest yet. Now my formula for a run, because there's formulas now, and like that's kind of when this started, where it's like you got to spin this way, switch forward, left, right. You can't do the same shit on rails, like yada yada yada. This is when all this started to become a thing. And I sat back and thought,
Well,
kids
it's
are
fun because you might be the last age too that says unnatural. I don't think anyone says that after your age.
Yeah, they just say right, left. Yeah. But yeah, so that night was pretty fucked. I barely slept because I sat back and I thought, well, I could win. In the way of like, let's go, but I need
That was your first thought ever the night before qualifications. Was like, man, I can actually win.
Maybe it wasn't I could win. It was like, that's the part of the process. That's what I needed to shut the internet up, to prove mostly for myself, I wanted to do it, but I was like, this is what I needed to be at the Olympics. Like, I am at the Olympics. I was happy to think that if this is the biggest stage we're ever going to be on, you better give it your all. And I was like, it took me days and days of practice to finally be like, try something new and get out of my comfort zone and actually be like, this is the time to do it. No fear of anything else besides the want to progress skiing. And then at that point, I think I scared a bunch of people. No one really talked about it, but people heard about it. And I was nervous. I'm like, I just got to get to finals to fucking try it. Like, it's not like
Okay, so you brought up a couple times the internet, and so like about what their opinion is on you. And what I find super interesting about like your whole story is like you have so many reasons, right? You had your dad right now, where it's like, wow, you realize shit shouldn't really matter. You have your personal ability that you put in all the personal energy to be as good as you are, right? That's a lot of egotistical energy where it's about self-care and self-want, self-desire. And then you have this outside. What out of like personal desire, ability for family that like shit that's going on, and then internet, what's your biggest influence to be the best at the Olympics? Because the internet thing just keeps up.
Yeah, I mean, there was like the anger from the internet, which drove me.
And how old are you at the Olympics?
How old?
Yeah.
I just turned 22.
Okay.
A lot of things of like, I've always been, I feel like for me, I never had the true foundations of a freestyle skier of like what it turned into. Like, none of my tricks were proper. I taught everything to myself. I had a shit ton of injuries and missed out on a lot of really good opportunities in my career, as in like a lot of second places when I should have won, but I made one little mistake that was stupid, or like getting hurt and not being able to prove, like just a lot of things. I feel like in my career, I remember thinking I was just always so obsessed with skiing since I was like 12. And then at this point, I'm like, this is what I've been obsessed with. And this is my opportunity, not necessarily opportunity, but it was everything kind of just like, I just peaked at the right time, I guess, you know? And for me, it was obviously the competitor inside, like, I want to fucking win. And it wasn't like to get rich or famous. It was motivated by the hate and need to prove myself. But deep down inside, like I think the reason I landed the triple was I wanted to do it. Like, I wanted to be there. I wanted to showcase skiing. I wanted to not necessarily be like an underdog story, but show that our sport, anyone can win on any day. And that,
you had the ability to be straightforward though, right? Like your visualization of the trick was there. It wasn't like you just went and hucked it.
No, I prepared for it. Like I didn't tell anyone.
You want to make sure that's known when you say that, because you're like, I got the triple, I did it. But I'm like, the visualization part is so important for people that are listening, you know, to know that you're not like, just like, oh, I can do it. Woo! It's like,
yeah,
no, it's a big fucking deal to be like, oh, I got this many doubles. I know this speed does that, puts me here, etc.
Totally. And I mean, I had like daydreams of like laying in bed months before where I was like envisioning, and I do a lot of talks with younger kids about like the mental part of skiing, and being a competitor. And it's like, I remember sitting in bed a couple of times just daydreaming of like being at the bottom of the Olympics, doing back-to-back switch triples and winning. But I hadn't even thought of doing one triple yet at that point in time. So that's what was crazy, is I was able to set a goal that was so damn high that even when I met one part of that, which was one of the triples. It was just
It's
like that's
something you thought about and envisioned, manifested, and then also visualized.
totally. And it was just like I wanted it. It was like a big part of it too is to prove to myself that I was a good skier, I guess. Like I feel like I was missing out on a lot of for how obsessed and how much time I've spent obsessing over skiing and literally giving up everything else, opportunities, not having girlfriends as a kid, just skiing. Like I don't know, just really always just obsessed and focused and just in every aspect of skiing. I think that's why at the Olympics I wasn't really nervous. When I usually get nervous.
And this triple, Skogan's like, yo, do you just do this? You're like, do you go into sleep that night like, I'm going to win this shit?
I didn't necessarily think I'm going to win, but I sat back and thought, Gepper, who was favorited to win, will do a triple. Gus will do a triple. Bobby will do a triple.
Did they already do them in slopestyle? Have you already seen them do it in an event?
Gus and Gepper did them at X Games the week before.
Okay.
So it was the second event, slopestyle event, where people did triples in the contest. So there was kind of like
you won in slopestyle, but you knew he had one in big air, so you knew
exactly. Like the bar was set. Like if you're gonna win, if you want to be top tier athlete, which I always wanted to be, I always wanted my name to be up there with the other boys.
There's 3 big air jumps in a slopestyle event. That's the basic idea.
Is what this came down to. And then, yeah, I mean, the first part was I have to get to the point where I do the triple, but a lot of people maybe heard about it, but no one saw it because I did it the day before. I ended up winning qualifying, which was insane, without doing the triple. But I knew
who was second and third in qualifying?
Andreas got second, and then I think
Woods?
I think it was Woodsy. Yeah. Because Gus and Nick were a bit lower down the start order because after winning qualifying, I couldn't believe it. And I was like, now this shit's real because I just did my soft version of this run. And I got the banger trick, and I'm pretty sure the judges saw me do it. Like the judges always like to know what might happen.
So you did your triple in qualifier?
No, I didn't. That's what I'm saying. I won the qualifying without the triple. So that's when I sat back and thought, holy shit, if I didn't, I know more people are going to bust out some new tricks, but if I just scored that well without doing a triple, that means my rails were top notch.
Did any of those guys do triples in qualifying?
I think some like Euro kids did, but
not like the big guys.
Not the big guys. Like maybe Elias Ambule did, but yeah. And then in finals, they salted the fucking course and they didn't salt it the whole week. And unfortunately, Bobby was like the test subject, and we saw him go like 160 feet and crumble on the last jump.
In training or during finals?
So in training, I did 3.5. I almost did a quad on accident, which was crazy because I got all mentally fucked on that. But they salted after practice before finals, so no one knew.
No one knew.
So like we didn't really no one's really, we're not paying attention to, they're raking, but are they throwing salt? So we didn't see, and then luckily since I dropped last, I got to see 11 other people test the speed out for me. So I'm watching on the little monitor being like, Case slowing down a lot more than we used to. Like,
yeah.
Still crazy though, because I went huge on my first run, and then I actually messed up my triple in my first run. Like I didn't get the pop I needed. So it didn't flip really, but I guess it still looked cool because of that. And I went so big and I landed, and then in the video, if you watch, I get to the bottom and I put my hands on my head because in my mind, it looks like I'm like, holy crap, I just landed that. Like that's the winning run. But in my mind, I'm like, I just fucked that up. Like everything was perfect and I just messed up the triple.
Yeah.
But then my score came in and it was the highest score of the day. And then
I have a question related to that. I have a question related to that because do you think that even though yours wasn't a claim, do you think that the person's reaction to their own run influences the judges at all?
100%.
Yeah, because like if you're looking bummed at the end of your run, where versus you looking neutral, they might look at that and be like, oh, well, clearly he was looking for something different. He fucked that up. But you looking like you claimed, to them, they were probably like, oh, he meant to do exactly what he just did.
Well, I did claim a little bit. Like when I landed, I just couldn't believe I landed, and I smashed my poles into the snow, like did a good push.
Yeah.
But then the first thought was, everything was perfect until the triple. But I landed it and I grabbed it, and then when my score came in, that's when I was like, holy smokes, I could do this even better.
Yeah.
But the wildest part was going up the chairlift alone after that. Like, I'm in all sorts of messed up. I'm like, all right, well, I definitely have a top 3. Like, I don't think it was like a 96.8. Like, that's going to be pretty hard for 3 people to beat that. And I'm going up the chair, and there's a crow just circling me the whole time. And all I could think of was that's my dad, because I'm a big believer in crows being spirits of the mountains. And I'm just like, this is nuts. And then I just kind of like sat in the trees for a little bit, listened to some Mob Deep, and just had to keep my cool because it wasn't over yet. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, how can I step that run up? I know Gepper is going to go. He's the favorite to win. I know there's a lot of people who could possibly do some crazy shit. Gus could beat me. Like Gus almost did. And then all I was thinking of is I have to do that triple, but to 14 instead of 1260. I got to do a 1440. So I'm sitting there at the top. Everyone's like, the cameras are all over me. Everyone's giving me cheers. The other and I had to watch 11 of the best skiers in the world try and beat me. And in the back of my mind, I'm just like not focusing, just focusing on.
Is it only a 2-run final?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was. This is all in one day too. This whole event was in one day.
Yeah.
And then I'm sitting there, and one of the coolest things that happened to me that whole day was, I mean, obviously my phone's blowing up. People are like, "You're gonna win." I'm just trying not to look at it. Gepper didn't put a second run down. Gus moved from third to second. Or Gus didn't land his first run, moves into second. And at that point, I didn't mean to be cocky, but I was like, "There's not many other people who could bump me out right now." It was me, Gus, Gepper, and then Andreas Hotbite was the last person to drop before me, and he gives me like a big hug right before he goes into the start gate. And then as he's in the start gate, he just looks over and says, "Congratulations, dude, you deserve this." As in like, not, and I'm like, "No, dude, you got to get this." But in his mind, he wasn't going to do. He, I think, knew he didn't have the difficulty. He could have. I still think him and Henrik had the potential. I mean, Henrik could have beat me 100%. I think he had that little hand touch. I think that was
no hand touch. He would have won. It would have been over. But
that was like
the beginning of the end where you're like, okay, it's official. Degree of difficulty wins. But you're totally right. Like it's just like, but that's the dopest shit about Andreas.
And it was so cool because, I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, this dude who I've idolized my whole life, who's made it known that he's kind of done competing now, that this is it for him. I was like sad, stoked, but I felt like maybe it was different for him, but I had this crazy moment where there's no one else in the world but like one of the most accomplished pro skiers in the world from Norway, who's maybe more obsessed with skiing than anyone else.
Yeah. Way more than you, for sure, even though you are.
Yeah,
he's giving me even more than me, even though I know I am.
Exactly. He's giving me props and congratulating me. And then he lands a perfect run, and I had to sit there, and I kept looking at Skog, and I'm like, dude, just tell me, like, what happened? And I got the news at the top that I won. And at that point, I remember in slopestyle for women, Dara Howell had a victory run, but she did like 360s down it. And I thought it was nothing. You do what you want, but I'm like, it's very anticlimactic.
Yes, it's not fun. We don't appreciate that.
And in my mind, the first thought was, I can do that run better, so I'm going to do it better. I don't want to dishonor anyone who's failed along the way to get here, and I got to fucking bang it down. And it was like the most fun run of my life.
And did you outscore your first run?
I think I tied my first. I mean, it was in my opinion, it was way better.
Okay.
But at that point, the contest is over. I don't think it actually was higher than this. I think it was a little bit lower, But I also think the judges were kind of just like, we're done. Like the contest is over. That's my opinion.
Well, either way, man, big up yourself for doing that, because I think that a victory lap means you have proven that you could do something. So why wouldn't you do it again? Not like, oh man, you finally got away without killing yourself. Go do the safe stuff now. But I'll tell you this, so you know, I ask everyone. For women, who won the 2014 first Olympic gold medal? I ask this at least once a week to every skier I talk to, and no one knows the answer. And there's a reason for that. You know, so it shows why what you just said is important, you know. And I'm not going to discredit her from taking that Olympic gold on that one day in our sport. But for our sport as a big picture before and after, it matters.
Totally. Yeah, and there was no reason not to. Like for me, it was like, dude, everyone here has been working for like some people maybe 2 years to get to this one day. Just finish it out. Why not finish it out? This shit's fun, right?
So you did another triple then on your second run.
Yeah, it was way better. Like in my opinion, that was the one I wanted to do. Like that's the run that most people see online is actually my second run.
Well, that's fun. That's nice to get to see your better run, even though it's not the winning score run.
Yeah. At least the clips that were on New Scores was that way. And then that was just, and then the rest, everything just changed from then.
Well, let's just talk awesomeness now, because here's the funnest part. This is what I've been waiting for. I think you have the craziest moment in our sport, not only for the first Olympic gold medal, but you swept an American podium with Gepper and Gus. You have the most famous person in the whole Olympics is a Swedish kid that lost his pants. Right? So now you're in so we have highlights of the Olympics, Team USA sweeps. Above that, number one thing, kid skier loses his pants. And then we have this champion, not even yet. Then we have hashtag date Nick. And then we have a coming out gay guy that brought home puppies. And then we have Joss. You're number 5, man, on Twin Tip Ski Stories. And that's what I was like talking with Phil this morning, Castlebon. I was like, man, it's so crazy how many stories came out. And I was like, you know what's fun? Josh had to deal with hashtag I want to date Nick, or the guy who brought back puppies. So I want to ask the first person that I've ever been able to ask in 10 years, what was it like as the guy who wins, where, I mean, the hashtag that Gepper did was maybe the biggest thing internally online for our sport. And what I bugged out about when I thought about it this morning, I was like, yo, he was probably like 19. So all the girls that responded were probably under 18 that hashtagged I want to date you. So I was like, yo, this is the most fucked up first social experience of online internet I ever experienced, and it happened because of our sport in the Olympics. So what were some of the fun, weird things, man? Like while you're sitting in Sochi, having a gold and having a guy with puppies and a guy with getting little girls that want to date him. Was it interesting, or were you was there so much attention on you didn't even see those two humongous global things going on?
No, it was very frustrating to be honest. Because I honestly think say I got first and say Henrik was in third, or Henrik got second and Andreas got third. Yep. We all, in our own rights, in our own countries, would have been way bigger than the 3 of us in the US became. Because I got a third of the attention versus, even if I got second and I was the only American who got second, American on the podium, I would have had a lot more opportunities. I think there would have been a lot more focus on me. And I was totally cool to share the spotlight. Gus.
This isn't negative. I'm just interested because the 2 biggest storylines was not the gold medal. And that's what I was like when we used to sit back, we were kind of bummed on, because the storyline was not the guy who accomplished, it was the sideshows. And that I'm not talking shit, but I'm being real. This is straight fact.
Totally. 100%.
You know, because they did it at the highest level. Here's my dogs. I got the morning show. Here's the girls that want to date me. So yeah, I just wanted to hear it from your perspective. So I just want to clarify. I'm not saying fuck these two guys. I'm saying,
Oh no, totally. I mean, mad respect to both parties because they were very smart.
do you think Gepper was smart though? I think it had to backfire like a motherfucker. Because at this time, 2014, the internet was so new where like I can't imagine his I'd love to like have a whole like 10 hours of talking of repercussions of a hashtag. You know, like I don't know if it was smart.
So it was damage control is what I believe his was, because all these athletes before going to the Olympics, they have like managers and agents. Like Jersey, my agent wasn't even there. You know, like I didn't have a team behind me, but a lot of these people have teams behind them, which is smart.
Gepper and Gus.
Yeah, so Gepper had like a PR agent, and they cooked that whole thing up because Valentine's Day was the next day.
Okay.
So we went to bed, and when we woke up on, I think it was Good Morning America, we went to first thing the next morning, blindsided by this shit. Out of nowhere.
You're going in as the winning, sweeping American team, and fucking Gepper third place. Fucking
and they come out of nowhere, out of left field. They like stopped the show. I thought we were going to talk about skiing because that's all. I'm not media trained at the time. All I know is, yeah, skiing's sick. I fucking love it. Like it's dope. They stop the show and they go, well, to celebrate Valentine's Day. And there's this whole side piece of Nick being like, hashtag I want to date Nick. And I'm sitting there being like, a lot of us, we didn't really get along at the time. But that's just old, young, competitive drama. And all I could think of was, wow, that was smart as fuck. Like he just diverted the attention to third place, you know?
Because second place in America and third place in America, you're a loser. So, like, that's what's different in an Olympic world compared to the rest of the world. So, yeah. All right, keep going.
Yeah, and then, I mean, it was unfortunate. The dog thing was chill. I mean, it's just the public eye doesn't understand our sport, and that's what I was really trying to hope to use this opportunity to be like, this is what slopestyle skiing is. This is what free skiing is. We're not athletes, we're skiers. Yeah. But no one wants to talk about the actual, like anything with the Olympics, the sports part about it, unless you're breaking records, doesn't really come up in the sense of, I spent 2 to 3 weeks in New York after, and it was a constant battle of like, how are the puppies? How's the dating contest? Joss, do you have anything to say? And I'm like, I guess. I don't know.
That's why I was wondering. I was thinking because to me those stories are so much more polarizing, and it's Gus's whole overall story, and then just Nick because it was drama. It was like you cashed in on like mid-teenagers where you're like, whoa. Like I think if he was to do it in 2024. There'd be problems with predatory things because I guarantee half of them were underage.
Political correctness, everything. Yeah.
And we're still only talking 2014.
Yeah.
So I just was laughing at the scenario. But I always felt bad for you because I never felt like you got the shine beside the sideshows. And the sideshows were such a joke for me where I was like, man, like that kid just won. And not even we get to like because I know more about those two guys and those two situations in Sochi than I do about you.
Totally. And I remember getting to a point where I was like, I got to do something. Like I got to because it was always it was fun, but like in the end of the day, even if I didn't win the interview, it was always like another contest.
So how were you going to win?
I'd be like, well, I have the gold medal, so like it doesn't really matter, Like the true ones, like the true skiers, the people I really care about what they think of me is actual skiers and the people that I associate with and my fellow competitors and fellow just free skiers and getting that respect. I was like, well, they all know I won. maybe when I'm walking down the streets in New York, they don't know that I'm the winner. They know I'm like one of the 3 guys. But I just wanted to go fucking ski. I was like, this is my opportunity now to quit competing and go do some sick shit.
I want to put it in perspective too, because I think it was big USA swept it. But when we look at the 2 guys in second and third, we had Gus photoshopping. Gus was the best half pipe skier in the world 2013. And he still was in a situation where he had to Photoshop himself going bigger so people would accept him. So obviously he was searching. Yeah. We have Alex, Gepper, who goes and throw rocks a year after his success. So he's still searching. These aren't bad words I'm saying about humans. We're all searching ourselves. But, you know, the distractions of people with a spotlight on themselves when they're searching themselves is not a good thing. And those 2 guys that were searching themselves got a bigger light than you. So I hope, you know, like in my eyes, I just want to praise you, man. I want to say big up yourself on what you accomplished, because like I can't imagine. I know nothing about those 2 guys and they're searching themselves. We all are, but they made it a focal point for the public during their time of searching, which made them outshine you.
Totally.
And you were able to put the first ever gold medal in a slopestyle sport that's been part of X Games since 2002, had that credibility that supposedly was bigger than X Games. And so you got that. So, man, like if anything, 10 years later, big up yourself.
Thank you.
You fucking won the biggest event ever in our sport of skiing in 2014. And it was a big fucking deal. Know that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I forget about that a lot nowadays because I try to use that as an opportunity now to like do what I wanted to do after that. Like, we're back.
And you killed it. I just wanted to say it once because I never met you and never talked to you. And I think it was a really big deal what you had to go through. And I can only imagine if you were some of my friends that are very outspoken in their passion towards the sport of skiing, they might be saying, fuck this person, fuck that person, like very loudly still to this day. And so I just want to take my hat off, congratulate you.
Thank you.
Give you your flowers on this one.
I appreciate it.
It's a big deal because I can't imagine everything you went through on real life. Dedicate yourself to a luxury hobby sport, accomplish it at a high level where you can die, and then still have to deal with bullshit.
Totally.
Bullshit's a waste of time in our life.
How did the haters change their tune when you took home the gold?
Did anyone think that you shouldn't have won?
The debate actually on the internet, which I thought was weird, was between me and Gepper. A lot of people thought Gepper should have beat me.
Fuck that, Henrik.
That's the thing that I thought. Like, I thought there would be more arguments with him, with Henrik and I, which there were. But the main
degree of difficulty in the hand drag always wins in competition. That's a proven fact. So you win when we're talking judge sport.
Yeah. So yeah, I think a hand drag's like dock 7 point or like 5 points or something, or 3 points on that feature. But yeah, I mean, honestly, it was still like the Gepper thing. But the coolest thing was a lot of people messaged me who sent me hate messages, and they're like, "Sorry, bro. Like, hats off to you."
And were these random haters, or were these actually people you knew?
No, this is the same people from earlier. The lurkers that followed.
That's crazy. Like, it's so fun to think fans, the negative people, like also like come back and be like, "I'm sorry, dog, I lied."
I had a few people who I knew, like kind of knew, like Mary O'Neill, if you remember her, who was like a Wallace super fan.
I'm from Minnesota.
Okay, yeah, you know her. Yeah, so she was one that sent me one of the craziest messages ever, and I like couldn't even read it without.
Did she say you disrespected the sport and Tom Wallish because he deserves the spot?
And she was the one who was like, "You need to give up your spot. You need to give it to."
This was a 50-year-old woman writing this, little boy.
And then she sent me a very nice apology after I won, which was I never responded to it because I still thought the first comment was so out of pocket that she didn't deserve a response. But I mean, a lot of people were, it was almost like an underdog story in the sense of, I feel like from the core community of skiers, I was maybe not seen as like a compy guy, but I maybe spoke up for a lot of the homies that I grew up skiing with and that never really made it that next tier, who just love skiing. And it was really cool. I mean, a bunch of my buddies in Salt Lake made money betting on me because my odds were like 25-1 or something.
Oh, you're the biggest underdog story ever. And now that you tell me your backstory with the Peters and like your whole crew, like, I mean, imagine, right? If you're looking at that whole circle, man, McRae, those guys, like Alex, like it's like you're the biggest underdog out of all of them. They had pro models, rock star first, fucking X Games gold medals first, big contracts first, fucking mustaches first. You know, like they were like the first guys, everyone that was your best friends as kids.
Totally. I was just lurking, waiting to bite.
I think no, but pick up yourself on that too, because it's it's really fun to learn that story because I never knew who your circle was growing up, and it's funny that I didn't because like I know Justin Loloff so well. You know, I know
Totally.
I know all the Peters and Ninth Award, and I know like Stephen Thomas traveled with him. Like it's just fun that even that's how underdog you are.
I feel like yeah, totally. I was there, but I wasn't there.
Exact. They weren't like trying to, because a lot of them were trying to be cool, you know, no disrespect, but that's like out of the Peters and stuff. And like a lot of times they're trying to be cool, over flexed, getting to the next level.
Totally.
You know, and it got them to a certain point. That first 3-4 years of being cool, Stephen was the steeziest motherfucker I knew.
100%.
I was like, how are you so stylish, man? You're like a high schooler showing up, like your hat, your pants, your jacket matches, like even off slope. And then Max and Tosh were like the kids that weren't rich in Park City, but yet their dad still owned the ski shop. So they were like, had the dirty fake opinion, like we do drugs and we get fucked up. Yeah. We're like, hell yeah. I don't know. So your story's wicked. Nice to learn.
We got to ask you this, Joss, and I didn't even realize that we accidentally have been doing this, Iberg, but we've had a lot of gold medalists on this show. Even though
I haven't accidentally. I count them, man. We've been dominating since Mosley.
Yeah.
The only thing we don't have is like Burke Rude or something.
Yeah, but Joss, we got to ask you, because we've been asking these guys this. What's the most ridiculous favor, opportunity, party, celebrity encounter, whatever, that you've gotten from being a gold medalist?
I mean, I think there's two cool things that happen, like in like public, just through appearances. I did one of the last shows with David Letterman when he was on the late night show.
That's so sick. Yeah.
Which was super fresh, and I got to sit right next to him and then actually talk to him a little bit after. And then another cool thing was we had a full page photo in Rolling Stone where they put us in. It was pretty sick. They put us in like leather jackets and did our hair up all like rock star style. Like those are the two cool things that I did. A lot of the other stuff, I think, it wasn't like.
So Wheaties box wasn't top of your list?
No, we did a cornflakes box, but it was a photo of us. I have it in my living room. It's a photo of us in our like on the podium, and it just looks pretty weird. Like it's cool, but they didn't actually sell it in markets. It was like a reward. You could go on the internet and buy it with rewards.
Oh, okay.
It wouldn't come with cereal, but yeah. I mean, I definitely had a bunch of crazy times in New York. I mean, I met some famous people, but the crazy thing was going to like this secret nightclub in like some hipster part of New York. I don't know New York too well anymore, but and I bought a bottle of vodka for $700. I'm with these like NFL players who have Super Bowl rings. I don't know anything about football, but I'm with all these big dogs. They're buying bottles, and I'm so fucked up already. I decided to buy a bottle.
Are you wearing your medal?
It was in my pocket, but because we carried them everywhere. But I just remember sitting in this like library, like underground club with all these big dogs, and I just felt like I needed to big dog out with them. Got a bottle of vodka and didn't even touch it because I was so drunk, and then left. And I've never bought a bottle since because it was $700 for a bottle of like Sky vodka or something. But yeah, I mean.
I asked Alex, I was like, yo, man, like you had to have had 8,000 DMs like after you won the Olympics. Like, yeah, and you're the first generation of DM, right? 2014 is like, I think 2013 was the first inspired Instagram, if I remember. So I'm guessing like you're a young kid, you're probably on this shit.
Single.
You all of a sudden like become a good looking dude to hot chicks on the internet because you win.
It was a lot of Facebook stuff, and I got a bunch of there was a bunch of like fan accounts that showed up of like all three of us. And I started to get into the selfie thing a bit more because I was like, oh, this is cool. But then I really, that's just not really me. But it was a lot of really, I mean, I'm 22 at the time.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't imagine if all of a sudden things come to you already. It's hard. And then if you're focused on something and you're a normal person, like I don't go towards chicks, I don't think I'm good looking or anything, but like if you get something where someone thinks you're special and they can connect with you very fast, I'm interested at 22. The height of pinnacle of Facebook and the beginning of Instagram, like, do you get experiences where you're like, whoa, I'm a boss. The hottest chick in the world just hit me up.
So it was mostly underage, like teenager girls. So I just stayed away from a lot of that. But I read a lot of the messages and I would say thanks and stuff.
Weird. Like even that, I can't fathom. All of a sudden, like I can't. There's nothing in my life where underage girls desired me, and that's because the internet didn't exist in certain times. So I think that part is bizarre.
I mean, the crazy thing is like I would post a selfie or something on Instagram and it'd get like 15, 20,000 likes and I'd get like 1,000 likes in 10 minutes. It was just this crazy shit how much my stuff blew up. But that was very short lived, luckily. Maybe not luckily, but luckily. Because then I kind of was like, all right, I'll like fall back to skiing, what you want to do. Go back to that. But the one thing that kind of sucked the most is when I'd be in New York and hanging out with other girls and people my age, it almost worked against me, my image and like my accomplishments, because little of these girls know I wasn't having any luck trying to get like hang out with other girls and have good fun. It all turned into, oh, you probably just do this with a new girl every night, where they think I'm a player, but really I'm struggling like no other, because now it's working in the opposite direction where I have no shot now because people are like scared because they think I'm this player when I'm not.
So you just missed every shot. Yeah,
every shot got fucked.
Awesome. Just try.
Can't win.
It was honestly, I could not get over it. There'd be nights where I'd get back to the hotel room and I'd talk to Jersey and I'd be like, I don't fucking get it. What else do I need to do? Like, like it's just not working. People think I'm just a player. And then the worst thing though, like, so that was all of that. But what I didn't notice is other athletes who I found very interesting and attractive. A year or two later, I noticed were sliding into my DMs that year, and I just totally missed them. Like amazing opportunities to meet some amazing women and like do some cool stuff. I just blew off because I didn't see it.
Because there's too many messages.
And then now it's too late.
What kind of cool stuff would you do with those other athletes not in skiing?
Just hang out, brag with each other. I guess I don't know.
Cool stuff.
Be famous together.
Damn.
Olympian. So do you have an Olympic ring tattoo?
No. I actually don't have any tattoos, but I wouldn't get one. I think it's more of like, no offense to people who do, because I think it's cool if you're into that kind of stuff. But for me, I didn't need to prove that I was there.
Yeah. No, I always was interested because it's such a identity thing for people. And when the sport came into our sport, I was interested because the identity of the individual was always as important as the sport. And when you put rings on yourself, you're like, wow, I just put a corporation on myself that said I'm good enough through the sport I created or I create every day. Doesn't ever make sense to me in skiing.
I mean,
personal opinion.
The Olympic Committee and the Olympics, after experiencing it all and trying to go in 2018, it's a nasty company. Like the way it's all run is pretty bad. Like my whole opinion changed because growing up, yes, the Olympics here and stuff, it was always one of the coolest things in the world. And then after I've learned a lot of the politics and kind of crap that goes into it and the amount of money that goes into it that the athletes don't see, like you don't get paid if you want to go medal.
Non-profits, man, that just totally dominates. Like, is the most depressing shit ever. And so, like, to me, it was really fun because everyone, when we started our sport, had a fist sock sticker on their phone, fist sock sister t-shirt, all this shit. And why did that happen? Was because people were like, man, you know what? You're saying what I can and can't do. You're having someone judge me on my ability in which they can't even do themselves. And then you tell me if I'm a piece of shit or not at 18th place every weekend. And I pay you.
And I'm paying you.
So that's the lowest common denominator of freestyle skiing, hot dog skiing, etc. Because hot dog skiing is built off creation and artistic impression off skiing. And so it builds up. And until the point where it's so cool, someone's like, man, I can make money off it. Let's make hot dogging, moguls, aerials, and ballet. Let's make freestyle, big air, slopestyle, and half pipe. So I was very interested always, like why people think it's cool. I get it for opportunity.
It's a stage.
Once they realize why, because you're an artist. Once said and done, what you do and the rotation you do on a trick, a silhouette that I take, a line that you ski down the mountain and powder that I take a picture of your line, it's a signature of who you are and it's an expression. So if we do that to entertain people through video or contests, double backflip, still cool, 2024. You know what I mean? Like when you say, wow, I didn't know it always is cool. Why? Because it's an artistic impression that's the lowest common denominator that people can understand.
Totally. 100%.
But it's max physical effort.
Yeah.
So you are Circus Olay on crack as an individual, representing an individual, not an organization like Circus Olay that goes to FIS. If this makes sense. So, because, dude, you're pinnacle. And why you're really special is not only are you pinnacle in what you created as the underdog, but then where you go. And so I think we should probably, after 3.5 hours, maybe get to where you go.
Yeah, we can move on from this, yeah. Pretty much right after all the media stuff, I actually got a cool opportunity and went to Bosnia with Chris Laker and Carl Fosfet.
For who?
It was for TGR, but it was the 4x9 guys who filmed it. It was our trip. But we were.
And that was Good Company or 4x9 at the time?
It was like right when the transition was just starting. So it was AJ DeCoulis and Andrew Napier. And then Mike McLeod, if you ever met him.
A lot.
So it was us, and then they pretty much just pitched an idea, and then TGR funded it, which was great. And then Nate Abbott came, so we went to Bosnia, which was kind of loose, but it was kind of a cool wraparound story. Obviously, I was needed for them to sell the piece because it was an Olympic venue, yada yada.
You're the every sale. So that's what I think too is fun with you in the film world. And I'm interested, and that's why I'm so stoked, because you used your name to sell a product in the future. But everyone's using you now.
Yeah.
You're a gold medal. So you get a segment for a TGR feature film?
Yeah, it was almost a blaze. I think they won. I mean, dude, honestly, the rest of the movie wasn't that great. It was very TGR-esque, which is fine. But yeah, I pretty much went on this trip. I made a deal with my buddies because I'm like, I want to go with you guys. Street trip sounds really fun. I don't really TGR's sick, respect him. But I know this trip is kind of getting bankrolled by the fact that there's going to be a story of the Olympian goes to a war-torn Olympic city. So I was like, I will go if Nate Abbott comes. Because at the time I was under the impression that if you want to get a cover shot with free skier, you shoot with Nate Abbott. So
no way. So in 2014, Nate Abbott still had that value of stock.
But he didn't tell us that he left free skier like a week or two before this
So
trip.
did you ever work with Nate before? Because I've known Nate forever. So I'm curious, like, what's your relationship with Nate that you brought that idea?
Yeah, I mean, I've known Nate a long time just because just the circle I was in with my agent and like always hang out with Colby West and Peter Lennick and stuff.
So did you have shots with him on Free Skier like that were ever published?
Shots from the Olympics got published. Nothing else really. Like, it was one of those things where I felt like I would show up and people would drop the camera when I'm dropping, you know, because they're like, I'm not getting paid to shoot this guy.
No way.
That before the Olympics, and then after the Olympics, I was like,
saw that as an athlete where people didn't want to take a digital photo of you because someone didn't pay you.
Just like not being the focus, you know, like saying
I can understand that with 35 millimeter film, but you're a fucking retard with digital film if that was your thought.
Yeah, you're not dude, you can just delete it. It takes 2 seconds. But yeah, so
Or
my whole thing was like,
someone when you get an epic because you're good at your fucking skill set.
so my whole thing was, I'm going on this trip. I'm going to film an awesome street part, like get a little more respect from the scene, and I'm gonna get a cover of Free Skier. Like, that's my goal. Like, because especially at the time, Free Skier was actually popping back then. Like, it was still
Your goal after the Olympics is to get a cover of Free Skier.
yeah. So the whole, I mean, that trip was awesome, and Carl Fosfet and Chris Laker, like two of my best friends. But the whole time I'm like, this is my opportunity to maybe take advantage of being in the right place at the right time. I got this crazy photo doing a right 9 lead blunt over the Sarajevo podium in the rain with bullet holes all over the cement. And we lit a Saga jacket on fire where the flame would be.
You were a Saga guy in 2014?
No, I was on Oakley, but we had a Saga jacket that no one wanted, so we lit it on fire. And then got this photo. It took me a long time because we got a bunch of sticker photos, but this is the one that actually landed. Because, look, there's like no snow. But did that. Life, like, I was super hyped. I didn't really understand what was going on with Nate at the time, but I was like, dude, I'm checking off. I'm hitting my career goals, my bucket list right here. Like, cover photo of any magazine. Free Skier would obviously be, Free Skier Powder would be the best. I ended up winning Skier of the Year from 2014. The first year Free Skier did Skier of the Year that was industry voted. So it was like filmers, team managers, coaches, athletes. Like,
how did they do it before?
I don't know how they necessarily did it before, but this is the first year that Henrik Lampert sent out an email to like 500 people, and you gave like your top 3.
Interesting.
And it went, and I won that above. It was the one time that Sammy or Henrik didn't win, and it was
or Wallace. I think Wallace and Henrik tied the year before.
Yeah, exactly. And then, so that was cool because that was I still have the trophy, which is awesome. And it was more of like a rider's choice. It was just really cool that I got honored that way.
Yeah.
And then I was like, dude, this is great. I'm like checking off all these boxes. I'm hitting these accomplishments. And then when I heard that, when I did the interview for the Free Skier story, I'm like, I have to get the fucking cover now, right? I'm sitting on this photo. I just won, like, that's their main story of the magazine, right? If they do a Skier of the Year, it should be the guy and the girl. Maybe we share a cover. Maybe she gets it. Maybe I get it. They give the cover of that issue, no offense, was Oscar Wester doing a flat 3 on a side. There's a chairlift in the background of the shot at a ski resort, and it was an article about the Wester brothers. And that was the cover. So this photo never got published or anything. That's why I ended up posting on Instagram. Because I'm like, all right, well, what other situations do you need to be in to get a cover of a magazine?
You should get that photo to Owen. You should get that photo to Owen Dahlberg with that story. So that could be in browser, because that's a great story.
The cover that should have been.
Yeah. No,
I think that was kind of the end of that. You know, Freeze was gone. Powder didn't give a fuck about her shit no more. Free Skier was like, man, we only care about resorts in Colorado that want to party and have visual, you know, like, Because they haven't done shit. We haven't had a magazine since, man. That's why we had Own on here, because it was like, no way someone's finally caring.
It's fucking sick. But yeah, I mean, just pretty much after the Olympics, I had 2 goals: get a cover, win X Games gold. I was like, then my life is get a cover, win X Games gold, and either put out and start working on maybe dialing my competitiveness back a lot and filming skiing and really getting my foothold in the film world, whether that's creating my own or joining other production companies. And a lot of that was not as easy as I thought it'd be after winning the Olympics.
So what did you do right after? Did you go to filming, or what was your thing? Like,
Yeah,
the year after the Olympics for you?
the year after the Olympics, I did all the big contests like Dew Tour and X Games. I won X Games slopestyle, but I didn't win because of a formality.
Wait, what?
Sorry. So I got second in 2015 in slopestyle. Nick Gepper won, but Nick Gepper didn't make finals and shouldn't even been close to the making finals cut because he fell off a rail halfway. But ABM blew his knee in practice, and since Gepper was 1 spot out, they put him in, and then he won.
No way.
So hats off to fucking Nick.
Won it legitimately.
So like if Nick wasn't there, I won by like 10 points. Like the only competition that year, not to like down talk the rest of the guys because no one really landed runs. Because that was the year that Henrik got knocked out, if you remember that, in slopestyle. Yep. The only people who landed runs were Nick and myself, and then Alex Bellmeyer got 3rd, but he was 10 points behind us. So it was one of those things where it was another one of those opportunities that just slipped. And I just couldn't, hats off to Nick. He put down he rightfully won the contest, but he shouldn't have been in finals. But it's a TV show. It's a story. He did a 3-peat. Like, fuck yeah. It was just a bummer for me because that was the second time in the year after the Olympics where I thought I had one of my bucket list goals ready to go, and I failed. And that was that year, and then a couple years later, my only opportunities to win slopestyle, I thought. And then once the opportunity was passed, I knew it was over.
That's insane. Iberg, I think you're muted. So, okay. So when you we're talking about the Olympics earlier, you said that winning was your opportunity to transition out of competing. So could you speak to how long that thread has been going on in your mind of like eventually wanting to leave? And then did you know that you wanted to get into the event space with everything that you've done with Slush and all that? Or did that come later?
That came pretty quick. But so pretty much what it was it was a hard medium to be in where obviously I'm one of the best in the world at this moment in time on a slopestyle course for that course, you know? Like I'm not comparing myself to anyone outside of contests, but at that time my statistics were great.
Yep.
So I was like, while I got it, I might as well try and win as much shit as I can because I love this shit. I might as well keep skiing, keep pushing myself. I never wanted to quit while I was on top, but I never wanted to quit because it was embarrassing, right? And for me, it kind of ended on more of an embarrassing front, which is totally fine. I dealt with some injuries, which sucked, and then I got pulled back into contests a lot. And the inner competitiveness in me was very like, let's go to one more Olympics. Like, I'm a competitor. I don't like to be a dick or competitive vocally with people, but on hill, you can do your talking with your skiing. So that was my thing was I'm like, I want to transition out, but the opportunities weren't really coming my way. And like, I kind of got my foot into some doors, but then it just didn't feel right. And like, maybe I had some opportunities to work with some companies, but I didn't really want to work with Matchstick or TGR at the time. I wanted to be like doing my own thing or skiing with Carl Fossfed or skiing with just like Wallish. Like if Forber and I was still around, maybe get into their movie, you know, just do stuff like that.
So your conception of transitioning out was becoming a full-time film skier.
Being Henrik was maybe the goal.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to show up, prove yourself and win a contest, but you're not on the circuit chasing points, right? Like your focus is you're still competing because you can, and you love that shit, but your main focus is the other stuff, is the film world and skiing. Like how perfect Henrik has been able to do it, in my opinion. Like he'll probably go to this next Olympics just because he's good enough, you know.
Well,
but that's not his main focus.
In his head, he's like, I got 5 Olympics total minimum in my career.
Totally.
You know?
And that's just the motivation and love, but that's not his main focus. It's skiing. Skiing is his focus. So it was like to be able to transition into the ability to do what I wanted was actually what I was looking for.
And that leads into you making stuff. And,
totally.
And so was Slush did you come up with Slush first tee, or did you have some other ideas that didn't pan out first?
So the conception of Slush is pretty funny. I was pretty bummed on how new schoolers maybe seemed a little bit biased to me, and like just and same with free skier. They're just kind of posting their friends, which isn't bad, but it just didn't seem like I could really get my foot in where I wanted it to be. I feel like my videos and new schoolers wouldn't get a lot of love. Like no one's really seeing it. I thought there was a bunch of maybe issues. So my original thought was I just want to make a new website that is like a skier's website. There's no bull crap around it. It's just, we're going to make videos and post videos and share our friends' videos. And it's almost kind of like a collection. Hence it's doing what the other websites are doing, but of what we and my crew think, what I believe is good in skiing. And maybe make it easier.
There's a lot of fucking content in this year.
And it was, I've always been a huge follower and fan of the Barracks since since their inception. And I think that there was a huge part of skiing I was lacking athlete ownership and involvement and management. I thought that there was maybe a lot of people trying to tell us what to do, and I think there wasn't maybe enough. I mean, obviously social media now has changed the game, but at the time it was more of an idea of I was just sick of the machine and maybe we wanted to start something new. And then Matt Walker and I were at a World Cup in New Zealand, and I pretty much was talking to him about, I want to make a new website, I want like a new media channel, just start something new. Have another
this year after the Olympics.
Yep, this is 25th. The fall of 2014 in New Zealand after a shitty World Cup. We were in the bar, we were talking, and he had an idea of bringing skate to snow because the stepped stuff how Step did the skate on snow, but they never finished it. And Walker,
I want to ask you about that. Yeah. Okay. So, because Stepped, they filmed a series which was essentially Slush before Slush, but they never finished it.
Even the Vars did it. The Vars Challenge or whatever. You know what I'm talking about right now?
Yeah, Vars tournament. So that was like the same time of our inception, pretty much. So there was like, and obviously the game of horse, the game of skate, we didn't come up with that.
Yeah.
You know, I was just following what the Barracks did. I'm like, that'd be sick if skiing did it. And like, I'll admit that, you know, a lot of our ideas weren't necessarily original, but we made them ours. And we changed the rules, made them ours, changed the name, changed how you do it. But it was a slow inception at the start with Matt Walker, myself, and one of Matt Walker's friends who's a website designer, Matt Flesher from Denver. And we came up with the name Slush because it's 5 letters, Slush with a U at the time. The domain name was like $100,000, but with a V, it was like $12. And it's pretty cool. I was like, that's pretty hip. And it's like versus, like the VS. But we pretty much were getting pretty fed up with, I mean, obviously we were on both ends of the spectrum. Like Walker had a rough go when the Olympics came around, and it kind of changed him a little bit in his skiing. And he kind of maybe felt like he got overlooked for how much awesome skiing he's done. And in my opinion, he was one of my favorite skiers at the time. And everything he'd done for skiing, I think the guard kind of changed, and we both kind of sat down and realized we were lucky. Like we were asked, like begged to come to the FIS events because they didn't have enough people to do them when I was growing up. And now kids are paying so much money and spending so much time. If you don't have the funds to travel year round, hit all the airbags, go to the contests, join the teams, do school online, yada, 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 you don't have a chance. So we wanted to create an opportunity for, say there's a kid in Michigan or in like Boston or even fucking Colorado somewhere who is one of the sickest skiers of the hill but has no opportunities to make it out of there. And I mean, now there is more with Instagram and social media, but
all those things were gone, to put it in perspective too, right? You talked about a couple hours ago all the opens you did.
totally.
You know, like, and so these are non-existent in 2015, 16. There's no opens. There's a social media that's very new. And like, there's no outlets for anyone who's not a super pro.
Exactly.
And so that's what I was most bummed on too at your time period when creating it. Whereas like, man, like if you're a no one, you don't have shit. You got to be rich again. This is worse than when I wanted to be an inverted aerialist in 1994. You know, it's just not realistic to even get involved in the sport, is my point.
Exactly.
So that's just to give a idea of where the sport's at overall.
It was the unfortunate aftermath of the success of the first Olympics, I'd say, of it happening. But then, I don't know. I felt there's an opportunity to me financially support something that will give back. And Walker was in a position of, we need to keep skiing where it used to be. And then we came up with this idea, and it was like, okay, we're going to finish this out. And then it slowly transitioned into, well, Steph never finished it. This is a great idea. Why don't we make like a web series in a sense? Let's post a video every Tuesday, like once a week. And let's go to a bunch of random hills and find two kids who we've either heard of or not heard of who are firing, and let's toss them up against each other and see what happens. And let's get more personality back into the sport, because at the Olympics, unless you win or get top 3, you have, I don't know, 15, 30 seconds max of your face on a camera where you can say something. So no one's they don't even know what you look like. So you don't have an opportunity to speak. And I think that's, to pat ourselves in the back a bit, I think that's one cool thing that Slush really provides the viewer is personality and culture more. And it gives you more of an idea of like, that's why we love skateboarding. That's why people love surfing, is the culture around the sport. Maybe I can't surf for shit. I love watching it. I love the whole scene. Same with skateboarding. It's like, give it more of an identity in a sense, but do it in a 10 to 20 minute video once a week.
So how do you go from being a gold medalist? Did you go for 2018?
Yes, I did, but I blew my knee at Snowboard Super Park 8 months before, and I missed the cut by one spot. Yeah, I fucked my knee up real bad, and then had a lot of issues, and then still tried to make the team. It almost did, but it was, if I went, it wouldn't have been deserved. So I was kind of
Were you the guy, like in 2017, U.S. Team, were you the dopest slopestyle skier?
No, I wouldn't say so. I'd say I lost that title pretty quick. Mostly because, well, I was up there. I was like, it was me, Gus, Gepper. This is when A-Hall was starting to jump in the scene. A-Hall actually went to that Olympics. It was, I was in the mix. I mean, if I wasn't hurt, there's no doubt in my mind I would have gone and done well. But
And how deep were you in slush in 2017, 18? How many years?
So we started in the fall of 2014. We started posting videos, I think spring of 2015. We actually started. And it was unfortunate because at the beginning I was still competing. So I helped with Walker was running lead on day to day. And really, I mean, if it wasn't for Walker, Slush would have never gotten off the ground. Because I was still had so many different obligations and distractions. Obviously, I was able to luckily bankroll a lot of it, which was great. But I wasn't able to be there for a lot of it. I went to all our tournaments, all our slush cups, 100%. I was there, did as much work as I could. But Walker and our buddy Charlie Lasser spent a whole season just traveling around, going to different events, finding places up, set them up, and filming content, and really put in the legwork. But then, right around 2016, 2017, Matt, only after a couple years, was just frustrated that we weren't getting the attention we deserved. Or we weren't able to lock in any deals. Like,
did you try to make, when you created it, great idea, right?
Yeah.
I do this every day. Like, oh, this is what skiing's needed. Like, I love this. I can execute it. I know it's needed. I know people will love it, right? Like, you go through the checklist of 10 reasons why you should do something. But the most important reason is, like, is it a financial success? Did you ever, when you created it, be like, wow, because, like, I look at, here's why I think you're so dope too. I don't know you, but I would imagine that you have put as much money into the sport, like, as that Tanner did movies, Eric Pollard did movies, and these guys are six figures, you know, and same with the three, Phil Bellinger, you know, Playhouse. I know these guys personally off salary put in six figures in order to create their dreams of film companies, etc., blah, blah, blah. So I've always made up the idea, and I might be wrong, that you put a lot of your life and salary in the creation of something that's more purposeful for the sport than it is for a financial gain.
Well, Joss, how much have you put in?
over six figures.
God.
That's what, okay. So that's what I thought. Like, because I've seen it and it's amazing. And I've always been, I just want to make sure you get your props on it. Because I think a lot of the disappointment, like when I saw these guys that had so much passion for making movies that made people love them, like no one had a clue, you know, how many red camera Pollard had to buy or Tanner had to pay for every filmer to go travel around with other skiers.
It's the travel, like bringing people, flying these guys around, making sure everyone's taken care of. We made an app. My brother made an app. That was a big investment. That unfortunately folded. I'm still trying to bring it back. But yeah, just this whole thing around slush.
So what was the goal when you started? Was it just like, let's make something dope because we know it's dope and that's it, that's all? And then it had to evolve? Or did you have a long term?
For slush?
Yeah.
We wanted to create a new culture. There was no long-term goal that we ever talked about. I mean, obviously for Matt, it was more of like, I know there's money in the industry. I know I have the work ethic. I know skiing inside and out, maybe better than most of these people. And we're going to take we're going to take a bit more control. And this marketing budget we see going to stupid stuff is going to go into our company and our pockets.
Okay, so you looked at it, the idea you had enough project budget from companies in which you worked with to potentially ask them to sponsor slush.
Like the money we would hear gets tossed out for video projects, right? Well, we can get that. We were like, it was a surprise how quick we blew up.
Yeah.
Our views, we have like 24 million views on our YouTube channel. We only started using YouTube in 2017. And
no way.
And like, obviously the athletes that we involve help us. Like Henrik has a video that almost has 1 million. One of his games almost has 1 million views. One with Jesper has almost 1 million views. But the short-term goal was to build something cool that we had control of, that we thought represented skiing. And I think the long-term goal for me was not a retirement plan, but a stepping stone when I couldn't compete. To also give myself a platform to continue to do what I want to do on skis as an athlete. Because that's the one thing that's hard for me is I don't want to give up the athlete thing because I'm still a skier and I love skiing. But financially moving forward and to be responsible, there needs to be an avenue and an outlet to bring in income. Because right now, like, look, I'm very happy for my sponsors I have now. But if it wasn't for the idea that slush can keep me this lifestyle alive, I probably wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
Because I have
slush still is straight fucking passion.
100%. Like so unfortunately, I guess getting back to it, we had a little bit of a lull. Walker went to coding school and stepped aside, and I was coming back from a knee injury trying to go to the Olympics. So I still filmed as much as I could. I still did the slush cups. Funny enough, that I didn't make the Olympics. I had some more knee surgeries. At this point, Walker's completely checked out, so it's just me. And
I did make the 2018 Olympic team.
I didn't. After I didn't make the team, so I didn't make the team that year, but we did a slush. That was our biggest slush cup view-wise, and I was able to. That's when I realized I had more skill in what we were doing than I thought. Because I was able to
produce an event where the popularity of the sport we love, you can still draw attention to something that's not the Olympics.
And it was great because that was the year where I realized my foot in the industry itself gives me direct contact to the people I need, such as people have tried to like maybe copy us, do what we do, but not many people can just text A-Hall, text Hunter, text Colby, and be like, yo, you want to come do this? Like, the passion's here. And like a lot of times I think a lot of these guys film slush and film with us just because they respect me.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah.
The only reason you can create it is because you create. It's the same reason I can call up anyone.
Yeah.
They're like, it's not because of any other reason, because they're like, whoa, you did that. So for sure I'll answer, so I get it. Like, and that's why it's dope. And I don't know, it's fun to see what you created off something that's polar opposite than the Olympics.
And the one thing that I find that I really am proud of, like Walker and myself and everyone who's helped us, all the slush filmers, is like Evan McEachran won the first slush cup. No one knew who he was. Now he's in X Games every year. Now he's going to the Olympics. A-Hall, when he was a little, I don't know, before A-Hall was A-Hall, he won a slush cup. Colby Stevenson won 3 slush cups. Like, not saying these guys wouldn't have gotten to where they are without us, because they totally would have, but we put them on the map and maybe help them get the confidence beforehand.
Have you ever had a long a slush cup where you're like, oh, I want to be the Stanley Cup, or like where you're like, because to me when I created invitationals, I always got super excited. I was like, man, I'd love to create this trophy that has this person's name, and then the next year did you ever have something with slush? Was it always to keep relevancy within the sport, or was it to create someone to be legendary? Because I think you create legends for sure. If you look at the numbers, right? Yeah. It's not just taking advantage of legends. I'd say, wow, the event is legendary because we're blessed with your event. We're blessed with Jib League, boat, Kimbo sessions. There's very less than a handful of people that care about the sport that are around your age, that fucking actually do shit. So my question is, did you ever have a point long term? Because now it's a legacy. You're at 10 years.
Yeah, I mean,
if you win a slush cup, it's a big deal, probably.
Well, were the slush cups always part of it from the start? Because I understand the format of hey, we'll go to any mountain and we'll just film who's there. But the cup itself turns it into something where people can be put on the map from the tournament style event. So was that always in the plans from the start, or did that something that came up after you started doing the individual matches?
And I'm ignorant. Let's just keep it straight. So you have slush is like the game of skate or the game of horse.
It's one off, yeah.
And so it can be anytime, anywhere, any people.
But could you explain the format of the slush cup? Is it once a year? Is it several?
Everything you do, I guess.
Yeah. Could you just break that down? What the slush cup is?
Yeah. So from the beginning, we knew we wanted to take control of events in a sense and have create our own lane. The games were fun, but we didn't think that there was potentially enough. The point of slush is have a competition that's not too competitive. But there's also an aspect of why don't we make this competitive? Because humans by nature are competitive, and it's fun and it's exciting. So we did our first ever slush cup in Perisher in the fall of 2015. It was an 8-man tournament. We had Tom Wallish, we had myself, we had Matt Walker, we had Chris Laker, Evan McEachran, Russ Henshaw. Trying to think of who I'm forgetting. But yeah, it was kind of just, we set it all up. We had a little bit of budget, a lot out of our pockets. Everyone was already in Australia, and we're like, let's just see if this works. And so we pretty much created, there's many options, but it's just a bracket system, a bracket format competition. So we did it with 8. So you randomly pick 4 different matchups out of the 8 people, and then you bracket style into the final, which is very simple. We try to simplify skiing as well. Like, you could win with a front flip and you could beat Tom Wallish. You could beat Henrik with a front flip or like a K-Fed on a rail. The goal of Slush was to dumb down skiing to its roots and to challenge skiers. And the fact that you can play a game of Slush anywhere. It's trying to follow the reason why soccer and skateboarding are so popular, is we wanted to kind of prove to the world, and a lot of people who think skiing is it's a first world sport, and like you have to have money, you have to have access to these, and especially slopestyle and half pipe. You can't even find a fucking half pipe. You have to pay to get into them. But for Slush, we wanted to prove that you can play a game of Slush anywhere. You can be any skill level. You can beat. It's hopefully relatable to the audience, and we're hopefully educating more of the world of what our sport really is, versus watching the Olympic finals for a half hour, X Games finals, and not having any idea what tricks they're doing. Now you can see the name of the trick on the screen, and if someone's doing a 360 mute grab, it's a lot easier when you see 360 mute. And you're like, okay, so it's 360, and that grab must be called mute.
I don't know. It's super fun because, like, I always viewed your outlet as not the super pro outlet, even though I got out your biggest numbers, like you said, Henrik, and stuff like that. It's the purest form that only exists still. Because even Kimbo sessions, I feel like it's the super bro. I love Kimbo session. I think it's the dopest shit ever. But it's a fraternity gathering.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's an issue we have too, though, is I struggle to get the funding for these events because the ski industry is just what it is. But the hard part is finding a happy medium of Slush was like an amateur contest to build big names and to help support the next, like the open events that I grew up skiing. Like that's the placeholder we're trying to take in a sense. But we also want to be known as, like, there needs to be a happy medium of, let's bring 8 of the biggest skiers we know and toss them up against 8 of the best AMs that you've never heard of.
Because the funnest part when we talk about this is not to say I hate competition. You know, best people that love the art of skiing actually love the idea of competing. And the idea of competing is competing against yourself to be your best self, but it's so fun to go against others. It's so fun to have the satisfying feeling that you might have been the best over the other people that were the best. So these are 2 important factors when someone's like, I fucking hate competition. You're like, man, it sounds like you're pigeonholing yourself. Why would you hate to be the best with yourself?
Well, mad person is competitive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you have to be creative and artistic.
Totally.
Because you're the most competitive person against yourself. And so, like, you're a great example of that, maybe even subconsciously, where it's just like, how do I do better every day?
Totally.
But I don't know. I don't like when kids are like, oh, I hate competition. It's like, nah, it sounds like you didn't want to try as hard as them. Or competitor kids are like, those kids are lazy. You're like, nah, it sounded like you didn't want to think as much as them.
It's just different lanes, you know? Everyone has a different lane. And I think that's what's so cool about skiing is there's no right from wrong. We're just trying to make a platform that gives more opportunity. And is more
dominating that. Like, I think you're close.
You can understand it. Like, that was always the issue with Slopestyles. It's my grandma didn't know what the hell I was doing.
So how do you do it now, Slush? if I'm a super fan of the Slush brand, do I just watch it randomly pop up if I'm a subscriber on YouTube? Or is there actually a formula? Is there a certain amount of tournaments throughout the year? Is there overall crown? Like, what is fucking Slush other than you personally keeping the Stoke on skiing alive?
It's pretty random, to be honest, right now, just finding opportunities for us. And like the original goal was weekly videos, and I'm working to get back. We will be back there next year, but we kind of took COVID. It was a huge hit. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of money during COVID, a lot of opportunities, such as everyone else did. So the only way for me to really kind of get it back on board without us having any income was to focus on the events itself. And obviously, we've put out quite a few games since COVID really fucked with us. Just random. Like I have a game of A Hall and Colby playing at Woodward Copper, and that got like 200,000+ views. Like trying to do these cool one-off games like we used to, but a lot of the focus is to make sure our flagship events happen. Because people love the one-off games, and I personally like that more because I think that's our opportunity to find two random people and help them make a name for themselves. But yeah, I mean that was just the goal with the channel too. I mean, slowly moved over to YouTube and kind of stopped caring about having like a website, just to create. I mean, YouTube's where it's at in my opinion right now in social media.
It's not. I'll tell you what. You want to know how to dominate it? Because it's so cheap now. Get yourself a personal video player. You'll get the views. You're guaranteed 80,000, 90,000, 100,000 views.
Well, I think they originally started out by trying what you're describing.
But what I'm saying it's financially possible. 2024.
Totally.
Like create a video player in 2015 was not as cheap. So you can have your own video player, but you sell your own pre-rolls, right? And that's where I won with new schoolers, where it was like, wow, I knew all of my pre-rolls were ski companies. So companies like Smith could have a pre-roll before a B&E show. Now, I didn't control that, Bishop did. But if you control that and you know who wants to pay you, who doesn't want to give you sponsor money for your show, but wants to give you pre-roll money because of your view count, that's when you win. Because on YouTube, you got to hit 2 million views if you're on point with your shit. And I think 2 or 3 million views gives you $1,500 US.
We have a pretty good scenario now where 1 million views for us is anywhere between 2,000 to 5,000, depending on the CPM.
Wicked.
For sure. I 100% see where you're coming from. For me, YouTube is just so accessible is the thing. I think last year was a huge stepping stone. It was really rough last year, but I think it needed to happen. I think we needed to have some pretty tough times, or I needed to at least, to figure all this shit out a bit more. Because it used to fall into our hands a bit easier. I'm not going to lie. It was a lot easier to get people to play games of Slush and come to our events than it was this last year. People are scared. We've built, I think we've built enough of a reputation that people are scared of losing. Versus at the beginning, people didn't.
Yeah, they are. So imagine now the next generation, 15 and younger, they ain't scared of losing because they haven't won yet. So we have this whole generation, like I see as like maybe 26 to 16, that thinks they have something, deserve something, want to hold on to something, but don't know how to create. So you're this close, man. Just hold on, because the next generation that's coming up, they're going to be like, these older kids are lazier than fuck. And
they'll take advantage of it. There's kids who I've given the opportunity. There's a lot of kids that maybe don't have the equity in who they are, which is exactly why we started Slush, but have proven themselves in this last 2 years to me to be some of the best skiers in the world and most deserving of the sponsorship money I see go elsewhere.
Yeah.
So that's the goal, is to flip that up, to flip the script a bit. Put the top dogs.
Are you involved in Jib League?
So that situation.
Well, before we go to Jib League, because this is going to open a whole nother box of worms. So just for clarification, because there was a lot of confusion about this just in the community. So, okay, Slush was started by you and Matt Walker. Well known. That's established. So he stepped away on his own to pursue his own personal endeavors with coding? And was that out of his frustration with lack of financial return from Slush, or was that he was just going in a new path himself?
I'm not fully. We were really close for a long time, but right about this time, we kind of lost a lot of personal connection, I would say. It was definitely, in my opinion, largely motivated by the lack of involvement from the ski industry. Not the athletes were there. Like, we had everything we needed. It was just like pulling teeth talking to resorts, pulling teeth talking to ski companies. It was almost like we were seen as children in a sense. We've gone through different, like, it still happens. Like, for me, I see exactly what happened to him when he was trying to front run the sales, which I'm trying to do now.
I'm still there at 44, man. That was why I was done in 2016, because everyone looks at you like you're a kid, even if you help them get their job. You're like, this is crazy. So I get it.
So he stepped away. Did you buy him out, or how did that separation go?
So there's still three of us in the company. Nothing's changed there. It was mostly kind of like, he is a very motivated human, and that's why Slush got off the ground the way it did. He spent the time, the editing time, the traveling time. I mean, he's the kind of kid who goes all in, and which, I mean, when it comes down to it, I hope people continue to know who he is, because if they know of Slush, because it's not just me. It was him and Charlie Lasser that built the base that I'm building on now. Obviously I was there, but if it wasn't for their motivation and Walker's like diehard ADD into it, I don't think it would have more been like a hobby still versus where we're at now. But yeah, I think he just got burnt out dealing with, it was kind of a combination of how the end of his ski career, I think, went with sponsors and just dealing with it as an athlete, and then dealing with it as a content producer. Just being disrespected by a bunch of these brands and not feeling that he was getting the attention and the respect that he deserved, which I agree with 100%. And he saw an opportunity to go to coding school for, I think, 8 months and get a degree in that. And I mean, now he has a full-time job, full salary. Like, he found an opportunity. He saw his opportunity, and just, instead of maybe weaseling around a little longer and getting mad, he jumped out, did the school. He went to school like 6 days a week, and now he's involved more now than he was. Like, this last season, he came to both Slush Cups. He was the reason we did the Slush Cup and Snowmass, because of his connections. But yeah, I think it was mostly just due to a bit of frustration and lack of respect from the community, and how much, I mean, dude, this winter I probably spent 2 months straight of like not sleeping editing Slush Cup videos. Like, it's a lot of work. And not many people know our formula, and I unfortunately don't have enough budget to teach more people, which will happen. We can delegate work out hopefully soon. But yeah, I think it was just frustration for him. And then I was lucky enough to still be traveling as a professional skier to keep it going. And then, yeah, it was a bummer, because we definitely hit some walls along the way. Just with, I think, for one, when they say don't start a company with your best friend, I think there's something to be said about that. I also think, yeah, I mean, a lot of us were kind of half in it for a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, it's so easy to be half in it. Any industry, and I've went through this in like when I was trying to like get my feet off the ground in TV, nothing is more annoying than when you're ready to act, and then there's nowhere to put your energy, because there's all these people just saying no for reasons that you think are bullshit. And so I could totally see why he would get fed up, because he's like, this is a good idea, which is, we've already established it's a great idea, and it benefits you guys, whoever you're talking to, the companies, the resorts. And if they're saying no out of laziness, or just out of, just being boring and uninspired, it's so easily to just walk away and be like, fuck this. Like, no one like this. If you're in an environment that's not responding to what you think the environment needs, so I could totally see why he was like, yep, I'm walking away for a little while.
It's just when the writing's on the wall and the industry's blind to it. Like, we proved everything we needed to prove. We proved the views, we proved the interactions. And honestly, like, if it wasn't for Andorra, the Grand Valira, the ski resort in Andorra, they've single-handedly kept us afloat by fully funding that. Like, we break even, but because it's up to us to get more, but a lot of times, like, they will make sure the event happens. And as long as they're stoked and want us to come, I will never do our main event anywhere else because of how much they've done for us, in a sense of, that's a resort who Mark, our main point of contact there, Mark Vildemat, is a huge fan of skiing. Loves skiing with Henrik. Like, he's a bit older now, but he loves park skiing. He gets it. And maybe to his investors,
not a bit older, man. He's your fucking age. This is why, like, and his family owns every resort.
You know Mark, right?
Whole fucking country. Mark is the fucking shit. Just got married last week.
Yeah.
Mark, big up the whole Vladimat family.
Like single-handedly, that's a dude who, one, either gets it and understands it, believes in it, and just loves it to make sure that we are taken care of and that it happens. Because I wish we could prove to other resorts like the impact we have on the local community when we come there. Even though it is more of a private event, we're working on ways to do it more live, but it's, I don't know. I mean, Henrik obviously gets millions of views for that park, but besides Henrik, like, it's Henrik and Slush have gotten that small little park millions and millions and millions. Of views.
No, and he gets it, man. Like, and that's the amazing part. But you also have to understand, the same person that gets it gave Henrik the name of the park and put it on it. Does any other person in our sport have a terrain park named after them?
No, because there's no terrain park managers that know what's good. And that's
like, it's really special. And I want to just big up that whole family and everyone in Andorra, because
and that whole park crew, everyone at that resort, man, I've never felt like that's what the world needs to be like. Have a cat builder and a park crew who listens and is like, maybe that can take criticism, because a lot of people nowadays, especially at events, park builders think they're the shit. They can't take criticism. But Truhi, the main guy in Andorra, he will you'll sit down, you'll tell him something, and he holds his chin high and he goes, oh, you think that's gonna be better? Well, let's make it better together. Like, and that, I think that needs to be seen more, because another goal of Jib League and Slush is to highlight public, not private, public access parks. Because these training camps are very expensive nowadays, and they're obviously sick, but it's a pay-to-play type of thing.
Yeah.
But you can have fun. Everyone's home hill, right? Like Highland Hills. Like, imagine, like, it's the epicenter. You do a slush cup there.
Totally.
You know, like, just that idea where you're like, holy shit, that fucking park gets how many views every day from it? I mean, there's 10 accounts that are just Minnesota fail accounts where it shows people dying every day at Highland Hills. It's capping insane. And the reason why they can do this is because there's 3,000 people participating in the rope tow every weeknight, right? So, but point being is, these places that have so much passion are the place that loves your event the most. Because, man, how many of those people are going to be done with the sport when they're 18, but they're fucking the best at their hill today? And that's the funnest part, because you know it. You brought up 3 people that you're like, he was the best growing up. I got those people too. And once you give those kind of people an outlet, maybe they become you.
And they stick around.
You know, and so that's what I always lucked out on, because I always lost my favorite ski friends in Minnesota because their parents said, okay, we'll pay for everything. It's college time to get serious about life. I put this much money into you already. I'm going to put this much money in your education, get a job, and then you're done. It's normal. But what if that kid can go, Mom and Dad, you know that fun activity and hobby you spent way too much on could be an opportunity? I don't know. And that's what I love about your shit. That's what I'm trying to create with Phil and Henry.
That's the goal, for sure.
Let's make kids not feel like failures that are fucking dope as fuck. Because we all personally know so many guys that were better than every best person we know.
I mean, Ethan, did you want to talk about Noah or?
Yes, actually. Okay, that's great. Well, so I got one more clarification question, just because people are wondering. So the app that you guys did have, never coming back?
So,
or are you guys going to try to bring that back?
I put a bunch of capital into that, which is why I cannot stubbornly, and for the love of skiing and the hate of how social media is today, it has to come back. Like, I'm going to do whatever we can do to make it come back. We unfortunately
go broke off this app.
we had, like, my brother's one of the head app developers at Hinge, that dating app. Like, he knows what the fuck he's doing. He built this app all on his own as spare time, like when he wasn't working. And it's amazing. And I think it can only get better. We just had a credit card payment fault, which was not my fault. It was not going to point fingers, name names, but we didn't lose our data, but we lost the data that connects your account to your footage. So we have all the footage still, and we have all the accounts, but we lost the spider web that connects your videos to your account. So we have to restart it because we can't get that back because Amazon is
some cloud stuff. Yeah.
Some cloud stuff. But yeah, the goal is, there's another guy in Park City here who's took our idea and is doing it right now. It's called like, I downloaded it. It's no hate to this guy, like mad respect, but it's IDX. They've sponsored games this year, I think. But what they've done is no one actually uses it, and they just steal footage from Olympics and stuff, which is not legal, and post it under they make accounts, like they make an account for Colby and stuff, and Colby's like, I didn't know this. But yeah, the goal is to hopefully, sorry to get away from that, just not trying to down talk my competition, but it's obviously an idea that other people have had. It's not anything new. It's just our goal is, it's a learning space and it's a ski only space. And like in the past, we used to invite people to the Slush Cup that we found using our app. So that was like the goal, is like, you know, that Benjamin Fortin kid?
I don't know that kid.
He's a Norwegian kid who's like really big in social media for doing like viral stunts. But we found him before he was known on our app and invited him to a Slush Cup, and he crushed it.
Sick.
So the goal of the app was to mix spraying knowledge and accessibility of the sport to also helping get people recognized. So the whole thing is, you upload it. It's single trick shots. It's like Instagram, but single trick shots. And you upload your trick, and there's categories. So it's all mountain, rails, half pipe, jumps. And then say it's a cork 7 blunt, I go jumps. And then when I'm tagging it, I do left. So like the direction you spin, so left. The amount of rotation you click 720, and then grab or flavor is blunt, and then forward or switch. And then the whole goal, it's hard to moderate this. I would go through and switch people's tags up, but the goal is all of us will upload a cork 7 blunt, and there's 2 different feeds when you search cork 7 blunt. There's people you follow, and then there's highest rated cork 7 blunt. So you can go through and see the most random kid who has the highest voted cork 7 blunt, and then you can compare him to Tom Walsh's cork 7 blunt. And if you're someone who's trying to learn, because visual learning is so huge now, you can go through and be like, so I'll tell you this, I don't cork, like I mork like Misty cork. I don't do D-spin style stuff. So that could maybe be motivating to a kid who can't figure out how to proper cork, but he sees me do it and he goes, oh, well then I should just do it like that.
Exactly, dude. You're fucking genius. Like I created a trick list with Chris Turpin, 2007, and it was all the tricks you could do right and left with every grab, every rotation. It was like 2,500 tricks without a flip. Just different. right? And left grabs, leading, whatever. So then the evolution of it was when I created Phil and Henrik's website. I was like, man, like our big goal was to create what you just said, but with only their style.
Okay.
Right? So like you could still search trick tips.
Totally.
You know, to see it. But man, yeah, your shit's on next level.
Yeah,
Like, it's fun because like it's so hard. If you're a coach, you know, or you're self-coaching yourself or whatever, like there's 20,
coaches were using our app, which is crazy.
that's what I'm saying. There's 20. Well, that's what you should do because there's 20 different kinds of cork 7.
Yeah.
And a lot of humans, just because of how they're structured or whatever, like you can't teach it like a back full. You know, like you can't do that with the best people in the world. You have to say, oh, what's your rotation feel most comfortable as? And if you give those opportunities like you do visually, it's so epic.
Yeah.
Totally.
So fuck it.
So app's a good idea, and it will be back.
Yeah, so hopefully this fall we'll get it back running. We have some name issues because one of the guys with Slush works for Apple, so we couldn't. It would have been too sticky to call it the Slush app, but we're figuring out a way to call it the Slush app because we called it Slush app.
Yeah,
really the name, but we just needed something. But yeah, thanks for asking that because it's been something that keeps me up late at night thinking about it because it was just something that shouldn't have happened that way. Like we shouldn't have let it fail.
so sick. So I have an anecdote for you that'll tie into the Noah thing. I was riding. I have this friend at Mammoth, and she's a snowboarder, and we were riding the lift together with my other buddy, whose room I'm in right now. We were riding up with my buddy David Mackins. Shout out for the room. And she's like, "Can I ask you guys something?" And we're like, "Yeah, like what's up?" She's like, "What does land holding mean?" This like I think she's like 21-year-old snowboard chick that knows nothing about skiing. She's like, "Please explain that to me." So
That's awesome.
everyone's been talking about it. So basically, the drama for anyone that's not in the know is at Slush Cup, Noah basically milked a trick, a land holding on a rail or a feature, to the point where he won. And that's just basically summing it up. Like he had a trick in his bag nobody else could do, and he used that through the tournament to win. And so now the conversation comes in: valid strategy, not valid strategy. Have you ever listened to the Good Enough podcast? Their take on this?
No, but I need to. I've been meaning to.
Okay, so they had a very interesting take. They said that so in slush, someone can call a nose butter onto a rail, and if you have a generous ref, you could do a 180 just before the rail, and then that counts as a nose butter, because it's kind of up to interpretation.
You can margarine.
Yeah, but so with land holding, you cannot fake that. It's either you have it or you do not have it, and there's no in between. So the Good Enough guys, and that's Jason Aarons and Pete Arneson, and they judge shit all the time. They're like, that's valid. Like he's actually doing the trick. There's probably so many tricks in slush that because of who the ref is, loose calling, tight calling, that you could say tail butter on, but that dude didn't do tail butter. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the debate, Joss, what do you think of it? Because some people think it's sporting, some people don't think it's sporting.
So, to start this off, the fact that a 31-year-old street skier won a slush cup is the reason we fucking started it, right? Like, he was 10 years older than everyone there, and Noah, to give Noah more props because I love the kid to death. He's come to every event we've done there, and he's always supported us. So, and he's always maybe played nice or maybe not pulled out his tricks and gotten knocked out early in the tournament. Like he's never made it past maybe game 2. But
he's been there for a while. Please remember what he said about how long they've been at Harlow Snow Park in Andorra. So this man has been part of the brand.
So yeah, it's hard. That was very hard for me because I've never received so much. I have a lot of respect for Noah because he took it pretty well, the reaction from the general public. The There was definitely some heated moments during the event because of it. But what a lot of people don't know is, so one, there's not many rules. Like when you compare it, when a lot of people will set lines in slush, especially the slush cup, because there's a lot of rails, people will do a 270 onto a bunch of different rails and never even notice it. But they just do it in different lines. And that's kind of what Noah was doing in a sense. Like, say Colby does a 4 pretz 2 to a right 2 to switch. And then the next run, he goes right 2 to switch and then switch 4 to forward or something, but on different features. Same trick, but no one's going to be like, he just did a right 2. You know, it was maybe a little bit of Noah taking advantage of knowing the difficulty of it. We might need to sit back and look into more of like, I don't want to add rules. Obviously, you don't repeat the exact same trick, which he didn't do. He just did a lot of the same flavor to his tricks. There is and isn't a bro code. When it comes down to it, it is a contest. Noah didn't do anything wrong. He played a contest like a contest. There was money on the line. So that was home hill. It's maybe not the greatest way to go about it, but if you look back when a lot of these other people who've won, they repeat a lot of tricks game to game. There's just maybe more tricks. Noah just, his games he just creamed people, so you focus more on those tricks that he did do versus in cups in the past. Maybe Henrik did the same trick every game, but since the games are so long, you didn't notice. Mm-hmm. But I'll say this, he didn't do anything wrong. A lot of times what I think is people think too much of how they're perceived in the game. And I think Noah just went for like, this is a contest I want to win. And I respect that because I think that gives us a bit more honorable, or in the contest space, it makes it proves that we're a contest. And if you want,
I think so. So, you know, like on my outside personal like fan view, I don't look at it as like a wizard trick that someone came in. You know, I look at it as something where it's like, whoa, that's part of the sport. And so, like, I don't know, just when I saw it, and as someone who's a fan of the sport, where I'm like, wow, so maybe next year you guys should all learn how to grab holding.
Well, they definitely fucking will. I'll tell you that.
That's what I'm saying. It's dope.
And the one thing is that was the positive thing about all this. Well, before I get to that, the one thing people didn't see is we had a lot of time between games, and a lot of these kids who were going to play Noah in the next round, I would tell them, I'd be like, hey, you see what he's doing? It's a 2-minute rope toe, like pommel lift. Maybe go try it. A lot of the kids did not try it, and I think that is more to blame than how Noah played.
Yes.
But that's what I'm saying, man, because it's skiing. It's skiing. Like, if anything, if you're a kid watching it and you already can't do what every kid's doing in that game, how are you going to insult another thing that someone's doing that you can't do already? So those people should just go try it. That's the best part about slush. Go try the trick you've never seen before, because that trick wins. That trick could never be done at X Games. Like, for whatever reason. You know what I mean? You give an outlet to opportunity of someone who's good at a one-off.
I want to draw an analogy really quick, okay? Yeah. Slush, especially in the tournament format, is head-to-head competition, okay? You look at other head-to-head competitions, you look at tennis or racquetball. If you're a really good player, let's say racquetball, for example, because I played it all the time in college, you'll feel the other person out, find their weakness, and then milk that for 21 points in a row. You know? This guy can't return a serve backhand. Okay, I'm going to hit it as fast as humanly possible to the same spot that he can't hit it, because that's a weakness in his game. He's never practiced it. And if he's a good, well-rounded player, he would have that in his bag. But guess what? He doesn't. So I'm going to use that to my advantage.
A shitty-ass racquetball player.
And one more thing, if anyone who's listening to this did watch the Slush Cup and was maybe too distracted and maybe didn't pay attention, Noah's semifinal game, he got the last 2 letters against Ryan Stevenson on Ryan's own tricks. So that right there proved that Noah has got the goods, is an amazing
Well, dude,
skier,
like just go
and
watch
didn't
Noah's
use his trick to
videos.
win.
Yeah.
Like anyone that says Noah only can do that, that was ignorant.
Yeah.
He can do that shit, he just doesn't want to. He wanted people to do it. He was telling people how to do this trick. He wanted to see people, because he said, I want to try your tricks, and I want you to try my tricks, because it would be cool.
That's what I'm saying. For the fact this man, there's no way you can say he's a one-trick pony. And you can't say he's a train park skier. You can't say any of this shit. So it's really fun because the level that you gave him from his training in the movies with Harlow Apparel, like in the streets and skiing at Harlow Park, you're like, go, dude, go dominate you. Like, that's what was funny to me when I listened to people bitch. I was like, wait, he's better than you. Go Google, just YouTube his name in the search engine.
I think it was only like really young people that didn't know his history, because I think it was the people that didn't know who he was that was like, oh, that's all he can do, and then for the people that did know him, the conversation was, is this a worthy tactic? The people that didn't know him they're just dumb.
Old people know it's a worthy tactic.
Yeah.
Sharpen your skills, learn more tricks, win a slush cup.
Yeah.
The hardest part for me though was to keep going after the internet was dogging us so hard, because people were coming at me directly being like, you ruined your brand, fuck you, saying some crazy shit to me. And I'm sitting back being like, why do people complain? This is the era we live in the day and age now, is people will complain. Obviously it means they care, which is good, but they will go to the reaches of messaging me directly, telling me I'm fucking up and ruining my own brand because they care so much about what I'm watching, which proves our
You're 6 figures deep and just giving them entertainment for free.
I almost stopped halfway through. I almost just took a break, because it's a daily grind. Like, I'm at a K2 team shoot, skiing all day, staying up all night, uploading the video the second it's done, and I'm usually getting like positive feedback, which is the motivation. But this year was hard and no one did anything wrong. I mean, maybe I could have been more vocal while we were filming.
Was this your first event with any negative reaction, or did you ever have any negative
or just like controversy in the past? Yeah, like any controversy before this?
There's been small ones. Like, people always hate on Vinny Gagne, which I think is the same situation, very unjustified. People don't like their favorite skiers getting beat by someone who's different, is what it is. And that's the goal of this all. But yeah, I mean, we've had hate, but like, to give you, I guess, a little bit of perspective, the lowest like to unlike percentage on YouTube I think we've ever gotten was like 96%.
Yeah.
This year we went down to like 30%.
Jeez.
30?
Christ.
Because people were so mad that they went out of their way. Like, I had to turn comments off on 2 of the games, because not like it was constructive criticism or criticism at all. It was straight up disrespectful shit. Like, people were saying,
I read it all, man. Like, I was blown away, and I was just like, because to me, I always did entertainment, and as movies, I do entertainment. So I say, love me or hate me, but don't have just say it's okay. But what I looked at you as not entertainment, it was a platform of an outlet of the expression of our sport. So when I saw that hate, I was like, yo, fuck these kids, because I knew 6 figures. And I was just like, I couldn't imagine.
Time we put into it is like,
I couldn't imagine kids talking shit on a free Nimbus movie in 2016.
yeah.
And so and that's how I looked at it when kids were like, yo, fuck you, you're so stupid. I was like, what? They uploaded for free, dog?
Yeah, you don't have to watch it. That's what I tell kids. I'm like, just don't watch it.
Yeah.
So that was what I felt bad for you, because I was like, when you give so much for the idea to build, give opportunity, you're like, it's not even a platform to hate. Like, it's not even a thought why someone would be like, yo, fuck you for giving.
But you know who the first person I'm inviting to Slush Cup next year is?
Noah.
Noah.
You
Because
said
he's going to come back and he's going to do some different stuff, and you'd be like, "What's up?
yeah.
What's up, y'all?"
You said that at the event itself, people were getting tight about it.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear about too.
Yeah, I mean, I had a pretty interesting group of skiers this year. Like, love them all to death, and I'm so thankful and grateful for everyone to show up. It was perfect because it was a bunch of new faces and a bunch of skiers you don't see ski together. A lot of skiers that people have never heard of. Well, obviously I've heard of because I ski. That's my goal of traveling, is to meet new people like this. But it was maybe a pretty rogue mixture of different skill sets, and I think it was awesome. So sorry, backtracking. It was an interesting group of people. It all came together last second. I can't thank any of them enough, and I really appreciate them for coming. I think we just had maybe too much of a difference in ski styles, but it just kind of came down to people were focused. Some of the riders were focused too much on what Noah was doing and not focusing on what they can do to beat him. Like Seb in the final, Noah kind of crushed him, to be honest. And we're looking at some rule changes with the trivia cracks, so this doesn't go down the same way. But Seb tried his hardest to do Noah's tricks, and at the end, even though he lost, took it like a champ, was grateful for the opportunity, and was just stoked to even play someone like Seb's a contest skier who's doing triple corks and all the big spins. For him to be able to play a game of slush against someone like Noah and really test himself and put himself in that kind of, I could see how he took it so well, and he was more stoked than I've seen anyone to get second, which was awesome. But yeah, there was just a little bit of disconnect, I think, just because Noah he lives there, so everyone else is staying in a hotel together. I think what didn't help was that Noah goes home and hangs with Henrik, and that there was maybe a little bit of like
many random fucking opinions locally.
It was a lot going on, and maybe there was just like the group was thinking maybe these two, because obviously Henrik's in his ear a bit because he wants them to win. There's like,
is Henrik even in town though?
Oh yeah, he's always there.
No, he's not. Like
when I'm there, he's there. It's crazy, to be honest.
Okay, no, I know. Okay, he was, because I was trying to get Dickie Thomas to go over to his house. All right.
Yeah, sick. But I mean, in the end of the day, I don't think any of the other athletes were mad. Like Ryan Stevenson seemed very mad in his game, but he was mad at himself. It ultimately came down to no one listened to me and tried the fucking trick in the 8 hours of 8 hours of shredding we had before the next.
I'm gonna say this as a fan. Go learn something if you get invited to Slush Cup. Like, you get the privilege to ski against the best in the world. So that means you get to ski with someone that's going to make you have to try something you'll never do in your whole life because of a competition. Because when you're at home, your friends just do what you like. Like, dude, that's what I love.
The best skiers come out. And
also, in addition to all this, I'm sure during the free ride, whatever session, in the 8 hours leading up to it, if any of those dudes came up to Noah and was like, yo, could you give me some pointers on how to do this? I'm sure he would have, even to his detriment as a competitor, helped them learn how to do it.
Dude, he's the most nicest human being.
Yeah.
He was trying to the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, so, no, you just grabbed like this, man. Oh, don't worry about your fingers getting cut off.
Yeah.
Like, he's there to motivate you.
Yeah.
He's there looking like he's the illest person if you want someone to ski with. He's going to hype you up, and if you hype him up, he'll do what you say.
Yeah.
Like, that shit is fucking hard.
Yeah. And so what a great way where your event, how many kids might try it in a World Cup next year?
Well, now it's a meme, so like people might do it just be like, I mean, yeah, the girl asking, shout out Alex Beck. She was the good friend of the show. But like snowboarders know about land holding because of how much of a joke it is now, like how upset people got. So it's like people will probably start doing that more just to be like, all right, what the hell's actually going on with this trick? Like, is
The
it actually
dopest shot I saw in snowboarding in the last week was this guy who landed on one side and then and it was shot from behind looking down the rail, and then he hopped over so his hand was on the other side of the rail.
Yeah.
And I go, what?
I mean, my Instagram feed was random Norwegian kids doing 2-ons grabbing nose. Like it became a way of kids who aren't really popular or have a big following. They're like, I can do that. That means I'm better than I think. And those shots, like, as Noah kind of took a hit to expand skiing.
And just so everyone listens out there, anyone that talks shit on Noah don't make money. Okay? He's 31 years old. He loves the fucking sport. He lives with his mom and dad. Like, it's not like he's trying to milk nothing. It's not like he has anything more extra. He loves skiing, and so he's going to try to be better every year. And so that's what's fun, too, when you break down someone who still hasn't made it. You're like, yo, what are you guys trying to do here? Let's build up the people who still haven't made it, because maybe we all can make it together. And I don't know. And that's why I get bummed, because I look at Noah's scenario at such 31. You're the same age, right?
Yeah, I'm a little older than him.
So imagine he still hasn't had the success of you. This was his biggest talked about talk, but he's put out dope shit in Harlow Apparel movies the last 4 years.
He's just
so
sick.
I know it's kind of fun because I feel bad for him because he's the
Any
nicest.
publicity is good publicity.
It'll also completely blow over because he.
I agree, but you have to understand we're talking 2024, and some males are sensitive. And I want to say, as Noah's a nice person, and maybe that he's a sensitive guy. Maybe that affects like what his passion is towards the sport. Like,
I think it's driving him.
My friend pussy, but at the same time, I just want to say, put it in perspective. Talk shit on something or go learn what they do. I ain't telling you to go be real ski-fi. I ain't telling you to go be a wizard and do wizard tricks. I'm saying try something that looks like a ski trick. It's crazy. I've never seen such reaction off a fun-looking trick.
Shout out to Noah. Well, let's move beyond this because
Shout out Noah.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude and didn't deserve all that hate. Okay, so you could take it. You choose which direction we go. You want to talk Jib League first, or do you want to talk slush being in X Games? Because I know that's when these two concepts kind of converge with like the slush events and everything we were talking about at Charlie's. So you pick X Games or Jib League.
We can Jib League will be a bit smaller, so we can go into dive into this X Games stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess just to give everyone a little backstory to that, we were lucky enough. X Games has had some new ownership over the last 2 years, and if anyone who watched not 2024 but 2023 X Games across the whole ski and snowboard industry was a joke. They obviously the events were the events, but the people they brought in to try and reach to a younger audience and promote the event were TikTokers, social media kooks. They had that Stony McStone fly dude come in there. Like they just spent a lot of money to try and reach a new audience, and it can, in my opinion, no offense, these people aren't in skiing, and I respect that they tried and that they were putting money to try and do something, but it didn't work.
It fucking sucked, dude.
It was hard to watch.
Straight up say it. It was like the most disrespectful people that could ever be put on relating to the public audience of what you guys give your life for.
Totally. It wasn't maybe honorable to the athletes. So some people left, and this company, I can't remember the company that is running it now, the top producer, they came in with this new MO of, let's dial it back, let's try and get more core. So if you saw, they did a snowboard rail jam, which was awesome. And then Matt Walker gets back into the picture here in an awesome way, because he always helps with the follow cam work every year at X Games. So he's one of the dudes who gets all follow cams, everyone in practice, and gets the content for GoPro, Samsung, whoever's sponsoring it. And from my understanding, this year they had Samsung and GoPro sponsor X Games, which is a little bit conflict because they're promoting both as cameras, but one is a phone. And they maybe oversold. And we were just the right people in the right place at the right time. And Walker had pitched to them in the past to do stuff with Slush, and it didn't really get any response at all. But the top producer, they realized they needed some more content, and that they're moving away from like live television more into YouTube and Twitch. And they just said, "Oh yeah, you and your buddy do a ski event, right? Like on YouTube, you guys run a YouTube contest." So Walker made a quick pitch deck, sent it to him, and then this all happened in December, and then we filmed it in early January. So I had 2 weeks with Matt to organize this whole event, and then luckily with Matt's connections living in Aspen, so Matt lives in Aspen, just to give context to that, we were able to get approval from the ski resort to run the event there, which is hard in the US. You need insurance policies, Forest Service permits. It costs a lot just to operate.
And when you say the event, you're talking about the slush, like the video tournament, not the live television.
Not the live element.
Okay.
So our actual main focus, at least my main focus, was this slush cup. And the cool thing was they approached us with, "Hey, this is cool." And then other people at the company were asking, "Well, how does this tie into X Games?" It's the first time I've ever produced for a different channel than our own. So it was a learning experience, but these people were very, very cool in the sense of they only asked me to take a few things out of the videos besides putting in their bumpers and their logos. We had free reign, which was amazing. We had to use their music, but they had a great library of music. But yeah, so when we tried to figure out how to tie it in, they came up with the idea of the winner gets an X Games slopestyle spot. And we shut that down pretty quick because that sounds just maybe a bit too gung-ho. Like, we don't necessarily want this. It's just if some random kid, not random kid, but people are going to go a little too competitive to get that slopestyle spot, and there might be a little bit of a skill set difference between the people who actually are in X Games slopestyle.
Fuck yeah, don't relate at all.
Yeah. So the cool thing is knuckle huck is a very much down our alley of that type of skiing. And that was a cool thing. It's like, we're promising, we have prize money if you win, which actually ended up being Cody Plant who got second, because after we invited Mate, he ended up getting an invite to knuckle huck. But you get the money from the event, you get a spot in X Games, which is awesome, and you automatically get a certain amount of money just for dropping in at knuckle huck. So we were able to, for the first time in really ever, provide what we set our goal out to, is to help build an athlete's career, and which was really awesome. And I can't thank the guys at X Games enough for believing in us, because it went really well. I think personally, the views would have done better on our channel, even though they have a huge channel, but it's one of those channels where there's 1 million subscribers, but who's really checking who's subscribed. But it was a cool test. The fear is that, and what we were talking about in Oregon, the live event that we ran came up a bunch, and I personally was not too into it because it's so much work on the editing side with producing it that I didn't think we could pull it off. But Walker came with a good point. We've always talked about live streaming, but we've never had the facilities and the broadcasting power. Like, that's a whole new crew, a whole new monster of, like, you have 10 dudes in a truck doing this for us right now, and those guys are on good salary. But so we took advantage of the test opportunity, and we only had an hour, but we were able to get, so Slush Cup aside, like our flagship, or what we're used to doing, the online, film it, edit it, post it a week later, not live element. We now got to test out a live element, which was really great with, a true production company, true broadcasting company. And we only had an hour, so all the games didn't actually finish, and it was a really weird setup because it was built for snowboarding, but it was really cool they were stoked on the Slush Cup, our actual product, and then we got to learn that live slush does work, and we maybe learned moving forward how to do it better. It's something we've always thought about because I see people go live all the time, and the cool thing with hopefully moving forward, I'm not sure how this new snow league is going to affect us. I don't know if we're going to be out of the picture now, which is totally fine because I'm very grateful for the opportunity X Games gave us last year, and it gave us a lot more credibility in the eyes of these team managers and these other ski brands. And so hopefully we can link that forward to this year and make it a medal event at X Games on our own setup and have it like golf, kind of link in like my childhood dream and a lot of our dreams of winning X Games gold. But dude, Noah Albadejo could come and win an X Games gold medal and beat someone like Colby Stevenson and A-Hall fair and square, but not having to do crazy death-defying tricks.
And this also plays into the new angle of rail jams potentially being in the Olympics. Like,
oh yeah, they are doing that, aren't they?
Yeah, there's room.
I like what you're saying, man. I hope you can do it because I see after that Dew Tour rail event last year, everyone got excited. And what you're doing is the only thing that's actually real. Everything else will be this modified bullshit. So yeah, keep.
And then this, if we could get this live event done, yes, we're like, this will be the one time a year that we produce, like we're hired to produce for someone else.
Don't do it live. Here's my biggest opinion. Say we want to take over the same concept of real ski. Real ski is unrealistic pressure on the athletes. Slush is not an unrealistic pressure on the athletes to perform a show, right? That's a real comment. And if slush can take over the airtime, because it's easier to get airtime with all these games on a condensed thing than a 1.5 minute segment of real ski, like that's your angle, man. Because you're all like filling airplay that they sell, but you have like it's so much more realistic to edit fun slush games. But live, fuck live, dude. But live and slush, that's like I can't imagine unless you're playing basketball on a fucking thing. Like you can't do horse live. Like horse is the only thing you could do live. Maybe skate. We're talking about downhill skiing where people have to go back to the top.
But this is
that's why you have multiple games.
This is Josh. This is what you told me that kind of answers what Iberg was just talking about. You could innovate and you could insist that slush is presented one way or another, but X Games wants the concept, so it's either all right. We're taking the concept no matter what. Josh, are you in or are you out? Because it's happening regardless of whether or not your brand is involved. Because they could. No, there's nothing.
They almost did.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping them from being like, oh, we're going to do a game of ski. Fuck you guys at Slush. Like, you guys don't own this concept. It's a concept that's been around.
Yeah, but it won't be the same. You have a 10-year brand. Like, so they could do it, but I guarantee you whatever X Games has in their pocket, it's not Joss.
Well, that's what they were reaching out to us for, is that core connection to make X Games cool again. They were like, we fucked up last year. We're getting these street snowboarders in here. We're doing Knuckle Huck as a bigger event. And we're inviting people who aren't contest athletes to these other events we run. But now we're going to make the connection with you guys are a full year-round ski event. It's just like production company. And we're going to tie it in because it's going to benefit hopefully both. And like you said, they approached me at first with the live event. And they're like, well, if it's not enough time, we're just going to call it the GoPro Game of Ski. And I said, then why the fuck am I going to help you out? If our name isn't on it, then you better be paying me well to run it. If you pay me enough, I hate to say it, I'll run a game of ski for $100,000. Well, that also kind of brings up another event that the goal last year was, before the X Games stuff came in, do our flagship 16-man tournament, our main event with all the fresh athletes, do an all women's cup, which just I tried my ass off to make it happen last year, but it just couldn't happen. And then do a masters division.
Yes.
So do a slush cup for anyone that you're over 30.
Yes. dude.
So you're separating the skill levels, and you're getting Wallish. You're getting, I mean, Henrik could fit into any category, but you're getting like someone like myself and Woodsy and Wallish and Andreas, and you're getting these big names, and you're putting them back under a competitive situation where they can still prove they got their shit. Yeah, maybe they're not doing triple corks, but fuck. Imagine Wallish comes back and wins an X Games medal after not competing for 8 years. Yeah, it was like really full. It was a really full circle moment, though, I think, for Walker and I to be like, that was the pinnacle of our sport for pretty much our entire lives. And then now they just hired us because of what we created, that someone finally respected it. It was like really, I couldn't believe it. And I mean, I'm grateful for the opportunity. Hope it continues. If not, we still have our plans. We're still going to grow.
When we release this early December, do you know right now? Is it up in the air? Maybe it is X Games. Maybe it's not.
The conversations haven't started yet because I think they just finished up Summer X Games. Sunday? And knowing those guys, that their company does a lot more than just X Games. So I'm gonna get my foot in the door pretty soon here, hopefully with Walker, and we'll if everything works out, which I mean I think it'd be fucking awesome. In the end of the day, it's whatever if it doesn't happen. It was really cool. It was really wild emailing with someone in California at 4 a.m. who's probably twice my age. On this,
can I pitch something to you?
Tip, but it was.
If they say no, make something up called the Y Game Slush Cup. Release it on the X Games. Do a 50-minute television piece with your own breaks. Do profile pieces on your competitors and make the dopest 50-minute piece you've ever seen that represents the athletes that are partaking in an event, and then try to beat them in slopestyle, big air, and half pipe. And then just do it, because like I think like you honestly do. There's no story to tell in the up and comers that are hucking, that are trying to win the spot, and you actually have that spot now where even an athlete profile is important. Why? Because the first Olympic gold medalist says it is.
Like honestly, personality needs to triumph in sports nowadays, because the X Games is really good, and these events are good at creating heroes. Like you got Chloe Kim, you got Shaun White, you got like David White. Like you have these profiles that maybe Monster's pushing more too, because they're paying for it all. But you only get to know these heroes and these like big dogs. You don't get to know the funny ass motherfucker who sucks at competing but is the best skier in the world.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't get to know why he doesn't like it.
He doesn't have a sponsored jacket on.
Yeah.
Like to be able to Google someone who is passionately awesome at something. So like to me, the highlight when X Games started was there was a guy that could submit a video of doing a motocross trick in Michigan and get X Games, because it was all like picked.
Totally.
So we don't have that as much anymore, where people can do their physical art and have any kind of platform to say, look at how dope I am. Because there's no way around it. They used to pick spots
off video parts for X Games. They used to watch all the video parts every year, and that's how they used to pick X Games spots. They'd be like, who are the good skiers right now? We're just going to watch everything. Yeah.
First 10 years, it was not off fucking any contest results.
So it's really cool. And like, yeah, that's kind of like the slush goal here is get more involvement with women, men, non-binary, and older skiers and younger skiers. Get everyone involved. Show that skiing is not exclusive. Hence, slush. The hardest part for me is that I kind of handpick a lot of these people. So it is exclusive in the sense of I need to be stoked on you. But that's where we can jump into Jib League. Because Jib League is a great stepping stone for us to find these people easier. And this kind of collab that we're pushing for more towards, and I mean we obviously it's all the same people. Like Woodsy helps me a bunch with slush. I help those guys a bunch with Jib League if they need. And it's more of like you have the open, anyone can show up and join concept with Jib League and say, I think this year we're going to give the top ranking amateur or new name or just winner of each Jib League or a special pick from each Jib League gets a spot in the indoor slush cup. And it's like there's more ways to qualify and get known versus me sitting on a list on Instagram thinking who would be good, yada, 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 and get back to our roots a lot more of this kid showed up to Jib League, did some crazy ass shit, never heard of him. He didn't necessarily win, but this kid's getting a spot in Slush Cup now because he showed up, he proved himself, and I think what Woodsy, Ferdy, and Oystein, the concept they've created there, and the hard work, especially like Woodsy's working year round on this crap. They all are, but it's really cool to see that they were able to find another avenue and area in competitive skiing that has been missing.
Yeah. No, they figured out the open event, right? All the opens are gone.
We've lost open events, and now
they're like, 'cause my highlight was this year. I think the dude who owns Visionu. Say his name, Ethan.
Emmett Davis.
Oh, I was listening to the Two Blank podcast, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna send my whole motherfucking team to the fucking Jib League, and we're gonna go fucking represent." And I thought that was the dopest shit because where else can you send your team to represent? Do you know what I mean? Like it was such a big deal, and he took such pride. Where it was like, we're gonna show the ski world what up, and the only reason he could was because they created it. So I don't know. That was my biggest compliment I saw of what you guys or those guys created with Jib League, and I see what you guys as a whole working together, why they're the two most important outlets of twin tip competition that I know of.
It's hopefully creating. I mean, obviously, I don't want to take any credit for anything they've done because it's been absolutely amazing. But I was always there to help, like, hopefully by giving them our equity in the Slush channel and bringing our filmers there to help them produce has helped. Because, man, starting a YouTube channel, we're hopefully going to hit 100K soon. But to get to where we were at and to get the fan base took 10 years.
And so everyone knows, like, dude, collaboration is the only reason it will be successful. Big up all those guys. Birdie, and everyone.
Fucking crushing.
But at the same time, everything's about collaboration because you can't do what they do and they can't do what you do. So it really matters. And that's why I think it's dope because I think, once again, not only how long you spent the time trying to build this, but now the idea that you need support. Like there's other angles, there's other people that need to be part of it to make it big enough to survive.
I was able to share my experiences with running in events. I mean, obviously, God bless those three because they dealt with some shit the last 2 years. Just, it's always hard when you're starting up, but I was happy that I was able to at least talk with Woodsy and Freddie Noyce and be like, just so you know, this don't work. You think it works, but this don't work. And the goal too is to, and I'm glad they're doing a really good job of it as well, is like when we host an event, it needs to be like it used to be. The riders show up. It'd be sick if you could pay for a rider's travel, but that's just kind of out of the realm of ski industry budgets. But all you gotta do is get here. We got you covered on lodging, food, rides to and from the airport, transportation to and from the airport, and obviously ski access, and try and cover as much as you can to really help these people out. Like some kids, and that's the cool thing, is kids showed up to Jib League this year in like their camper vans and they made it to the pro sessions. Now they got a spot in the hotel with all the pros. Like it's
exactly, because the lodging's the killer in what you guys create, whether it's in Andorra or what they're trying to do. Like even with Jib League, I'm like, what do you guys need? And then I'm like, I can get you a hill. I can get you the local park. I can get you lift tickets. They're like, we need lodging. I'm like, I can't do that.
Lodging and food are
So-
budget killers.
You know, it's the murder on it. Because you guys have, I think that's the only thing you guys both are missing. But it's so, like, if there's some way to figure it out, because that's it. But at the same time, if you do it locally, like,
We
man,
did a slush cup here in Park City right before COVID, and it was so easy because we had zero budget going into it. Everyone had places to stay. All the staff stayed at my house. Everyone was local, and it worked super well. But it was a very special thing that my office and I lived here. And all the filmers live here, because that's a big expense too. Like when we go to Andorra, over 50% of the budget is flights and transportation and lodging.
Yeah.
And then prize purse. And that's the thing. But yeah, I mean, getting back to Jib League, I think I know they have some really good plans, and we're all gonna like, we already have worked together as much as we can. And I think moving forward, we've always said, especially Woodsy and I talk a lot, we're super close, and there's no reason ever for us to be in competition. And if we can work together, then we can just grow bigger. Like you said, a lot of things aren't really working in the ski world right now because everyone's very selfish and very, very competitive. Like what's happening with Shaun White's Snow League, and then the X Games League, and then now Rockstar is doing a snowboard only contest that's taking over Dew Tour. Like there's a lot of weird things happening, but they're having to find, it's fun, and big shout outs to those guys as well, because it's been a long time since I've won anything in skiing, and I won one of the sessions at one of the Jib Leagues. So I won one day. I didn't get top 3 in the overall, but just that feeling again to be like, damn, I'm 32 and I just went in on a hip session and was able to get recognized by my peers. Like that feeling is so cool. And I think the fact that it is open and it's peer voted, which sometimes can be a popularity contest, but I think you're not going to be able to combat that. The skiers nowadays are such a cool place.
Like, do you want the popularity contest from guys who can't do what you can do? Or do you want the popularity contest from people that know they just don't want to do it? You know what I mean? So
they understand. Like we understand what difficulty is and what stands out. And if you're there riding the feature that day, on film, it might be like, that wasn't that hard. If you were riding it, you realize that was a lot harder on that feature than it looks on camera, because cameras are so awesome and make everything look so nice.
And you can say, I would never fucking do that. No judge ever said, I would never fucking, because you wouldn't do any of that shit. So, no, I think that's why that contest series is a winner.
And did you guys talk to Ferdy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sick. Yeah, and it's just cool, like, watching. Ferdy kind of came into my life after the 2018 Olympics. He hit me up on Snapchat, asked if, not necessarily begging, but being like, can I please come to the Slush Cup? And then ever since then, we kind of grew closer, and a lot of our visions aligned. And it's just so funny to see someone who's 6 years younger than me figure it out a lot younger, also throw himself into more maybe hardships of figuring it out. But the mixture of him and then someone who's had the success as Oystein, winning everything and getting that Europe influence, and someone like Woodsy whose whole life is skiing and has been there. He's my generation, and we've gone through a lot of the trials and tribulations together. It's just really cool to see where these guys have come. And yeah, my whole stance here is to help them as much as I can, because I mean, Woodsy's helped me more than I can ever pay him back when it comes to slush. And a lot of people maybe see him in front of the camera, but they don't realize a lot of the personal stuff. And I mean, dude, we invited Taisei Yamamoto, that Japanese skier, one year, because he's fucking sick, but he didn't speak a lick of English. And I didn't have time to deal with that. And Woodsy
Who is this kid?
Taisei Yamamoto. He's not really around anymore, but he could spin like a top on rails.
Who did he ski for?
Vocal, Yeah, he was on the vocal team. That's why he ended up coming, because they recommended it, and I was super down. But Woodsy spent the whole week making sure this kid had like the time of his life, and he did. And he actually learned a lot of English because he was forced to. Because with his national team, they have translators and coaches, and they don't leave their little bubble. Now, I told him his coach couldn't come. He's got to come do it solo. You got to get into the real life, kid. And he had an amazing time. And by the end of the week, we were all like speaking English. It was crazy how quick the necessity to speak English allowed him to win our hearts. I don't know. That was one of the coolest things.
Awesome. I've always been so bummed the lack of Asian influence in the sport of skiing, because we got a couple superstars at the very beginning with Junpei and Shimo and Shoya. But after that, like, look at what happens in snowboarding, right? They're like,
snowboarders in the world.
The Japanese are amazing. And then in skiing, I'm like, where the fuck are they, dude? I've been waiting for like 20 years.
There's a few who are coming up right now. I've found them on Instagram. There's a few like Henrik influenced young skiers who are very talented.
There's a lot of baggy kids in their backyards with
yeah.
Fun to follow them too.
But yeah, I mean, slush Jib League domination is the goal in the near future. There can be two avenues. You can be FIS and X Games and whatnot, or you could be Jib League slush and still do X Games, obviously. But hopefully we can provide value to these athletes who deserve it, is what it comes down to, and reward them for their passion.
I think Jib League is just the new opens, right? Whether it's Austrian Open, Euro Open, Swedish Open, Finnish Open, Minnesota, whatever, East Coast Open. So you guys figured out that formula with the proper judging. So like you already won there. You know, it's just an opportunity that no kid has anymore.
Totally.
Like no kid in Minnesota knows what they could. Like you could come in here so easily. Like we got 130 kids at Wild Mountain in the middle of nowhere to come out and hang out and try tricks. You know, and we had to close it off. We could have done 250.
Well, it was like the tour you guys did back in the day when Henrik in 2013. That was.
I'm talking about B-Dog Off the Leash last March.
Yeah. I was looking at that too. It's such a smart way to go about it, because Henrik and Phil, that in 2013, in my opinion, went from being some of the most respected skiers in the skiers' eyes to some of the most respected skiers in everyone's eyes.
And that was the point. You know, that's why I appreciate what you do.
Yeah.
Because it's all about not really, where I teach always Phil and Henrik, it's like go touch people. Because like, man, how many people they touched on that demo tour, whether it was homie that's on 1,000 skis or whoever the fuck. There's such a long list now, like of guys that they met on this demo tour just skiing around that are pro skiers now. And it's like, no way, dude. Like that was, and everyone like was like, no way. Why is he skiing in Ohio? X Games is tomorrow.
Yeah, that shit was nuts. And he goes,
I think what influence Henrik had in Ohio was just as much as a nose butter triple on ESPN.
Totally.
And so that's what I appreciate what you guys do, because like you really understand it's about the 5 kids that love skiing in Indiana more than the 1,000 people that think it's cool for 10 minutes out of the year.
I mean, I just think of myself, like kind of I was telling you my story. It was, you just love something so much, you're going to figure out there needs to be an avenue to make it.
Yeah.
And if there's not an avenue to make it, then I see a lot of these kids that came out Hood last week. Fuck yeah, I love if you're really into it, like they're up there, they're doing their doubles every run, every day, and they're getting better. But if that's not your cup of tea, then what's your avenue? How are you going to support it? So it's
that's the only reason I wanted the off the leash, because I was so bummed what a kid might feel like when he registers for an event, gets 10th place. You feel like such a fucking loser, but maybe you accomplished so many feats that day, but you had to pay for the lift ticket, the registration, the validation of how bad you are with a number beside it. And I was just like, man, that ain't our sport. It ain't a number of place beside it, because you can do something that no one else in the world does in our sport, and you should be the best. You shouldn't be talked about as being 18th place.
Yeah, it's if that's your cup of tea, I fucking love it. I love competing. That was like, I definitely, the thrill I used to get from contests was great, but yeah, it's such a mission now that it becomes almost sad and demotivating, like you're saying. That
it's just the idea that there's other opportunities.
And that's all there needs to be. There needs, like, let those guys do what they want. Let the Olympics be. Like, it's hard for me to hate on it because it's given me my life and it's allowed me to do what I do. But if that's
but understand the process of getting there only gives one satisfaction. Yeah. Where the project of going out in the streets, filming an edit, one shot might be like winning the gold, right? If you get the proper feature. You know, if you go to a slush cup, one fucking win against the best guy in the world where you had the best of your life might be better than X Games. Fucking a Jib League, you go and have everyone say you're the illest, but no one's ever heard of you. These are all experiences now that give humans motivation when, I don't know, because everyone's good. That's the part about skiing. Everyone is good. So you can't say like, oh, that guy sucks. All I can say is, dude, he's kind of whack. I don't like his clothes. You know, I don't like the way he talks, but he's fucking dope as fuck. So point being is everyone's dope.
And I've seen through Jib League, I've seen a lot of people you wouldn't ever see, especially in Europe, because the Europe scene is amazing in skiing, I think, but a lot of different styles of skiers coming together and earning respect for other skiers in the sense of like, I still don't back your type of skiing, but you're a badass human being. It kind of levels you and being like, we're all here for the same thing. And I respect you. Maybe I don't want to watch your stuff, but I have a shit ton of respect for you. And maybe I like
fun. And I love that when people can be opinionated about someone's style, but then can still lose or still beat them, you know, and just be like, he shit's so whack, but I lost. He's ill as fuck.
And it's like, it's just respecting, like we were saying, yeah, it's just being able to respect. Yeah, it's like maybe you don't like someone else's art if you're a painter, but it's like you still got to respect the talent that goes into it.
Exactly. Everyone knows the work ethic. Everyone knows how much. Everyone knows they can get hurt the same way. So it's I don't know. I like it when there's more opportunity, and especially because no one's really making movies, and no one's really doing that. Like it is so important for what you guys are creating, for people to express themselves if they're not finding the proper teams or circles of editors, filmers, producers. You know, like it's a big deal because a lot of people don't have as much. I don't know. It seems like
the love is really what it is passion. Because, like, speaking just real quick for Woodsy, it's like that motherfucker grew up in England, sleeping in train stations and skiing on plastic.
Loving skiing, loving, like biggest smiles. Him and Henrik have the two biggest smiles in the sport of skiing, where you know every day when they wake up, they're like, what, skiing today? What, how am I going to do it?
Totally.
So,
and just it's just true passion, which is something I think lacks a lot in this world now.
Yeah.
Passion over fame.
Word. Let's wrap it up.
Well, dude, I got to go back in the garage and get my list for him. Holy shit, is this a record? It's 7 fucking o'clock at night. That's 6 hours.
5 hours and 55 minutes.
Yes.
Shit, fuck.
Sorry, guys.
Awesome. I appreciate this.
Now, Josh, you're gonna be our first two-parter. I'm gonna have to split it up between the story and
they have to listen to it all.
We're gonna make them listen to it all, but I don't want anything to get lost in the two different sections.
95, dude. It's 100. I had to go inside. It's got to be 100 plus.
Dude, it was nice getting a little tour of your house. You got a beautiful. I love those archways going into your kitchen. Very Mediterranean.
Yeah, very, very. I wish you could really experience it so you know what it was like. All right. Fuck, man. How many text messages we get in the last 7 hours? Some work day. All right. So when we started this, one of the funnest things, there's a show called Drink Champs, is why we created, like Phil and I, Casaubon created Giving Flowers. And so when I started this show with Ethan, Phil was like, man, what's your fucking theme? And I'm like, I don't have a theme, man. Like, we just want to talk and learn about these guys and that guy, blah, blah. He's like, no, you need a reoccurring one. And he's like, you know how in Drink Champs they always have to have a versus, like a rapper versus a rapper, and then they have to pick their favorite, and if they can't pick a person, they have to drink. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, well, we're not together. He's like, okay, I'm going to make you a list, and then your guests have to pick who they like more. So Phil has created an awesome list for us that we give to every guest, and you have to say who you think is doper between the two lists. We have no consequences, so you can't. I don't have anything where I have to say. Just don't say the same. Are you ready for our game?
I'm ready. Hit me.
Our first one is mango or pep.
Oh my God.
These are all gonna.
And you're awesome because you're the most mid between all of these battles. So
Fuck, that's just two different worlds in my brain.
totally. So it's personal preference favorite.
Pep.
Alex Hall or Tanner Hall?
Dude, this is just gonna pigeonhole me down one direction.
Yeah.
T Hall.
Ferdy or Dave Crichton?
Oh my God. Ferdy.
Una or Vanular?
Oh my God, dude. So B-Dog made this, huh?
Yeah. Phil made this to make you guys feel awkward. No, he didn't.
Vanular, because he used to ski half pipe.
Quinn Wolferman or Sammy Carlson?
Sammy Carlson.
Ed Joy or TJ Schiller?
TJ Schiller.
Ante or Delorum?
Ante.
Danny B or Mick D?
Oh God. Danny B.
Unicorn or Yoon Olsen?
Mate. So Unicorn.
Tour Mode or Duncan Adams?
Duncan Adams, that's an easy one. You can't beat Duncan.
Olivia or Maud?
Olivia.
Hunter Hess or Phil Belanger?
Phil.
Phil is winning, man. Big up Bellinger, you old motherfucker. He's our next guy. He's our next old head. Mikkel BK or Mike Hornbeck?
Mikkel BK.
I gotta watch that kid. A lot of people picking him, man. He's the shit, huh?
He's it. You gotta check his. So that was hard because all those skiers you listed are like some of my childhood heroes. But Ferdy and Danny B and Mikkel are like my three favorite skiers in the world right now. And also, no one beats Duncan Adams, in my opinion. That kid has true. He's a true skier.
No, he's pretty
I
weak.
used to make Sims characters and have Duncan be my neighbor because I was so obsessed with how sick he was at skiing when we were like 13.
What did you just say?
It's a video game.
Remember that game Sims when you'd like
Yes.
this? So I was so not obsessed because that sounds weird, but when I first met Duncan as a kid, I couldn't believe that there was such an amazing like skier like him, and his style and his way of approaching and just him as a person was so awesome that he was like my neighbor. So in the game, he was like my best friend to my family because I was like, Duncan's the fucking shit. This might sound weird, but yeah, I was just like, and then just that everything that kid's ever done, I've just been a huge fan of. But damn, who was Ferdy up against there again? Bellinger?
Nah, Bellinger's towards the end.
Oh
no, Dave Crichton. Fuck, that was a hard one.
Ferdy or Crichton?
That's a hard one, but Ferdy. Yeah, that's a really hard one, bro.
Poor Crichton with his 4-year career not being relevant 20 years later.
I still think he should have won X Games that year his ski came off.
Yeah, everyone does. That was the most run ever. And his ski came off and he was still standing.
Stomped it, yeah. Damn, that list is hard. That is hard. It's kind of like the whole Capiche squad versus the OG squad.
Good thanks. That's the
To
bottom.
be honest.
Word. All right, man. That was so good talking to you. I was looking forward to this one, and you delivered huge. So
I hope so.
Fuck.
Dude, so much, man. Give thanks. I had so much fun talking skiing with you. Like, I
Likewise.
really want to say, like, I don't even call it a podcast. I call it a conversation. And it's mostly just for people to maybe listen. Maybe one person listens to this and geeks out, right?
Totally.
And maybe they're as big a geek as you or I, and then they're like, no way, I can do everything. So just thank you for that, because we're at
Thank you,
6
guys.
hours.
I really appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, and I appreciate
Thank you so
everything
much
you
for your
do.
time. Seriously, like, it is so great to get you for this long. This was awesome. Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm home and relaxing for a couple days, so this is perfect.
Sick, dude. Awesome. Well, we'll let you go. Iberg and I will do a little outro once you're gone, and that'll be it.
Have a great 4th.
Hey, you guys as well. Be safe. Don't blow those hands off. Stay away from fucking fireworks.
We'll be in my house all by myself with no family that's in Denmark that doesn't care about America.
I'll be at Mammoth.
You'll be in Mammoth.
partying, yeah.
I'll be in this office probably doing who knows what. But thanks again, guys. That was awesome.
All right, take care, dude.
Have a great day.
Peace.
Peace. How do I do this? There we go.
Bang.
Damn, 6 fucking hours.
Jesus Christ,
Anyone
man.
listening? Do you think like anyone has been like rocking, like listening? Oh, dude, I've been listening to this like every day to work for the last 6 straight days. And
Oh, yeah. Especially with the length, people could listen to this on multiple commutes to work, and then by the time they're done, next episode's up.
That's what I'm saying. It's the only way I listen to shit, but I'm like 6 fucking hours. The longest Drink Champs I ever listened to is maybe 4 of my super duper fan.
Yeah, we'll see. We need the DPH count. This
Dude,
is
the DPH was bad because of the distance. Like, dude, you have to understand. I had a bottle of vodka.
Jesus.
I had a fucking thing of wine. I had 12 doobies, so 2 DPH. But the shit was real today. That was the most consumption of bullshit in the middle of the day. But I was that stoked.
Oh man, that was awesome. Holy crap. So next week, they'll be here in Colby because we recorded that before this. And then our next old head is Bélanger, s'il vous plaît. And Iberg, thank you for your time, dude. Middle of the day. Bachelor pad life.
Yeah, I guess, man. I think I got missed like 8,000 fucking texts. It's going to be a tough one. But we'll have another day and then can't wait for the next one.
Yep. Let's go pick up the pieces of our lives that we disregarded for the past 6 hours.
So long, man. Great ski time. Have a wonderful night.
All right, adios. Thanks, everybody.